Hello, hello, everyone. Um, first and foremost, I just want to say, this has been what 2 weeks in the making.
About
We've had a
about a bit.
vision.
Hmm.
Um, well, girl, I don't know, girl. Welcome to Nova for real, girl. I don't know.
Yes. Welcome. I'm so excited. I have to take my hat off to the brilliant minds of Tukey Tucker and hashtag Joshua Blake. Does that say Bloke? Excuse me.
He hates them.
No, it's I'm kidding.
That's what her.
No. But you know what? I'm so excited to be here with you two tonight. How's everybody doing? Happy New Year, and to those that are joining us, to those that will join us, welcome to the first episode of No But For Real.
Hey y'all.
Yes.
What y'all do today?
Girl, waste time on them people clock. What about you?
As you can tell, I am bundled up, niece. I am in Chicago. Y'all, I kid you not. It is -3 degrees.
Oh Lord,
And
homeless.
anyone who knows me know, Josh, and you know specifically, if I'm cold, it's
It's
cold.
girl, pack it up because I used to be in Rush Hall. For those of you who don't know, Tuki and I used to be roommates in college. I used to be in Rush
Mhm.
Hall for reason because this bitch had the room on 12 degrees Fahrenheit every
Woo.
night.
Girl, it used to be hot, girl.
What's
Girl,
fun?
I
I
was
actually
over there
still sleep with my
shivering.
window open. Like I like the cold because I'm able to regulate it better. Like I love a good
Correct.
breeze. I love a good you know what I'm saying. You bundled up under the covers. You got the blanket on. You know what I'm saying. I still sleep naked. Hello. So I actually, yeah, I'm one of those where I need me a nice balance.
Jack, can we take a moment to just look and appreciate Dwayne for this little polo schoolboy he got on with this little haircut?
Yay!
Girl,
Dwayne the sex siren.
girl, he's a sex siren.
Okay.
I am
But
sharing the live
this,
out
this
on.
this is schoolboy realness. This is schoolboy
Schoolboy realness, that's what it is. Schoolboy realness.
schoolboy realness. This is polo. This is getting off work. Like my briefcase. Like
That's
this is.
right.
But you know what? It just reminded me too. So you're in Chicago. I'm representing New York. And Josh, where you representing?
I am in the illustrious Atlanta, Georgia. Hi,
Oh,
Tuvon. Hi, little happy guy. We got
hello.
some, we got some girls.
Illustrious is crazy.
I am right,
So,
girl. Y'all know the girls love they ate that illustrious word up, girl.
oh yeah, if you went to HBCU, baby, everything's illustrious.
The
Absolutely.
illustrious. I
Yes.
am sharing this
So,
live out.
Dwayne,
Yeah.
so for tonight, the topic is going to be primarily about where you're from. And so before we get into the film, could you give us a little bit of a little history, a little knows and know-hows when it comes to New York
Ali.
and the boroughs? Like, what are the boroughs and like what are they like known for?
Mm. That's such a great question. I've been, I've lived in New York my entire life, born and raised. I did go to NCCU, North Carolina Central University, with you, Tuki and Josh, with the both of you guys. But I am a New Yorker through and through, and that's exactly why I cannot answer that question because I don't know. Well, I tell you what. So, look, being in New York, there's Queens, there's Brooklyn, there's Manhattan, there's Bronx, there's Staten Island. I am a native of Queens. Uh, and like you said, the movie that we are going to discuss actually was filmed here in New York. It's based in New York. So that was really fun, really exciting to see and, kind of get the history about the author James Earl Hardy. He's actually a native of New York as well. He was born in Brooklyn. So it's very telling that the story would be set in this kind of like urban concrete jungle. Um, but yeah, so what I tell you what, Queens, we're home to the World Fair was here one time, and as a matter of fact, if you watch Men in Black with Will Smith, they actually shot some of the movie here in Queens, Corona, Queens.
Oh, okay.
on a part where they have like the giant globe and everything. Um, Brooklyn, home of Big, Lil Kim, right? Bronx, the birthplace of hip hop. Staten Island, my Italians, the Italians over there in
Not
Staten
Italian.
Manhattan, the queer scene, the disco scene. A lot of queer movement started in Manhattan. Stonewall. Speaking of which, Tuki, next time you are in New York, I have to take you to Stonewall, and you as well, Josh. We should just all do a trip to each other's cities, right? And just we just kind of all be the tour guide for which one. But the historic Stonewall riots was actually in Manhattan, and the bar is actually still up and running to this day. So it's actually
Oh
pretty cool.
wow.
So
Well, when y'all come to Chicago, make sure you got your bulletproof vest, your bulletproof pants, and your bulletproof shoes.
not
Okay.
too much
I'm
in
just gonna wear my
Chicago.
bulletproof underwear.
Not too much in Chicago, girl. Not too much in Chicago. Uh-uh.
Hell,
Not too much. But what
Okay,
about
ladies.
so
Atlanta?
Josh,
Tell us a little bit about
let's
Atlanta, Josh.
let's get into it.
Well, the reason why he told you to tell us about New York is because the movie that we're talking about today is based in the concrete jungle.
There you
So
go. Okay.
today
Oh yes.
we will be reviewing B Boy Blues, and if you're not a fan of spoilers, honey, you might want to click off because we are most definitely spoiling the movie.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely.
so just a little bit about the film. Um, sorry, like Dwayne said, it was adapted from the book by James Earl Hardy. It is written and directed by Jussie Smollett, honey. So just a brief little biography about, I'm sorry, overview about the film. It follows Mitchell Crawford, who is a young and idealistic journalist, surrounding himself with friends and celebrities, yet still feels he's alone in the city. A roughneck named Raheem walks through the door, forever changing Mitchell's life. So
Mhm,
that's what we're about to get into today.
mhm.
Tuki, do you want to start us off with the very first scene, honey?
Well, I do. I didn't know it was adapted from a book. Dwayne, you said you've read the book. Is that correct?
No, I've not read the book, but
Oh, okay. Okay.
it's on my to read this. It's on my
Okay.
to read this definitely. My first, introduction to this series was this film. So
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. 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 So yeah. To that overview point, y'all, the movie came out in 2021. Were we still in COVID around this time, or we were just coming out of
yes,
COVID?
ma'am. No,
It
we
was
were.
still, yeah, we're still.
Yeah.
Okay, because that was part of my skepticalism during the film. I'm like, I didn't see nobody with a mask on. Like, girl.
Well, on set. So what happens is you come with the mask. Everybody has a mask on behind the scenes, and including the performers. They have a mask on. But once the picture's up, or the director says, "Okay, we're about to shoot this scene," that's when the actors pull their mask off. But immediately when it is cut, you immediately put your mask back on. And there are people on set that will remind you.
Okay, cute.
And you
So
you
yeah,
do take a COVID test before every shoot day.
got you.
Mhm.
All right, so Josh, could you cue up the very first thing? Well, it's not the first thing, but the first thing that I kind of made up to this thing.
Yes,
So
but before this one, the
before,
movie. I just want to just talk about the movie starts with. Oh, before sorry. So before we talk about that,
so
the
before we do the
movie.
before.
Right. The movie starts with Jacked, honey. So how do y'all feel? Do y'all are y'all on the apps? Have y'all ever used the apps before? Like the apps are such a big part of the Black queer community, but why? Like I know some people use it because being from I'm from North Carolina, a very small town, may I add. You just don't find other Black gay people who are openly gay and whatever, or open about jumping,
Yeah.
doing you in, girl. So that's pretty much the only way to communicate with other Black queer people. So like, what's your experience with like the apps and stuff? I just want to, what y'all experience.
So what's interesting is I did a little research, a little digging. So Jack actually sponsored this film. I don't know if y'all knew that or not.
Oh.
but they are definitely in the credits as for being like, the sponsors for it. But have I used the ads? God, yes. I mean, girl, how else was I supposed to find my people? Um, and what's ironic is with one of the things that we're going to talk about, they discussed, and I've never used it before. You all are a little bit more seasoned than I am,
No,
and I've
I'm
never heard of this. But how they were communicating was through Black Planet. Never heard of that before. Planet, your Atoms to Atoms, your PC, your Moco Space. Girl, I was a Moco girl. All these
Mhm.
different apps. And I used them, but I was using them lying about being 18. I was never really 18 when I was using them. Girl, by the time I turned
Mhm.
18, the apps were no uses for me anymore. Like I just didn't care.
well, that's interesting. You know what? I think it's I think part of the queer experience is it varies. I definitely don't want to generalize and say, oh, but I think so much of the queer experience, or there are times where people go through this where, you're looking to make connections, right? And sometimes they're risque connections. Sometimes they're like actually, maybe social connections, platonic, whatever the case may be. The apps have always been a how do you say, a safe space for queer individuals to begin connecting, right? Because obviously we live in the heteronormative, excuse me, society where, if you checking somebody out, you can't just walk up to them like, yo, what's good? Today things are changing,
Mhm.
obviously, but I, personally, I've just always felt more secure on the apps for that reason. Now obviously with meeting people online, there is that danger because you never know who is behind the screen, and I think you've touched on a point about being young and faking your age. I'm like, oh Lord, girl, we got to unpack that, and we will eventually. But
Yeah.
as for the risk factors, there was also the, like I said, just for queer individuals to meet other queer individuals. And Joshua kind of touched on this as well when he said, listen, he's from a small community, right? So how do you meet your people? How do you meet these spaces? And so in the context of the movie, right, we open up to a scene where we're introduced to Michael. And do we have a clip of that actually? Do we have a clip of that interaction?
Well,
Who
we're
is
introduced.
Michael?
We're in the club.
Mitchell, excuse me, Mitchell. She looked at the notes.
No, the very first clip we have is the club scene. But I wanted to touch. Sorry, real quick, real quick. I think the apps are overused, and the reason I
Mhm.
say that is because yes, I've used the apps before. I didn't really find a need for them after I left North Carolina. Um, yes, I had it for a couple of weeks while I was out here, but I really in Atlanta. But I noticed that I didn't really need them because um, there's a lot more openly black gay men out here. Not
Uh-huh.
saying that there aren't any DL black gay men here, but just a lot more of us. But I think the apps are overused for as far as like sex goes and like all of that because in the film,
Mhm.
Mitchell's ex is literally trying to get back with him, but in the background, Mitchell literally hears the app's notifications going off like over and
Mhm.
over again while he's trying to get him back. And I just thought it was very interesting and very realistic because niggas will literally do that. Um, but yes, so now we can go ahead
Yeah,
and
But
go.
absolutely.
that bothered me a little bit because I think there's a few things that I plan on discussing that are probably like very minute to some people. But
Mhm.
I was just kind of, girl, how did Mitchell hear the app go out if they're
Oh
on
no,
the
you
phone?
literally can. No. You can. Um, First of all, Jack is a very particular sound. Okay,
Oh
Jack,
yeah.
you're going to hear. I can hear Jack up the street.
Is it
Um,
the same one?
but our main character Mitchell, played by the wonderful Timothy Richardson. Right. So he's on the phone. He's at work. His ex calls him. He's on the phone. The ex proceeds to try to, persuade to get him back. He mentions going to therapy and, opening his heart up and all this good stuff. And in the background, Mitchell hears the Jack notification. So literally, and we're literally seeing the interaction. So while the ex is on the phone, he's browsing Jacked, which is a popular uh, social site for for the community. And he goes
Mhm.
off on him because he's like, "How are you trying to speak to me? Pour your heart out to me, and you're on the app using the app." So I'm going to ask you guys this question: have the apps impacted the ability to find love in our community, true love in our community?
You said have they?
Have they? Do you think, or I should let me rephrase. Do you think that the apps have impacted finding real love in our community?
Yes. They have impacted it, in my opinion, both
Positively or
positively and
negatively?
negatively. I say both.
Okay.
I say it has impacted it both. I hear people all the time, and I'll say both, but now we have to be a little bit more specific when we say community. Are we talking about the gay community or the black gay community? Because I know for me, I am finding a lot of white gays
Yep.
who are able to find their lover, or the love of their life, on the Hinge or on Tinder, and I'm like, well, girl, let me download it and see, like, if I can, try my luck, and I just cannot.
Wow. Well, you
So
know
I
what?
don't, I
For
don't
the
know.
context of this film, we're going to focus on the black gay community, but we could definitely make those parallels as well. But I think for this question, the black gay community, do you think that the apps have positively or negatively, affected the ability to find real love?
I think
You're
negative.
saying both.
Well,
Well, no,
maybe
if we're being specific, it's not both for me.
What is it?
like if it depends one location, like I
Mhm.
said, but I think in general negatively because, like I said, I think they're primarily used for meaningless sex. I think they're primarily used because people will join these apps and they'll make their bio, and maybe before they got horny, their intentions were to find love or get a boyfriend or whatever. But I really think they're joining under the guise of that
Hmm.
um, when they really just want to fuck.
Mm.
Because a
Do
lot
you
of
think?
black gay men unfortunately use sex to fill some kind of void that they need to look within for.
Well, you know what?
Mhm.
And why can't, to that point, why can't they just like sex? Why does sex? Why do you have to phrase it in a way where they use it to fulfill something? Maybe they are fulfilled. Maybe they do their big one. Oh, she cold. She don't got a blanket. Uh,
Girl,
what about those that just really enjoy sex? I mean, what about them?
That's okay, but don't put on your bio looking for love when you just want to fuck.
Hmm.
correct.
Put
Um,
I
and
just want to fuck on my bio.
and I think we have to be fair. Like, come on, y'all. I don't see anyone aside from, what's that couple name from New York? That was a couple, Ray and Zed or something like that.
I know
They
who
were
you're
the
talking about.
only ones. Do I remember when I met what's the name at the club?
Who?
Ray. I met Ray. Ray was the dark skinned one. We remember when we went to the first gay club, and then we went to this other club,
Uh huh.
and it had like a downstairs. He
Yeah.
was there.
Really? I don't remember. I remember us.
Girl,
I
yes,
remember,
yes.
but
I
I
would
don't
have
know what you're
aren't
talking
you? But they're the only ones that I remember at the time. Was it Grinder? I think it was. They were the only ones who had like one like this whole brand deal, putting out that they met on Grinder for like a one night stand, and then it turned into a relationship.
about.
Y'all don't remember that?
Yes, I remember.
Wow.
So for me, again, they did not download it looking for love. They downloaded it to make love, and then it became this whole thing. I don't think anyone in the gay community, and this is just my humble 28-year-old opinion,
Mhm.
is downloading these sex apps with the intention to look for love. Like, this is a sex app. So, girl, no one's downloading Jet looking for love. No one's
But what,
downloading Grindr looking for love.
what designates it a sex app? Let's be clear. What makes it
The
a sex?
promotion of it, the marketing of it. Let's start there. They're not marketing it with a place like a Tinder, or marketing it like what's another one? Uh, what's the other one? Is I'm looking at the little purple heart. But girl, you don't go over to Tinder treating Tinder the same way you'll treat Grinder.
No
You don't
shade.
you
Yeah, they do.
I
n-
was right.
no. You don't go over there because of how it's being marketed. It's not being
No,
marketed as a
they
I
sex
see
do.
what you
app.
They,
mean. I
sorry.
see what you mean. You like if you're looking for immediate, you know the source to go to.
You know the source.
Okay.
But
Well,
from my experience when I was on the app, I feel like I saw the same people on everything. So when I did have like the Jack, the Grinder, the Tinder, I feel like I just saw the same people everywhere. You know what I mean? And
Well,
I
you
think
said you were on the app in North Carolina, girl.
right, but I'm saying even out here when I was on it out here, I still saw like the same like what five or six people.
so well, Josh, I'm gonna pose this question to you.
Hmm.
Um, what were you looking for on the apps, and then what made you get off of them? You're currently not on any apps right now?
No.
Okay. So explain to us your journey on the apps and then getting off.
Yeah, I was using it the same reason everybody else was using it for sex.
Oh,
I was looking for prayer.
Yeah.
right. That's what I was thinking. I was
No,
looking
yeah, I
for
was looking for prayer, but I was
food.
definitely on my knees.
I was looking for movie recommendations and I was new to the area. I was trying to figure out where the library was.
Yeah, I had them all to fuck. Um, so that's what I did, and then I got off because when I moved out here, I realized that I don't really need. I just don't like what comes with it. Like I don't
Mhm.
know, and honestly, like it's it's a security thing for me too. Like I felt so insecure
Mm,
Mm.
around the time, and I think I was using that app to fill the void of confidence and security,
sure.
just to get compliments or just to see who wants to fuck me, am I fuckable, and you
Sure.
know
Sure.
so I think I was using it for that, but I
Sure.
know that I know that now. I
Mm,
can go out, and if I feel like I want to have sex, I'll go out and be like, okay, I think I want to have sex tonight. I'll douche and then I'll go out, and
right.
if it
Yeah.
happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'll just go home and jack off.
Douched and dangerous. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. But
Not.
you know what? But you know what? I tell you what about the apps. I think they have their purpose, and I appreciate them. Right. Currently, I'm
Mm.
not on any apps, but I will not look down on anybody that's on the app. I do urge safety and responsibility because we've seen in recent years people are using the apps to attack vulnerable people. Straight men or straight identifying men are using it to attack people. We've seen that in places like Texas. So I do urge, safety and common sense when using these apps. But I want to get back to the movie. So we see this interaction between Mitchell and the ex. Mitchell cusses him out, hangs up on him. But what I found was interesting in that scene was before they kind of have their falling out. The ex lists all his accomplishments. He's seven figure. He's successful. I think he mentioned something about a master's, whatever. My ears perked up at seven figures because I was trying to find that. Yeah, but he was seven figures. He said he had a 9 inch. You know what I'm saying? He was listing all these kind of like accolades and kind of being like,
Mhm.
I don't need you anyway. And so we see Mitchell, and Mitchell is also he's very successful. He's at this magazine. He's one of the lead editors at this magazine. So he too is also a very successful person. I'm assuming that the split happened because of some infidelity between Mitchell and this fella here. But we'll soon
Mhm.
find out that Mitchell is, he kind of, is the cause of his own demise. He keeps kind of jumping into these, relationships or something into these situationships. What I thought was interesting was when we are introduced to Raheem, which becomes, obviously Mitchell's lover. Raheem is beautiful. Again, this is a lovely cast. This is a visually stunning cast Raheem is played by Thomas Mackey. He's wonderful in the film. Obviously, Mitchell is blown away. He's smitten. You have Brandy Evans' character. Shout out my girl Brandy Evans. She's phenomenal in the film. She's also like smitten. He says, Mitchell, he says, you find love in the strangest places, or something to that effect. Guys, if the quotes are off, you got to forgive me. But he mentions love on the very first, sighting of Mitchell. And, these movies kind of do these things where they'll narrate, they'll kind of do the audio, and, you'll kind of see the relationship develop over time. But I thought that was an interesting use of the word love, because in my head, I said, okay, you're obviously attracted to him. That was lust, right? So, to call it love, you meet love in the strangest places, or whatever he said on the first meeting. My question is, can you or have you guys ever experienced where something you thought was love was really lust? We'll frame it that way.
Um, let me go back a little bit. So you we talked about the apps. We talked about Mitch and his ex on how he told him he could shove that degree and that seven figures up his behind.
Mhm.
And then so after that, the scene cuts to Mitch. I think he was like at the market or something. I mean,
Yes,
he was on the phone with a good friend of his,
yes,
and the friend, was asking, "Girl, you got to get out. You need to get out." Da da da. And Mitch was like, "Girl, I am out." He's like, "Girl, I'm not talking about on your lunch break." So it was around this time where we are about to be introduced to, Raheem.
right.
Mitchie, she is the assistant to Mitchell
Mhm.
and gives Mitchell a call about, that there's a package that needs to be picked up. there's a package that needs to be signed for.
Big package.
And a big package that
And
needs
it's
to be
very
signed for.
good.
Wait, no, wait, no, we have not got there yet. Wait a minute, because
Listen,
I got questions.
listen.
But Mitchell, he's just kind of like like you said, Dwayne, like you find love in the strangest places, so on and so forth. Mitchell goes back to the office to go see what this package is about, to sign for the package, and then that's where we're introduced to Raheem.
Hmm.
This man is fine. He's gorgeous, chocolate, 6'3", all of the things, right? Um, I think now to get into your question there,
Yeah.
at that moment, is it ever truly love at first sight? Because how they kind of cut the camera
Yep.
for one another in the scene, it almost looked like they fallen in love right then and there. But was it love, or is it love when we're talking about gay people?
Girl, I think their dick just got hard. That's it. That's
Now
it.
that's it. Next.
I think
Right.
they saw each other and said, I wonder if he's a top or a bottom.
Mm.
You know what? And to that point, top of because and obviously in our community we have the labels, we have the tops, the bottoms, the verses. Girl, now they got the sides. The sides are new.
Good.
You know, can you be how important is position in a relationship?
Hold on, niece. We skip it. We're jumping over too many questions. We're going to get there. You
Okay,
asked
we're
us
gonna
the
get there.
first question.
Okay, okay.
We're talking about love and lust.
Yes,
Love and lust right now.
yes,
So
yes.
with this scene, what do you imagine it was? Was it love or was it lust? And
I,
have you ever experienced that?
I definitely think it's lust. I can only count on one hand how many times I've been breathless at the view of somebody. And
Mm.
I was working at a bar, and to this day, this was years ago. I remember I was working at a bar. I'm behind the bar, and this guy came in, and I look. I can't even get it. We locked eyes in that moment, and I saw my future in his eyes. Um,
Girl, that must have been Jesus.
no, no, but no. I remember
Oh dear.
the heart palpitations. I remember the nervousness. I remember the shyness. That I couldn't the incapability um to function. Right. I'm usually confident and I'm cool and like whatever. Like I said, you see attractive people all the time. It is what it is. But it was in this moment that I saw someone that I think visually literally took my breath away. And that feeling was, um, I didn't really care for that feeling, right? I didn't care for that feeling because it felt like an out of control feeling, like an out of
Mm.
body experience. And so I think in that moment it had components of lust. I didn't know that man from a can of paint, right? So I can't say it was love. Uh, but I would just remember feeling like, wow, I've never felt this way before. You know what I mean? And like, so I think in that moment, referencing the film back to the film, that's a little bit of what both characters, experienced. You know,
Wait, so did y'all go on a date or did y'all?
huh?
You said this is somebody you met and you felt his life. Sorry, your life in his eyes. You saw your future in his
Maybe
eyes.
I'm
Where
being a little bit hyperbolic, but no,
where
this
did
was
things go?
this was a fellow that I saw. He came into the bar one time, and I was just stunned by his beauty, and I just remember the impact that it had on me. Right? It's the
No, girl, you already said
And
that. We're asking where did it go? Did
did y'all
y'all
go any
fuck? Did y'all
further
go on
than
a
the
date? What
bar? Like,
happened?
oh, girl, I went to the break room until he left.
oh,
But
Oh,
the point is that
people do that.
girl,
uh,
we were trying to
Why
get
do
the
black people
aftermath,
do that?
girl.
no, I went
Girl,
to the break room until
Why
he
do
left.
gays do that?
Oh,
what?
Gays will literally see somebody they want to become involved with, they want to get with. Hi, no one like us sitcom. They will see somebody that they want to get involved with, and they won't say a word.
I went to the break room. You know what it is? I'm also really scared of rejection,
Mm.
and I think there's a
Really?
component of that. And look, I can't count how many times I've been in situations where 'cause I don't flirt. I don't flirt. I don't cruise. Right? I don't know how to do that because when I'm in public, when I'm on the train, when I'm in these spaces, you know, there is a component of code switching where obviously for my protection, for my comfortability, I present heteronormatively. And again, like we mentioned earlier with the apps, this is the point of the apps because you can't just, oh, what's up? Let's go, which we saw a little bit of that in the movie where everybody's just so confident and everybody's just openly flirting. What a time to be alive. But even to this day, I don't do that, right? I don't unless I'm in a concentrated space for that. Like if I'm at a gay bar, okay, maybe I can speak to you or whatever the case may be. If we're out on the train or out in public, and it has nothing to do with being DL, which is a term for down low, right? For those who
Are you
don't,
DL?
am I DL?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Girl, not after this. But
Ah!
but no. It's
No, 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 it's out you.
oh, but no. It's just again, I just maintain, because you never know who's who, right?
Josh, what about you? Have you had that experience?
Of course,
Yeah.
many times. But I don't know. We only have what hour and a half left, so I'm
Okay,
gonna
let's
give
move
you
on. Let's
one
move
time.
on.
We only have
The
an hour and a half left.
the the most recent time. The most recent
Girl,
time is
we got our night.
I was
But we gotta unpack this movie. All right, so let's go to the next thing that stuck out to you
oh,
guys.
okay. I was about to tell my side
Oh
of
no,
what
no, no, no.
I'm.
Tell your side. Tell your side,
No, no,
please.
no, no, no. Let's just move on.
Oh no, see, damn, look, I done messed it up.
No, it's okay. You're right. We do need to get through the whole film, and we are just at the beginning.
Okay, come on.
Okay, so
Well,
after the
and let's
scene,
not. I don't think we should rush it. I mean, the movie it shows how good it is, right? We all resonate with it in some way. So when a question comes up, let's just give each other enough time to answer the question, and
Yeah,
that's where the conversation come in. It they can give a fuck about this movie. They really want to hear our story. The movie is just
right?
kind of like a reference
I
to us.
agree.
So let's
okay, okay.
let's, let's carry on.
Yeah.
All right. So after we're introduced to Raheem, and their dicks get hard, and whatever, boo boo boo. Um, I don't know how Mitchell ends up at the club. I think he just goes out looking for that void to fill. Like
Gene told him that he needed to get out. So Gene was
exactly.
like, "Girl, let's go to the club." So that's when they
Perfect.
went to the club.
So
Hmm.
then he sees Raheem again, but this time he sees
Hmm.
him in what Dwayne will call a safe space, the gay club, so where he could be like,
Mhm.
okay, now I can say something. Now I can, you know what I mean? To where before that wasn't necessary. Because you go, all these questions go through your mind when you see an attractive guy when you're gay. Is this guy gay? And like, can I say that I'm attracted to him? Can I ask him if he's doing anything later? Um, is he a bottom? Am I, what I'm, what's all the questions go through your mind. Um,
I love that being one of your questions.
yeah, that's one of my questions because I'm a bottom, and if you're a bottom, I don't think
Hi,
things are gonna work
hi,
out.
my name is Tiki. I'm about to.
Right. Hi, my name is Bottom. That's because that's all you want to know.
Hi,
Um.
my name is Bikini Bottom.
Ah.
You stupid.
So, so that is what. So that's the club scene. Okay. So after that, wait, what's this? What's this?
This is the club scene. Hold on, because I want to stay here a little bit, right?
Okay.
This is the club scene. This is the scene where Gene again, because it kind of flashes back to how Gene and Mitchell met each other. Mitchell just kind of again found his safe space.
Mhm.
Gene was what I would call the uncle, the fairy god aunt
Yes,
of
we're
the
talking about B
film
Boy
for me.
Blues.
Yes, Bebo Blues. So Mitchell finds Gene at this club. Jane kind of give him the roundabouts throughout the band. Right. So that was the flashback. That's how they met. So being at this club, Gene is like, well, girl, I don't know who he is because Mitchell's trying to figure out, well, who is that? Because whatever. Gene said, I don't know. Let me go find out. Right. Gene go do his big one. While Gene is doing what he's doing, they making eye contact. Now, if y'all pay attention,
Mhm.
Not Gene, what's his name? Raheem was in the corner with DC. I didn't catch it the first three times I seen it, but I
He
caught it the
was.
last
Yeah,
two
I still
times
didn't
I seen
catch it.
it. He was in the corner with DC. So we're gonna talk about that later, but that was something very like a turning point for me to realize, like, oh wow, like I just want to get into that, and we will. But after Gene comes back to get the information, he shares that information with Mitchell about who he is, what he does. We learn that he's 24, that he's a messenger boy, and and what was the other thing he said? He's 24, he's a messenger boy. Oh, and he's from Brooklyn. That's what it
Mhm.
was.
Yep.
And so that's why I wanted to ask Dwayne, like, what are like the stigmas when it comes to the different boroughs? Because I was watching Gossip Girl, and they had this whole thing like, "Oh no, they're from Brooklyn." Like, what's so bad about Brooklyn? And
Ooh.
so it's just those things. So that's what I wanted to get into initially. So it can kind of lay the land for B Boy Blues.
Mhm.
But it's okay. We're here now.
Right.
So what's his name? That fine man. What's the fine man name?
DC Raheem.
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 Okay.
He finally goes over there, whispers in this young man's ear. He all up in his ear, and all of the things. This is where we're introduced to the term throughout the movie, Jude.
Hated it.
He
Hated it.
says he
It
says
will
good
never
to
catch
meet
on.
you.
It will never
And
catch
Mitchell was given very much. Uh, are you having a stroke right now? Did you mean good to meet you? And actually, in all good honesty, Mitchell really wanted to say, "Did you mean it's very nice to meet you?"
I hated
We're
it.
introduced to the term Jude. What does Jude mean? Does anyone know?
Good,
Better than good. That's
good
what she
means
said, right?
better than
Better than
good.
good. Good job, class. Good job.
She's super.
Good, good means better than good. Let's pause for a moment, okay? So as the costume designer here, that'll be me. I'm looking at how what the person is wearing without them saying anything is supposed to tell their story, right? So I'm looking at what I would say, and y'all correct me.
Mhm.
This is the trade. He got on this
Yeah.
wife beater. He got on this do rag. He got on this backward cap that says New York. He's got on these Tims. This is what I grew up in little old North Carolina thinking that that's the type of man I was supposed to be with. That's the type of man I'm supposed to be with.
Yes.
So,
He goes over to him and asks him, "What's Judd? What are your thoughts on that?"
Josh, go first if you
On the
want.
trade,
On the trade. Thank you for
um,
picking up on what I put
I'm
down.
gonna run away immediately. That's my thoughts.
Really?
Actually, and when I say that, I'm talking about in the bed because I know it's big.
Uh-uh.
Um, and after that, I'm gonna jump on my 2 feet and run away.
Girl,
That's
you are foolish.
that's
Joy, you know you have an affinity for the trade.
You know I do. I love me a good
oh,
trade. You know
Dwayne,
what
I
I'm
didn't know you were
saying?
a master math.
I love a tradesman. The
Oh wait, hold on. We got a comment. Hold on. Happy to see you all having conversations around this film, especially with Hudson Williams and Connor Story from Heated Rivalry making their debut at the Golden Globes last night. Are those two people black?
no, they're white.
Oh,
That's
thank you
that's
Girl,
so
we
much.
don't
No
care
one
about
liked
you.
the I just wanted to know if those two people were black. But thank
you
you
know
so much
that's a
for
wonderful
speaking.
point, and I think that's what this commentary is bringing up, and we'll have to delve into that a little bit later about
Yes,
kind of
Heated
like white
Rivalry.
gay films and compared to the very few black queer films there are. But no, I love
Because
trade. Growing up in New York, it's nothing new to me. I think in that moment, had I been Mitchell, I would have entertained them. I mean, the brother's obviously good looking. I hate this word "jud" so bad that that I would have asked that brother to quit saying that, and then that would have been the
but
end.
did y'all catch? Did y'all catch? So can I get your digits?
Uh,
He
Oh,
said,
he did not say
look,
that.
yes, he did. He said, so
Jidget.
can I get your
like,
digits?
see,
Yes.
my phone would have been off at that point. Look, I ain't paid a bill this month. My phone would have been
Girl,
I'm not gonna lie. I would have gave him my digits and my jazz right
off.
after, but I would have tried to pursue a relationship with him. You get what I'm saying? I'm being honest. I'm just being honest.
not your Jesus in your jazz.
And my jazz.
You know what? Mm-mm.
It's on him tonight.
Mm. Nah, that wouldn't have done it for me. What?
That is funny. Okay, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
You know what? The I wonder if they made him too masculine, right? Is that
Yes.
the thing? Did they?
I think that was
I
intentional.
think they wanted to. Remember, we have to look at the context in which B-Boy Blues was written. It was written in '94 at the height of the hip hop movement, and it was supposed to be ghetto, right? And I don't say
Right.
in a term that's putting it down, or the point of it was ghetto. This kind of
Yeah.
urban, this kind of
Stylistic,
black, kind of
stylistic
hip
terms. Yeah.
hop, your hip hop gay love story. And so I'm
Yeah.
watching the characters perform, and it's coming off a bit disingenuous to me,
Hmm.
because the focus was like this kind of super, super, super hyper masculine thing, and I don't know, it didn't do much for me because in my personal circumstance, I don't. Like I said, I love trade, but it was a bit too like, we'll calm down. You know what I'm saying? Like calm down a bit for me. But again,
Quick little game here. Quick little game, and then we'll move on. Who do you think today would have been better to play that role?
when you say that role, you mean Raheem's role?
Raheem's role. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you could have picked a character, gay, straight, whatever, it's a game, y'all. But who would you say this would be the perfect person to embody this role? I already
Jeremy,
had mine.
I feel like Jeremy Pope could embody that.
Jeremy Pope.
Jeremy Pope, he's light skinned.
So
Oh, and that's another element. You know,
Jeremy Pope is not. He's why is that a big deal?
Because we're talking about the trade. Let's get into it.
but why
When you
does
The
think
trade
it
can
have to
be
be dark?
well that's what I was going to say.
girl.
That's what I was going to say.
It could be some white trade too, girl. Some blue collar trade,
Okay. Look at
girl.
I, I've never met white trade.
Okay, then you're not looking in the right places.
You right, I haven't been to Atlanta.
Oh,
Right, I don't know if white trade exists, but
They don't exist. Mm-mm.
no, I
My,
mean,
I'll
there's
tell
light
you,
skin trade, there's light skin trade. I think trade could be light skin. This kind of notion that masculinity is kind of dark and
so
dangerous.
Chris Brown, is that what Chris Brown?
zoinks.
I don't know, no.
No.
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to think of a light skin trade. So Trey Songz, maybe?
It does. Light skin
Maybe.
trade. Light skin trade. Let me think of light skin trade. Light skin trade. You know what's coming up for me? Fat Joe. Fat Joe. Fat
Not
Joe.
DJ Khaled.
Light skin trade, Fat Joe. Fat Joe was light skin trade.
Jay Z.
N-
We're talking about New York.
Trade?
DL.
Ah!
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay.
I'm stuck. I'm like,
All right, so we are still on the first scene, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
That's good.
So after this scene, what don't they jump each other's bones? And hold on, wait,
Not
no, they don't jump. No, not
you skipped one, babe. Go back one because I do want to touch
Oh,
on this
I
really
apologize. Yep,
quickly.
I did. There we go.
So, do y'all notice something off about this scene?
The computer.
It is the computer. Thank you. So I have a problem with this, and I have my notes here, and I said computer screens with your world. They could have, at the very minimum, put an Excel sheet up or something. They could have put something up to allude to the fact that his job is, and I don't even know what his job is specifically, publicist, marketing. I don't know what it is,
I said
but we've been introduced to the fact that he is working on this project for Chloe and Halle to be on the cover of some sort of magazine.
uh-huh.
But can someone speak to why the computer screen here that he's working at his desk is the same thing as the computer screen back in the bed?
Girl,
That
I've never
bothers
noticed
me.
that. Maybe
That's
that's their desk. Maybe that's their safety. Their safety. I don't know, girl.
that's
Their
how it is
firewall.
in my office. Listen, when you have a company brand computer, it's all going to be formatted for whatever company it is, right? So obviously, like so in my computer at work, if I'm on my lock screen, it's going to say set company's name, and then my colleague's computer, her computer is going to say the same, right? So it was very like office setting, kind of like you're kind of if he was like me, he would have had chess.com on a computer, playing chess. He would have had, you know what I'm saying,
But
Sheen.
that's what I was saying. I wish I could have seen some work on the computer. I see
Okay.
nothing.
So you wanted,
I
okay.
see, girl, I see nothing. And then later on in the movie, you'll see the same script. So I'm like, girl, y'all could have put a picture of something, like something to just allude. Like it's just that little nugget. But
Okay.
I just wanted to talk on that really, really briefly because again, we are learning here that
Okay.
this is where he's talking with Mickey, I think her name is, about the project with Chloe and Halle that he's
Mhm.
trying to seal the deal on.
All right.
Which I thought was pretty dope. Do y'all remember or know when Chloe and Halle came out when Beyonce brought them? Because it came out in 2021. So for them to reference that, was that around the same time?
I believe so. I know
Yes.
they started out on YouTube,
Yes. I believe so. Yeah.
and then
Because
they
remember,
started
Okay.
doing like independent performances, and then I guess that's when they got signed.
Oh, okay, 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 okay.
what I found interesting is he mentions the mermaid. He goes, Holly, when she
He
does
did.
right? And so we know Halle Bailey.
Bitch.
Yeah, we know Halle Bailey starred in obviously Disney's live action
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Mermaid. So the cultural relevance was there, right? The kind
Yeah.
of like pop culture reference that I think was really embedded really well because again, this is a story that's surrounding hip hop, I guess adjacent culture, or at least in this film here, right? Which is interesting because now that you mention it, it's this hip hop love story, but they mentioned pop references. So that was something that
Correct.
maybe that didn't add up well, right? Because it wasn't like he worked for back in the day magazines were a big thing, right? But obviously again it was a pop reference versus a hip hop reference that I thought was an interesting um, adaptation in the film. And when you do the film, or when films are taken from books or whatever, taken to the big screen, however you want to say it, there is creative liberty there to change up things, and so I thought that was interesting. But like I said, so like we mentioned, so they're in the club, they're flirting, they're dropping this Jude word, hated it, still do. Uh, and Mitchell initially declines to give him his number. He instead asks to exchange information on the app. In this
What
moment,
app was that?
it was Black Panther.
Mm-hmm.
In this moment, we're seeing Jean
What's that noise?
kind of like we're seeing the kind of how you say flashback of how Jean and Mitchell met. You know, Mitchell kind of walks into this club. Jean is already this established like party girl. It kind of takes Mitchell under his wing. I liked this dynamic, right? I liked the relationship between how that started, um, because it was cute. I mean, obviously, he's going to the club, and Gene kind of goes, "Oh, you're obviously new to the scene," and takes him under his wing. He finds out that the gentleman's name, and X, Y, and Z. I want to get into Gene's character because I did not like Gene's character at all. But I want to make sure we've all kind of touched on the points up to this part. How we feeling?
No, you can proceed.
You did.
I just wanted to why because I particularly enjoy Jean's character.
I do
I
not.
am Jane, actually.
Now she said, "I am Gene." I'm crying. No, no,
I am
no.
Jane.
Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, so I enjoy Jean's character because he's very realistic about
Realistic.
situations. Obviously, he speaks from a place of experience. He's very much mother to Mitchell.
Mhm.
Um, just offering advice because he's been through it already.
Mhm.
Pretty much just saying, "All right, girl, I don't know how much, I'm not gonna be there this time when this happens again."
Mhm.
Just cautioning him with certain things, just ensuring that he's safe. Also later in the film, like how he was there for him. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, so I love Gene's character.
I
I just want
didn't
why did
really
you yeah.
care for Gene's character.
Well, I want to ask you this though, Dwayne, because we haven't gotten that far into the movie yet. So, was it at this point you was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna like his character," or was it like after the entire film you said you didn't like his character? At what point did you have that?
I
Is
think it
it
was a
because
little
of
bit.
like his comments and like how he's very direct and very like dismissive almost
I
toward
found him very disparaging, and you guys both make good points about him. And I definitely like the um, maternal instinct, and obviously, fine, he's a guy, whatever. We get loose with pronouns around here. But I liked the maternal instinct. I like the kind of like camaraderie. I'm going to take you under my wing. I just found him to be so negative and
Mhm.
bitter. And again, we'll get there. But I think in this moment, he goes to find out what Raheem's name is. Raheem eventually comes over and introduces himself, and whatever the case may be. But
My sister here.
right, my sister,
Hi,
right.
sister.
But I did not like Gene's character, and I have a couple of his quotes that I'm going to
Mhm.
mention. Uh, but I want to make sure that we're going in a chronological order that makes sense. Um, so I want us to let's see here. What do I have here? Okay, I want us to move on to the next, next thing. I want us to continue on a linear path. All right, so
Well,
that
I think this.
where
I
we.
think this next scene will speak to that. What you're talking about,
Mhm,
Josh. You see it?
Is it this one?
Yep.
mhm. So at this
I.
point in the movie, Mitchell and Raheem, they do communicate, they do exchange things, obviously their information, but they go on a date, which we talked about that earlier, just a teeny bit about sex and how I think what they're trying to do here is they're trying to build this this foundation that Mitchell is not a one night stand, or is trying to get away from the one night stand thing. So they go on a date, but before that, we see Mitchell and this fella here, Gene, on the phone, chatting it up. So let's go into this kind of segment right here. This
Well, no, that chat was after the dates. That chat
oh,
was after the date
okay.
because Gene told Mitchell told Gene like, yeah, we're gonna go on a date, da 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 da. And so Gene was picking with him like, well, girl, where y'all supposed to be going or
Right,
whatever. And
right.
then so he's like, we're going out. It's a surprise. I don't know, da 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 da. Da. So Gene was like, well, girl, I'm gonna call you at 11 o'clock on the dot in the morning.
Yes.
So that's where that phone call came from.
Okay.
So to your point, they did go on the date. They went to I forgot where they went to go eat bistro, something like that. I can't remember. But They went on the date. The point that I was going to bring up after the date was, girl, that they went into this fabulous house
Mhm,
when they came home from the date.
mhm.
Now Mitch's house was fab.
Right.
Like the house was just, really, really cute. They walked in. And so my question to
Thank you for
y'all
bringing up
was,
thank you for bringing up how clean Mitchell's house was in that
yes,
scene. Thank you. All right. Without even meeting Raheem. Okay. Don't
without
forget
even
that.
meeting.
Don't forget that I said
Oh,
that.
no, because I got my 3 weeks later notes right here.
Okay.
but but hold on, because I just caught myself going a little too fast. Now I done got warm now. Before they get to the date, we got to talk about how do they even get to the point of getting on the date.
Okay.
Raheem pops back up at the job, but this time not in uniform. How do y'all feel about that? So
Oh, thank you for
again,
bringing that up.
okay, I told y'all to watch the movie now.
Thank
So
you for
they
bringing
initially met. They initially met with him working. Then they seen each other again
that.
down there to the clubhouse.
And
And
then
then he comes back to the guy's job out of uniform to go on a date with him. I'm kind of, how do y'all feel?
it's giving this could have been an email. It's giving very much
Yeah.
don't show up at my job. It's giving red flag. It's giving I mean, and I understand again like the romanticizing of it all, but we live in very scary times. Like when people do that, it's like you really have to understand their intentions because niggas gonna always bring that motherfucking representative from the beginning
Yes.
to try to impress you
Yes.
and to try to get in your ass. Um,
Yeah. He could have used the digits. Why
that's
didn't he call me?
Remember, he didn't get the
that's how I feel.
digits. He
That's how
didn't
I
get
feel
the
about it.
digits. He got the black planet.
Oh, yeah, I forgot the Black Planet. Have anyone ever popped up at your job after you met them?
No, and I
Yes.
and I pray to God they don't. Josh, please tell us your story.
Um. So I met, but I mean, I guess it's kind of It's the same situation. I met someone at the job while bartending, and they
Mm.
come back
Oh, okay.
even like after you are like, oh, okay, that's very sweet of you. Okay, oh, thank you so much, and they write their number down on the receipt, and you're like, oh, okay, and you
Right.
don't use it, and then they come back, and it's sort of just like, oh, I just lost the receipt. Did you want a drink or did you want something to eat while you're here,
Oh, wow.
or was that
Right.
it? You know, that was it. It was just a very awkward
Well, and
situation.
y'all know I work in hospitality, so I work
Mhm.
at the hotel.
Uh-huh.
And it was at this particular hotel because, again, Southern Boy, Southern Charms, just all of the things.
Ooh.
I had a guy tell me that he will continue to stay at the hotel that I was working at simply because it was me working there.
Mm.
Y'all, and mind you, he was just like a work trip or something. But then he came back, booked a room or whatever. So I see his name on the reservation. I'm like, let me just go ahead and upgrade him, whatever. Like it's him. He comes back, y'all. He doesn't come back by himself.
Oh no.
His
He
wife.
comes he comes back with his, well, I'm not gonna assume it was his wife, but he came back with some girl. And I was just kind of like, okay. I paid it, it was what it was. Later that night, because I was working the second shift, later that night he came down and asked for like a wine opener. And I was just kind of like, yeah, let me go get the wine opener for you. He was just like, are you upset? I said, upset about what? He was just like, that I'm not opening the wine with you. I said, was that your goal? Was that your goal to make me upset? He was like, no. He was like, I mean, I told you that I would continue to come to this hotel as long as you work here. I said, yeah, you told me that, but what you failed to tell me was that you was going to bring company.
Wait a minute.
Girl,
So what? I'm confused on what his intentions were. So
I don't know why
he
you're
had some
Is
confused.
that supposed to
interest
turn
in
you
you.
on? Like niggas are
I'm
gonna.
not really sure because, mind you, and that's the tricky thing about being in hospitality or working at the hotel front desk. You have access to people's information, credit card numbers, phone numbers, and stuff. So I'm very careful about never ever messaging them first because you know what I mean. It just becomes a thing. So if we do exchange contact, I'm always quick to give either my number or my social, and there needs to be tangible proof that you messaged me first. You know what I mean? But we didn't exchange information because I just at the time, girl, I just got a little promotion, but so I was still a little new and a little nervous.
Yeah.
Um,
Right.
so I didn't want to, whatever. But I wasn't really sure where to take it. And mind you, I wasn't even thinking anything about it because me, I'm nice to literally everyone.
Right.
Was he cute? Yes. Was he fine? Hell yes. But was I thinking anything beyond the job? Heck to the no, girl, because I was scared. I was scary. But it was the principle of him simply saying, like, I'm gonna continue to stay here because you work here. So that to me, and I know some may say, well, that's not really like similar, but it kind of is because now it almost feels like what's the word? It almost feels predatory almost like where I work. You know where I work. And God forbid the day I clock out, you're sitting in your car, now you're following me home, and then you not know where I live. It just, ooh, I couldn't take it. Mm-mm.
But that's
I
kind
couldn't
of
take
hard
it.
because
Well, how
that's
did that
where y'all
relate to
met. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
It is, and then I ended up putting him on the block list. He couldn't stay there no more.
Whoa,
Ooh,
whoa, whoa, what'd you say?
He couldn't stay there anymore.
ooh. Well, see, that was going to be my question. How did that dynamic end?
I had to come up with an excuse as to why he couldn't stay there anymore, and the managers, they approved it.
I know that's right.
Next.
Work. But no, I mean, I found that to be a little bit off-putting. That the kind of like you showing up at his job and kind of thing. And yes, I found that to be. It didn't turn me on, right? It
At
didn't.
all.
It didn't turn me on. I appreciate the brother's directness and interest, but it didn't do much for me. But for Mitchell, it obviously, with a little bit of urging from Brandy Evans' character, he was like, yeah, sure. And so they,
Which led to this fabulous date, which was really, really cute, which then led to him going home with Mitchell, walking into this fabulous clean home.
Mhm.
Um, a note that I put down here is, girl, they Mitchell goes straight to the fridge, or he goes straight to the cooler. Actually, pulls out these two glasses, and
Yes.
he pours some brown liquor into those glasses. As he's pouring the liquor, girl, you see how I'm over here recanting the movie.
Hmm.
As he's pouring the liquor, um, what's his name? Raheem is over there looking at his book collection. The book that he's found on Mitchell's shelf was called, the name of the book is Just Above My Head, and it's written by James Baldwin.
Yes,
So me, because I'm like, I'm going to start being a bit more cultured. So I'm like, ooh, well, what's this book about? So I did some digging.
yes.
And the book Just Above My Head, written by James Baldwin, was written in 1979. Okay, the year after my mother was born, and it's about the emotional cast of being both black and queer in
Mm,
America.
mm,
Okay, so Baldwin is talking about the movement between Harlem, the American South, and the exploration of brotherhood, chosen family, betrayal, and endurance. That that to me
mhm.
was the pinnacle of what this was supposed to be about. The movie, B Boy Blues.
Right.
Knowing what James Ball was talking about, and you see him kind of referenced throughout the movie too, with his portraits and stuff from the beginning, the
Uh-huh.
pictures on the walls and stuff like that. But when I did that research to know what that book was about, and I do have intentions on reading it, I said, I wonder if this is what this is supposed to reference in modern day time.
Mm. Like a modern retelling of that story.
A modern retelling of the story. And the fact that it's the trade's favorite book also made me think like, maybe trade is a bit more cultured than I assumed he was.
Mhm.
And
Yes.
more cultural than his friends are.
And his friends.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that. We're getting closer
Right.
to that. Because I
Right.
can't I can't wait to get to that point.
Right.
So I guess I have two questions here. Firstly, how do y'all feel about, the trade being culture? And then secondly, girl, is there any water anywhere in the film? I mean, anywhere in the film, did they drink any water?
You know
They gotta
what?
promote the brands, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember any alcohol.
Girl,
You
But
know
that's what
what?
the gays do, girl. We drink.
I would say
all
right.
I said was Crown Royal and
If I go,
Parmesan.
if I go to your house, if I go to your, I do want me a sip. I do want me a sip.
I love the trade being cultured. That is a turn on when you can tell me what is
Yes.
going on. If you can tell me the political climate of what's going on in the
Yes.
situation, that
Yes.
is such a turn on.
I
Yes.
love an
My
intellectual trade.
brain.
Right. Right. And I'm glad that they added that dynamic because even though it
Mhm.
was as minute as it was, the fact that they included the fact that it was his favorite book to your point, that he reads, so that he's more than this kind of tough exterior, kind of, he's working as a messenger. I don't know. I think we mentioned that he's working as a messenger. And so I think it goes to show that it was your classic. What do they say? Don't judge a book by its cover. Okay. Yes, he's good looking. Yes, he's kind of this rough trade, whatever the case may be. He uses hood vernacular, whatever the case, but he's also intelligent. And so I love that they added that was his favorite book, right? And we're seeing this kind of difference and, this kind of polar opposite where Mitchell is a bit more, I guess you can say, put together in a sense, where he's more of your kind of like blue collar, and you have this kind of opposite of that. So them having that brief meeting ground where it shows, oh, he's intellectual as well, or he reads as well, I thought was a lovely touch. So thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely. And then so, they drink their little liquor, they get the kids in there. I don't know what the liquor was, like specifically, or the notes in the liquor.
Uh-uh.
But what bothered me really, really, like, it didn't bother me too bad, but it did bother me a little
Tastes
bit.
like
Your lips taste like Hershey's. And then
he,
he said your lips taste like honey. I
he
was
said you.
like, yeah.
No. He actually said you taste so good. Your lips taste like honey. And then he said yours tastes like Hershey's Kisses.
It's just damn good for me.
I said, girl, did y'all drink the same thing? did y'all not drink the same thing? So that's that. And then they get into the sex scene.
Oh, I love this.
Ooh,
So,
thank you. Let's talk about it.
Look,
so the note that I put here is this is.
Oh, hold on,
oh,
baby.
I just want y'all to believe me.
Hold on,
Ooh.
Tuki. You're breaking up.
wait a minute, baby.
Okay. The note I put here.
You're still breaking up.
Can y'all hear me?
We
Wait a
can
minute,
hear
baby.
you. Hold on
Yeah.
1 second.
You're coming in and out. Okay, you're a little bit more stable now. Oh, damn, this picture
Okay,
is
I think
logged
she's
off.
just gonna rejoin.
Lord. But you know what? But tell us a little bit of your thoughts about the sex scene. Scenes.
It's just sex scenes in general in Black queer films. It's like, damn, people already think that that's all we're about. And yes, I'm very sexually liberated.
Okay.
I'm open about sex and all of that other stuff. But I feel like sex plagues Black queer film um in a way that it's just like, is your phone turned landscape or portrait? Two.
Go ahead, girl.
Is your phone landscape?
Go ahead, boo. Go ahead. I got it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just talking about the how sex scenes are just so like all throughout Black queer media, shows, and even in white queer media, like gay media in general, is just so like sex driven.
But you
And
know what?
like,
Mhm.
go ahead.
No, but I think these are the kind of stipulations and the generalizations that we put on ourselves. Because I could think of plenty of shows, where look at Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones had a damn sex scene almost every episode. Insecure by my girl Issa Rae. Very graphic, sex scenes. At what was that show? Goodness gracious, Bow Wow was in it, girl. What was that show? He starred in it. Entourage, HBO's Entourage, sex scenes. So I think sex scenes, it's part of media, right? And to this person, to the earlier comment that this individual made surrounding heated
Can I
rivalry.
put a pin there, Dwayne? Because you said something really good that I was going to touch on before my internet wanted to embarrass me. You
Uh-oh.
said that sex scenes are a part of media, right?
I think so.
Let's speak a little bit about being a part of media and when it comes to representation. Because
Uh-huh.
what I was going to say was the sex scene
Uh-huh.
to me, it felt too heteronormative.
Ooh,
In the sex scene, I mean, because I've laid on my back a few times, so I know a thing or two.
no.
I'm like, why does it look like they were not really having sex? They were more or less frauding. Like, girl, I wanted to see like some actual, not obviously the graphics, but I wanted to almost feel like
You wanted to
That
see
was me
balls?
in the bed. No, not to see the balls, but the sex scene felt like what's his name? Raheem was the male, and Mitchell was the female, and they were almost having sex as if like Mitchell had a coochie. And I'm like,
I
girl,
see what
y'all
you're
are
saying.
frauding.
I think that's a very tasteful way to. I think no, don't get me wrong. I enjoy seeing sex. Oh my gosh, seeing sex, having sex. You know, all the other things. Like I enjoy them. I think this is a very tasteful way to do it, like the way they did it. I was just talking about in general when it comes to Black queer media, like Signal 23, for example. Like, oh my goodness, like they be it's essentially pornography.
Amen.
So that's more of what I was touching on. But I think this
Yes, I love porn.
this was done very tastefully. But I do see what you're saying where they were like frauding, but maybe their sides, girl. Like
But and then
you don't have
because
to
that was something that I was going to compare. That was something that I was going to compare to one of the matriarchs of gay for me is Noah's Ark, and just seeing the different like sex scenes that happened throughout that series. You gotta feel from it all, girl. They were having sex standing up. They was having sex, like you've seen the different ways of having sex. This particular scene, if we're gonna talk about it, girl, if this is the trade and you're supposed whatever you are, I wanted to see a little bit more. Like
you want to be
not
all for
yeah, and you still could have had the covers over, but it's just kind of it just felt too. If we're talking about queer, let's talk about queer and how we have sex.
Well, you know what? I think Tyler Perry. What was that film that the clips went viral on Twitter? Tyler Perry has one picture where the gay sex scene is very graphic, and and I don't say that in a negative way. I'm just saying to your point. When I thinking about what you're saying, I think Tyler Perry did a great job with kind of showing the dynamic of same gender male intercourse.
Oh, we're
On
being politically correct on here.
Girl, you know I'm a scholar. But no, let me say now, male fucking. What's up? My mom calls gay sex wrestling, and so growing up a queer boy in my mama's house, you see me there. Listen, I don't want no wrestling in my
horseplay.
house. They don't
Girl,
have
I got to take that.
wrestling.
I gotta use that. I gotta use that.
I don't want no wrestling in my house.
How many of y'all thought that when he rolled over that Raheem left?
Yeah, and he did
I
too.
see.
So that was funny. So he got up and he turned the music off because he was like, "Well, this is the story of our lives. Like we have sex
Yeah.
and we go home. We go about our day. We go about our night, our way, or whatever the fuck we're doing, or how some of these niggas be doing. Go fuck somebody else.
Uh-uh.
Ooh.
So yeah, I thought he left.
I
Yeah.
was, and you know what? And I think that was purposeful. I think that was, uh, because when you're writing, when you're, putting together something, when you are, trying to tell the story, you want to have elements of surprise. And I think that we all kind of in that moment said, "Oh hell, he done left." This was a one night. Personally, I thought he stole something. I thought Mitchell was going to roll over. Something's going to be missing. Now I don't know if that speaks to my bias, implicit
Girl,
bias.
you're from New York, girl.
From New York, girl, you gotta check, honey. You gotta look in the, you know what I'm saying? You gotta check the wallet, girl.
Someone has stolen my necklace before.
See what I'm
My
saying?
gold chain before. While I was in Miami, it was my first time ever in Miami. I did have a hookup down there, and amongst waking up,
Just one?
huh?
Just one hookup?
Just one while I was
Oh,
down
okay.
there. And yeah, he took my chain. Like I was looking for it the next day, and I was like, wow, that the only place it could be was with him.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
Wow.
no,
So did you?
I've never been there. I feel like after we, say our grace, you have to go. Like you
Jesus.
have to go. You can't stay here. You cannot stay here. And I think that has more or less to do with just me and my comfortability.
Yes.
Because because if someone's in the house, I can't sleep. Like I can't rest if it's not my mama and my dad. You know what I mean? Like people
So
that I
you've
grew
never
up
had a
with.
hook.
Yeah.
I agree with you. One first
Mhm.
foremost. However, you've never had a hookup when the nigga stayed over, or you never stayed over at a nigga house.
God no.
Really?
Because I can't sleep. Like I want to be able to sleep.
Mm.
And I can't sleep because in my mind I'm thinking, girl, they might be stealing something, or hell, I may never wake up. Like
Uh,
you have to go.
uh,
You have to
I feel
go.
that though.
Yeah.
I
Mm-mm.
feel that. I feel that because there's an element of I don't know you for real.
I don't know you. I
Yeah.
don't know you.
We just had so like you just inserted yourself in my body, but still I don't know you for real.
I still don't know you. Like
Right.
I think I
You were
have that.
telling that before you entered.
I
Like
don't
I feel
know.
like I do that same thing. Like when I go, like when I have to use the bathroom, right? I don't use the bathroom at other people's houses. And you can't use the bathroom at mine.
So you gonna shit on yourself?
Not
No,
even
I'll go home. I'll leave. I will leave.
what?
Yeah, I don't. Mm-mm.
I'm
I
shit.
can't do that. Mm-mm.
Oh wow.
So they lay up. He get back in the bed. He jumped over. Now, if anybody was like me, girl, I did pause when I seen those balls,
Oh
and
no,
I
I didn't
see,
see him. I didn't
girl,
see
I think
him.
I seen it 5 times, girl. I don't watch the movie.
I'm crying.
I did pause, and he gonna have the nerve to leap over Mitchell, so I paused there too.
Stop it.
Um, and then so the scene cuts to Mitchell waking up, walking, they're kissing or whatever, walking out, what to him. Can I say something? That was a sexy scene to me. Him walking out, them kissing him, trying to put his shirt on, baby. I live that scene. I live that. Girl, when you see just a little bit of his black hands under them jeans like that, girl, I live for that.
uh
So he leaves, and then he gets a phone call 11 o'clock on the dot from Miss Mama's,
huh. Gene.
from Jean. So this is probably a good insertion, Dwayne, where you said something about Jean had some quotes that you couldn't really live for or didn't live for.
Yeah, I didn't definitely quite. There was one where Gene was like, "What did he say?" He said, sounds like rectal gonorrhea in the making to me."
Wait, say that again.
Sounds like rectal gonorrhea in the making to me. Right? And
Yeah,
Mitchell is kind of going over, and to you guys' point, yes, I think Mitchell. We see this kind of in this particular scene, in this sequence rather, we're seeing Gene kind of lists several guys that Mitchell has kind of had this interaction with, and we're seeing the flashbacks. Like I said, everybody looks good. This is a visually
Royal,
film.
Royal, Ramon, and Raekwon.
Right. Royal Ramon. Why is everybody with an R? Did you guys realize that? Royal Ramon Raekwon?
Girl,
Raheem?
how he kept on going, girl, he would have said a few of the girls that I used to talk to.
Uh-uh. Now you know. Now you know.
had, had he kept listening, girl, I would have thought I was in the movie, girl, that the movie was based on me.
I've never Royal Raheem no, I've never talked to anybody with the R in their name. But anyway, no.
Really?
But I found Gene to be so negative. I don't want a bitch like Gene in my life. Because there's that maternal. But I just found him to be so like, it's not gonna work. He's trash. You got to be careful with girls like that. You do. You do.
But Dwayne, that's interesting to hear you say that because I feel that I am Jean. I do feel like I'm Jean.
No, you got to be careful with girls like that. But I don't think you're Gene. I haven't had a moment where, but again, I don't really tell you anything anyway. No, but
Well, and then there's that. Someone said, "Are we
no,
really
but
friends?"
I don't. No. Here's the thing. You are Gene in the way that he is, down to earth. I guess down to earth that she's real, whatever the case to be. He's blunt. It comes from a good place, I'm sure. But I've never heard you be so obscenely negative about everything. I found him to be so bitter in that, and I even have a note. One of my notes said, "Brother on everybody else's arm, no brother on Gene's arm." Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Gene was just so negative.
Well, that's
I,
well, that's not true. That's not true. Gene had them on his arm. Gene didn't want a relationship. Gene did not want a
It was,
relationship.
but that's why he was bitter. He was bitter.
He wasn't bitter,
I
Dwayne.
think
If
you.
you watch the movie, he just got out of a 10-year relationship because the person he was with died. That man was depressed. He was hurt. He was grieving. So he stayed with the nigga. He just was not looking for love again.
And I think he was speaking again from a place of experiencing
Mm-hmm.
certain things with men that not only he dated, but with the men that Mitchell has dated and like all of
Mm-hmm.
the situations they've had in the past, you know.
And and I'm gonna put a pin there because Josh, you said something really, really good. And so Gene, and this is why I say I'm Gene. Say for instance, Dwayne, if you and I,
Uh,
were friends for real, for real, for real, and you share things with me,
you
if
stupid.
you,
Go
I feel
ahead.
like I'm
you know what? No, no, no. I'll flip the script a little bit. I'll flip the script. My cousin, you met my cousin, Misha. She came to New
Yes,
York with us.
yes.
My cousin is one of like the realest people I've ever met. We disagree like a lot of the times, but most times I do agree with her.
Yes.
And mind you, and we're gonna get into that a little later on because I do have a question about that. But she's one of the ones that I can truly trust to keep it real with me.
Yes.
She knows about two to three of the guys in my life that I just, I'm head over heels over, right?
Uh-huh.
And I always go to her, but every time I go to her, I learned this about myself that every time I go to her, I'm going to her always telling her something negative about the guys. I never go to her with anything positive.
Ooh.
So in her mind, there's nothing positive to think about when it ever comes to them. So
Wow.
when he brings up Royal, when he brings up Ramon, when he brings up Raekwon, because Raekwon was one of the guys that I used to talk to, that did something to me because I'm like, oh God. So every time, so when Gene, or what's his name, when Mitchell is in a relationship like this, because Gene has an affinity for these type of men, I mean, Mitchell has an affinity for these type of men,
Uh-huh.
Gene is reminding him, girl, you put up with this already. Like,
Mm.
you've already been there, done that. What
I
have
see
you
a
not
point.
learned?
I see a point. I see a point. So
Now
in
imagine if he was to go to him with something positive about one of those former relationships, maybe Gene would not be so harsh with him about Raheem now. And there goes your kicker girl, Raheem. It starts with an R.
I see a point. I see a point. But I don't know. I was just like, stop being so like, damn.
Sounds
Stop
like
being
rectal
so like
gonorrhea in the
negative.
making.
I just found you to be
Girl,
so
that shit made me key. I keyed.
why did
I
you
keyed. When he said sounds like rectal gonorrhea, girl, I definitely wrote some of these reads down because they were so cute. They were cute.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay.
But
I
no,
was like,
I thought that was
that's
good. Go ahead, Josh.
so negative. I was
So after he
like,
talks with him on the phone. Oh wait, have we exhausted all of that? What's this that you wanted to talk about right here?
yeah.
Um. Well, okay. So, boom. I wanted to finish up and say, Gene did say this. You can take this down really, really quickly because I have my notes right here. I have
Okay.
my notes. Um. One thing Gene did say on this phone call, he said, "A man will do and say anything as long as he gets him some." That's what he said. Okay. And so then, whatever, whatever. And then it cuts into like the thing said 3 weeks later. So then 3 weeks later, um, it appears that Raheem has practically moved into this man's house. I hate that we
No,
didn't get
don't.
a clip of this dirty house, but it's Raheem moved in. Okay,
I'll
practically.
describe the scene. So the scene opens up with dirty laundry, not in the hamper, but on the floor, on the couch, on top of the island in the kitchen. And now that we
That
mentioned
was
the
sexy to
kitchen,
me.
the faucet is leaking. There's dishes in the sink. There's flies. There's trash all around. Dirty pizza boxes, dirty to go food all over the place. And then the scene cuts to the trade and Mitchell. Sorry, Raheem and Mitchell in the bed, laying naked, and also
Hmm.
in the background, the scene his answering machine is going off. His family is asking about him. His friends haven't heard from him.
Hmm.
His auntie is like, "Girl, your mama called me. You better not be getting into trouble again." He's not paying attention to his friends. He's not paying attention to his family. The only person or his own personal needs, hence his house looking that way. But his world is Raheem at this point.
Hmm. His word is right here.
And you know what? And the narration to that point, and the narration, Mitchell says some things here. He says, he can be so thoughtful, but sometimes a distraction. I welcome distraction nonetheless. So this is a direct quote from Mitchell
Mhm.
in the narration. Um, and then he also says, though I found interesting. He says, "I promise you, I'm trying to keep my cool, but it's getting more frustrating every day." So there is a point where, obviously, and this is in the same sequence, right? Where Mitchell, we kind of see where this relationship is starting to become quote unquote a distraction, right? So, like you said, the mentioning of, we see the house in pristine order pre Raheem, and then we see it kind of get out of order post Raheem, the answering machine with the relatives reaching out, having not, heard from him in a while. And then we get that narration where, his world becomes so engrossed in Raheem.
Mhm.
And then we're introduced to another friend, right? Another friend in the tree, because it was Gene. And then what was this other friend's
This
name?
was BD. This is the character that
BD.
reminded me of Josh.
Why is that? Hold on.
It reminded me because we were.
Why-
Wait a minute, Jack. You can do a split?
Of course.
Girl, she's nimble. That's Miss Nimble.
Ooh.
Yeah, that character reminded me of
Are you
B.
gonna do
BD reminded me so much of Josh, but like just like the, it's just always had. Well, not always had, but just like high spirited. One of the ones with like the quick remarks. Obviously like the flexibility, just all, the whole
don't
thing. Like,
assume because you're gonna make an ass out of you and me.
okay,
That was my
he,
favorite quote.
he said don't assume because you'll make an ass out of
Oh, I thought he said, "Don't assume because you're gonna make an ass out of you and me."
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
He said,
yeah.
I was like, girl, what? But
I'm gonna
yeah,
watch
so
it.
that was that. And then I love the fact that he was just like, because Gene has been trying to call him, and he was like, girl, I'll call him. He'll pick up for me. And girl, he picked up the
Right.
phone. So then
And
that was
Sean
that.
said he picked up.
So that was that. And then I thought maybe we had that clip because I definitely clipped it to get to that point. But this is where we are introduced to the new character of DD. And I think this is where it balances out their friendship. You have Gene, who is like the realist, I guess you could say the nasty, the mean one, Mr. Grinch. Then you have um, the only thing that I can really relate them to is Noah's Ark. Like they're the pinnacle, they're the blueprint. Mitchell to me
Mhm.
is Noah, right? And then Gene is Chance with a little mix of Alex, a little bit, just a mix, but more Chance. And
Exactly.
then BD is Ricky a little bit when it comes to
With
like the free spiritedness of it.
I feel like I think Alex is split in half between those two, and then Ricky is more of the BD character.
I
Ricky
see that.
and
Yeah,
Alex
and Chance. I
are
got you. Yeah.
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 Mhm.
That's where it becomes like this whole balance thing for me to be introduced to BD, who's in this relationship, so on and so forth, and tries
Right.
to get almost didn't know it. What's his name? Tries to get Mitchell to come out, bring you know, Raheem around so we can meet him. Girl, let's see like what's got you so much in a frenzy.
Ooh,
And
right,
so the picture that I screenshot was when they all met up at this little burnt spot
right.
and we were introduced to BD's boyfriend, who was actually fine. Courtney is his name in the
Uh,
film. Courtney, also known as Babyface. But I took a screenshot of, again, costume designer here. I took a screenshot of the button, the pink shirt, the button. I mean, for dear life, that was about to pop.
I do not have that in the system.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Girl, I hate that I don't have it here, but it was I mean, it was like he had on a button-up shirt and it was
Let
stressing
me
his
go.
chest.
Let me
Obviously,
go
he had a
see.
big chest, and it was stressing the shirt out. And I wonder if that was intentional because are we trying to? Because if you pay attention, everyone in the film had nice bodies. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It almost gave no fats, no films
So lack of representation.
for me.
Mm.
For me.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point. There is definitely that kind of, yeah,
And
right.
but then I say then dare I say rather we say no facts no films now, but we kind of like pay it. But we have to be honest with ourselves. There was a time where literally on those apps we mentioned at the top of the show, in your bio, off the rip, no facts, no films. They weren't interested. There was a time that was. So I'd be curious to know if the characters were truly supposed to evoke that time period of this masculinity, especially in like New York, this masculinity of we work out, we go to the gym, we play basketball, we wear our tight shirts. You know what I mean? Like I didn't see the most feminine thing in here was BD.
Right. Right. And again, I was conflicted about that too, because in my mind, I wanted to see modern day New York. Like I said, living here, being somewhat in the scene, whatever, gays come in so many shapes, sizes, personalities, looks, and friend groups are so diverse. I wanted to see that, but then I kept having to remind myself about the original intent behind the story. Hip hop, masculinity, this kind of hood ghetto thing. I kept kind of trying to get back to that and saying, okay, but in the context of B-boy blues, it can't be that. But I definitely wanted to see a little bit I'll tell you what, I get your point about that diversity factor. Obviously everybody has their personalities. So what we're looking at Gene
So
right now. So this
that's
is
the
Gene.
button that he's talking.
This is the button
Oh,
in question. This is the button in question.
look at that button, girl. I didn't even notice
I
that.
did.
Girl,
Suki is a
y'all
mess.
listen, I'm noticing it, but yeah, how did I not notice it? Like it's ill fitting. It's too tight.
I
He
didn't
looks
notice
so
it.
good
But I'm
though.
looking at the
My
scene.
god.
I didn't notice it, but you know what? But this is
Oh my
why
god, he looks so
I
good. He
love
looks so good.
I love the expertise
Ooh.
that you bring to this project here, because like you said, you're a costume
Oh
designer.
my god.
Okay, and costumes are just as important as the scripts on the paper. So I love this expertise that you bring in.
Mm-hmm.
I did not see this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because again, that kind of maybe lack of representation, or it was just ill fitting.
When I
And somebody on the costume design set should have been like, no, bro, we want to get you a size up.
when I tell
But
you,
but go ahead, Josh.
go ahead, go ahead. I'm doing something very
Well,
serious. Go ahead.
because what I was going to say was it's more or less it's less about the fact that it doesn't fit, but it is more about the fact that it doesn't fit to speak to again the costume. Even when they don't say a word, it still tells the story. So that's why I'm just kind of
Right.
like I wonder if anybody else picks up on the fact that like his shirt is extremely like it's extremely too small. You can clearly see that that button is stressing, and is that supposed to represent the time period of the story that they're trying to tell of the no fats, no films?
Hmm.
Because it's not talked about, but it's you know what I mean. Like I picked up on that, and so if I was to truly say like, do I see myself in this? Do I see myself in this? I can't say I do. Like I don't see myself in this, and I don't want to sound like a Karen to say, "Oh, I don't see myself." I'm. But what I'm saying is, if we're talking about queer, I almost wish they could have touched on as many as possible. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a bit too critical, but and I also have to keep in context of the time period in which you're discussing too. But that to me, I just picked up on that immediately. Like, oh yeah, this felt like no fast, no things, literally.
I don't know, but I
Hmm.
would have popped that button
That's the
open,
point.
Miss Thing. I honestly would have lined all of them up. I'm not even gonna, I'm not even gonna hold you.
Oh God, not lining up.
Wait a minute. Are you topping,
So,
Josh, or what are you doing?
well, so what did you say?
Are you topping
I'm
at this,
most definitely
or what are you doing?
bottoming. Uh,
Oh,
in
for all of them?
every scenario, I'm the bottom. I'm the bottom of this mug. That's how much of a bottom I am.
Girl,
Um,
not you the bottom of the barrel. Not you the bottom of the barrel.
yep, as long as it's the bottom. Um, while we're on this topic of him introducing his friends, when do you introduce your friends to your new partner or your new love interest?
Mhm.
And have you done that before? And I guess I can start while y'all gather
Go
your thoughts.
ahead.
The very first time that my friends met someone that I was dating, just I'll talk about one person in particular because it's happened with, a few, not a few times, a time or two.
It's happened one time in particular, a few times.
Right, right, right. So it was my very first time doing stand up, and I was extremely nervous. not only because it was my first time doing stand up, but it was my my friends were meeting my partner at the time. Um, and I don't know what I was nervous about, but everybody got along. I just got on stage and I bombed because I drank too much because I'm so nervous. I just got on stage and I froze. But everything turned out to be fine. We all went out to eat afterwards. It wasn't this big old thing. It was just like, oh, okay, hey, how you doing? And I was not calling this person my boyfriend at the time either, which is crazy because when he introduced me, he was like, oh, this is my boyfriend. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's what we are. Go ahead.
When you say your friends, were your friends a group of gay people?
Yes and no. There were girls, meaning fish there. There were gay people there. There were some straight guys there. There's people, mainly co-workers, but people I consider my friends as well.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Now,
Go ahead.
let me ask you, how long were you seeing the guy?
We have been seeing each other for maybe close to a year.
Damn, bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Damn. You know what? My friends can meet my partner. I'm going to say within that first month.
Mm.
I am so family oriented that like within that first month, we can all meet. Um, yeah, I am very like, look, this is me. This is my story. This is my tribe. So I actually loved it, but I hated Raheem showing up shirtless.
Girl,
They kept him in this. He was either shirtless or he had a tank top on, and I put that in my notes because I said, okay, why do they keep like we get it? We get it, but we're not gonna. I said, what is this tank top and this kind of like? It was just too on the nose for me, and that's what made the film kind of like I said, loved it, enjoyed it, gonna root for it, but that's what for me. I was like, look, we get it. There's certain things that you just say we get it to. There was no need for him to stroll up the block shirtless. You're not going out with me and my friends, and all you have is a tank top on. Later in the film, we see him showing up to the family function. We'll get there. I said, what the hell is going on? That bothered me a little
so
bit.
what bothered me about that scene particularly was not only does he show up shirtless, but then you got fish sitting off to the side. Hold on, we ain't got that far yet, but that's fine. You got fish sitting off to the side with their mouth wide open, looking at this man walk up. And I'm sure they're probably already in their mind coming up with just a whole bunch of scenarios. Oh, he going over there to them gay. Oh, we don't lost another one. All of these things that they say. All of these things that
Someone
they
said,
say.
okay, Carl says, I've never introduced a gentleman caller to my family. The fact
Come on,
that
gentlemen, caller.
the fact that
Yes.
you're saying gentleman caller lets us know that you are still in the closet, Carl. And that's totally fine. But I want you to know that it is okay to be who you are.
Well, I don't think that's true because I've never introduced anyone to my family. Clearly, I'm not in the closet.
Well, I said
I've
gentleman caller. I
introduced
said that term, gentleman caller, is
I've introduced
That doesn't.
people at a time.
Hold on one moment, Dwight. That doesn't mean that they're in the closet. That's probably again. I know, Carl.
none,
Hey, Carl. Welcome, Carl.
none,
That's a term.
none. I was making a joke.
She said, "Girl, slow down, slow down."
Okay.
Steve
Well, say now. Wait a minute, girl,
Fine.
because most of these views are coming from the people that I asked to show up, girl. But to say now, wait a minute.
Oh,
But no. We're here now. Let's talk about it. I think the term Justin McCullough. Why don't we use that anymore?
I've never heard of that.
wait a minute. Are we talking about the term or the
Right.
introducing a family? What are we on?
Let's talk about the
Let's talk about
individual.
the term really quickly. Let's talk about the term really quickly because Carl
I
is
like the
of the
term John.
community.
I like when we used to
Huh?
call guys John.
John?
Yeah, like, I had a John. You know what I mean?
They still
Like,
say that.
I've never.
Hold on, Tookie, you
I've
break
never
up.
heard that one.
Okay, you back.
But I'm breaking up again.
You're back. You're back.
she's waking up again. She's gonna have to call in. We're gonna have to put a
You're back.
call-in number on the line. We're gonna get you, but you may have to call in, girl.
Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So I wanted to speak really, really quickly about the term gentleman caller because I think it speaks again to the different eras. So Carl is seasoned. and I use that term because that is the term from his era. I'll say just McCollar. And then I also think
Someone
it's about era. I think it's about region in which you grew up. And what's ironic is Josh and I grew up in the same state, but I've never heard the term John, which is what?
No, like like you say, because
Referring
John
to
was
your
for the
dude as a
regular.
John?
John was for the like John was like a client, right? So for the trans girls or whoever had a client, you would say, "Oh, that's my John." Prostitutes, fish, whatever. You would just say, "Oh, that's my John," or "I had a John." So John was kind of used in that way, where if you had a John, you had a date. So I like the term John. Obviously it's been affectionately used to in various ways. But John, that's the origins of John. Like, oh, you had a John, you had a client, you had a date. So I like the term John. But gentleman caller is actually cute as well. And thank you, Carl. For,
Yeah, I think I'm
I
gonna
don't
start
know
using
that.
that now.
you
I
said,
think
huh?
I'm gonna use that now.
What, a John or gentleman
Gentleman
caller?
caller.
I'm gonna stick with John. Like, oh, I had a John. Like, oh, the kids are calling themselves shit these days. Oh, that's my little shit.
No, fine shit.
Oh, fine
I
shit.
love
Why?
that
Why do
one.
kids call
Fine
themselves
shit.
fine shit?
Yeah.
What
They
is that
love
about?
they're like,
Fine
oh yeah,
shit.
that's my
Fine
fine
shit.
shit.
Girl,
Mm-hmm.
girl,
I don't know about the term.
you know say.
But you
But
know what?
speak.
Shut up, Carl. I'm sorry. I want to go back because he says he's never introduced a gentleman caller to my family. That's interesting. There's dynamics there. Are you out? Are you not out? Or
Do y'all call y'all ass
is there
bussy or pussy?
what?
Like
What's
like
it?
when you're getting
Booty.
like when you're oh wait what?
What?
When you're in the moment,
Booty.
like do you like the trade saying, yeah, this my pussy or
I do.
oh,
Yes.
oh you say that
Yes.
or you get
Yes.
it said to you?
I hate
That's a good question.
I,
Who's asking? No. But you know what? I love. Here's the thing. I do. I like both. I like saying it. I like it being said to me. I will not shy away from using that word. I think, and that's just what makes gay sex so fun, because you can be as creative with it as you want. You know what I mean? You could call it a pussy. You can get me pregnant, or I'm gonna get you pregnant.
Yes.
You can just get so creative with gay sex that it's just in ways that.
mm-mm.
Now, Carl, he has another comment. He says, "I am out, and it is by choice. I choose to respect my family." See, that's interesting. So,
Mm-mm.
when you say respect your family, is it disrespectful to bring a gentleman caller to the family? Why is that something considered respectful versus not, Carl? But I know we're going to go on a little bit of a tangent here. Where are we in the film at this point?
No, tangents are good. That's what the show is about. Because, and what's crazy is Carl is literally commenting the things that I've written
Oh,
down. Because one of my questions was, once we got to that part of him coming to the family reunion, but since we're here now, is
Oh,
I'm trying to
oh, I
think,
thought you were
girl, I wasn't
frozen,
froze.
girl.
But
girl, I said that Wi-Fi, honey.
I guess I was trying to think, like, so your question was, is it disrespectful? Is it disrespectful to yourself by trying to be respectful to your family? And that's kind of the thing that I don't struggle. That's kind of one of the challenges that I've been trying to work myself through is if I was to be straight, I wouldn't have had a problem to show my girl to, my family. Why is it that because I'm gay, I don't feel comfortable showing my man to my family? And I think it's a less about comfortability and more about no, I think I just want to keep what's mine over here mine because I already know my family. I think that's what it is. I think it's less about me, and I'm only speaking for me. I think it's less about me
Right,
and
but
more
Dwayne is
about them.
saying, why is it disrespectful?
Right, because he uses the term "I choose to respect my family," right? And so,
Well, but
Why
I
is
would say
it
the same
disrespectful?
thing, and but I can't speak for him.
uh,
I can't speak
uh,
for him, but I would say the same thing where I'm trying to respect my family because I know my family. And then so if I bring him around and something's said or something is sly, then I'm going to have to defend my man, and I'm going to
Uh-oh.
disrespect my family. I'm going to say some off the wall stuff. So I think the respect is more or less about like because I know you, I already know how to move when it
Yeah.
comes to you, i.e. my family. So for me, that is where the respect thing comes in. Like
R-E-S-P-E,
I'm just gonna
respect me.
respect my family.
R-E-S-P-E, respect me.
Come on, Kaya.
Girl, I'm
Come on,
crying.
Kaya.
Um, but hold on, we were talking about nicknames and things. Did y'all catch that the nickname was
Yes,
Little Bit and
I
we
love
Pookie?
did.
that. I thought that was so cute. I
You
did.
did,
I
How
did.
did you feel? I didn't
Joshua.
feel
How did
one
you
way
feel
or
about it?
another.
I hated
That-
it. I hated it a lot actually. And I hated the fact that they gave them the little names, the nicknames Little Bit and Pookie. It just felt it felt forced. Nothing about that man was small. Nothing about the other man gave Pookie. It just felt like those are names that you give to a doll. Those are names that you give to, your children or something. It just felt forced in
But
my
you don't want
opinion. And so to
you don't
call
want
each
a
other
strong, tall man to call you a little bit.
There is
What can
no,
he
nothing
call you,
little about
girl?
Suki.
Suki or Bay or because and I'm gonna tell you why I don't like nicknames. Honestly, I don't like nicknames because it almost makes me feel like you really don't know my name, or or you got too many people, so you have
So
to
what
give them
about
all
the
the same
people who
name so
call
you can
you
keep
be
up.
like, "What's up, Took?"
Yeah, I used
Okay, so we're here now. So there are a few who call me that. There are a few who call me that. And what's funny is my cousin, shout out to Misha again, a lot of her straight
What's that,
friends,
Beyonce?
they call me Sook. Hold on. I agree with Carl, especially with my grandmother being a pastor. I know how she is, so I respect what she may or may not believe, so I decided not to introduce my partner. I agree. That's my sister.
But
I
does your
agree.
family respect you enough to allow you to be who you are?
And they
And
do.
apparently they don't
that's
because you're
the
not
question.
comfortable
I,
bringing somebody that you're
That's the
in love
question.
with around
That's the
them.
question. Yes, ma'am.
no, I would disagree with that because for me, they respect me enough to know that this is my
But
life and
keep
this
it
is
over
how I
there.
live. I
As long as
respect,
it's over there, it's all
I,
right. But
I
as soon as you bring
respect,
it in my face, it's not okay.
correct. No, 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 no. I'm not saying that it's not okay because they're already saying it's not. I'm saying I'm defending my relationship because again, no one knows my family better than I know my family. So if I bring this man around, okay, let's make it hetero. Let's make it a hetero relationship. Let's make it a hetero relationship. What's the difference between bringing if we brought a girl to the house and your mama's interrogating her or asking certain questions and now she's feeling away? That's already
Oh,
one
not
dynamic. And
Joy.
so the girl
Hold
probably
on.
feeling a little bit
She said,
insecure.
yes, she has told me she respects me, but not so much my choice. Your choice
Hmm.
of who to date? Okay.
We gonna have to unpack that. But I
Sorry.
think, and we'll have to because you know what, this is well again, and I want to thank you all for sharing your experiences, and I want to be obviously cognizant of my privilege. Um, my thing is if I can't bring my partner around you, it's not a fact of it was respect or love or just if I can't bring my partner around you, I can't bring myself around you.
But Dwayne, they're not saying that they can't. They're saying they're not going to. There's a difference.
True. Now,
There's a difference. They're
it
not saying that they
sounds
can't do it. They're saying they're not going to do it. That's their
but it sounds
choice.
interchangeable to me. But like I get it, and I respect it, and like I said, that's why it's such a conversation, for another time perhaps, because like I said, there is a privilege with that. When you live a queer identity, there is a privilege. So I want to be cognizant of that, because again, I've had it where I've courted multiple guys at once, and they each got a chance to meet the family, like Flavor of Love, girl.
Oh
They
my.
each got a chance to meet the family. Where I brought this one guy around, they know this one. Another
That was
function, I brought this
audition.
one, they know. Girl, they
So I guess I'm curious to know. Well, what did you gain from introducing
Tom, Dick, and Harry.
the Bachelor Club to your family?
You know what?
Like,
That's a good question. That's a good question. Um, So a little bit about me. I have engaged in the polyamorous lifestyle, which means that you openly kind of date more people than once. What have I gained? That's such a interesting question because it's not so much a gain. There is nothing necessarily to gain in that moment. But if we're having something, if we're having a fish fry, my family does the fish fries at our barbecues. Um, it's just like, hey, come over. You were doing something. Hey, I brought one ex to there was like an African New Year, an African festival we did. I brought one gentleman, the family got to meet him. Everybody was in there like dashikis and shit. And again, like I said, these are things that are privileged. So I'm not being, but I think and just my story. It is what it is. And dealing with polyamory, yeah, they've met several guys, like they know different guys. And like I said, there's no gain necessarily, but it's interesting. We'll have to get into that on my story another time or whatever. But it that's a good point. It's a good question.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, Josh, I know we talked
Uh-huh.
on our live, when we talked on our live about bringing your mother in on Joshua Bloke. And this transcended beyond just your partners. This was like literally a whole nother life practically, girl. I mean, it's like with your mom, you're Miley, but with us, you're Hannah Montana. Why haven't she met the
Well,
other side or your
I
family?
understand what you're saying. My stage
Hmm.
name. So what Tuki is touching on is I haven't shared my stage name with my mother. Um,
Okay.
and that's just because I mean, girl, the simple answer is I'm not ready to deal with that. Like, I feel like if my
Mhm.
mother was in the comments right now, I wouldn't be able to say some of the stuff I was saying, not because I'm scared of my mom or look, I can't talk, but I want like, bitch, I'm grown. But I would be a little bit more careful about what I'm saying instead of being open and free and performing for you all. So
So what's the difference between literally what you said and then us, me, Carl, and Kayonce saying the same thing about no, I'm gonna keep my
I
relationship over
think that's
here.
different
Hmm.
because that's introduced. It's not. I'm not hiding the fact that I'm gay from my mother. I'm just
And no, I
saying
read because they know.
I'm not hiding a partner from them. Like, you know what I mean? Like if she said that the difference is if she said, "Oh, I don't want to know about your experience. Keep it over there. Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't want to know your stage name. Keep that gay shit over there, bitch. You fucking faggot."
Uh,
That
Why are you
that's the
going there? I
difference.
had to look up like what happened.
That's the difference.
girl, girl, now I hate for her to say all that, but I don't think anyone is saying. Excuse me, I had to turn my. I don't think any one of us are saying like that's how they're gonna give it up. I know. I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, but I just know coming from small town Sanford, families Christian, all of the things, growing up Christian, who out the
Mhm.
bam. I just again and my family is already well, my mama really, but
I think y'all are
we're
comparing
mouthy
apples to
people,
oranges,
and we're
and it's not.
are they not both fruits?
They're both
No, you need
fruits,
to
but they
stop.
don't taste the same.
Okay, okay, so we're in the same
Yeah, we
we're in
make
the
them the
same
same
part of the
moldies, but they
food
don't taste the
pyramid.
same.
We're 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 in the same food pyramid. Got
They
it.
don't taste the
So
same.
Oh, okay.
essentially, I feel like to my point, I am, and things change, right? Things change, people change, feelings change. I will never be in a space at this moment today, to bring anyone over to introduce. Hey, man, this is my man. I wouldn't. I just wouldn't do that. Now, has there been someone I brought over to the house? Yeah, I have, but I never
They
said
probably
who he
did.
was or
Okay,
what he
what the hell?
was.
Wait, he was just what was he the houseman?
And so to that point, I think they already knew. Like I'm at a space like now, girl. Y'all already know I don't really have many friends. So whoever I bring over, girl, just chop it up. That's either his man or his friend. I should have to explain this to you.
Girl, she said don't ask, don't tell. You know what?
That I mean,
Like I said, I love it. I respect it, and it's so different. I'm thankful to have such an open kind of, and I think for me, it's kind of maybe there's a rebellious nature to it in the way that obviously I don't want to disrespect anybody, but it's just like, yeah, I am. This is who I am. Like it, hate it, love it. it is what it is. Um, and so I'm able to live in that world, and I give thanks for that, and thank you guys all for your input. We have Carl and Kayonce,
Yes,
and
thank y'all so
of
much.
course,
Okay, so
yeah,
just a quick
Tuki
recap.
and
So just a quick
Shout
recap
out to
about what we
them.
have already touched on. Mitchell has gotten dick whooped by the trade Raheem. He
yes,
introduced um, Raheem to his friends. After this time, I see this clip of these trumpets. Tuki, did you have something that you wanted to mention? Something right here?
girl, that is not a trumpet.
I did.
What did you say? It's not a
I
trumpet.
did. I did. I did. Um,
That
Wait,
is not a
what did
trumpet,
Carl
girl.
say? Same difference.
Uh uh.
Okay.
girl, y'all better call. She's a
No,
quick
no, no.
reader, girl. She's from
I'm saying
Lawrence.
about
She's
the
a quick reader,
I'm saying about
girl.
the instrument. Same difference.
Girl, that's
I'm
mother.
saying
Leave
about
her
the
alone.
instrument. I'm talking about the
She's a
instrument.
Carl comes from.
That
Carl comes from a different era, girl. She's quick,
saxophone,
girl.
trumpet, French horn,
Uh,
same difference.
But so yes, I did want to touch on something because I also wanted to bring back up to Dwayne that Miss Jean does in fact have niggas on her arm because this is where we met Carl from the club. Remember, he was working as the bouncer. So Carl was there that night. You know, Pookie fed a little bit something to eat. Courtney fed Beatty something to eat, and Jean looked at Carl like, "Girl, you'll get your chance. Not tonight.
uh,
Not
brother, ain't
tonight."
everybody
So
got
as they were
arm.
walking, I'm crying. So as they're walking out, I thought this was a very, very good moment, and I did not catch it the first time, but obviously the last four times I watched it, the song that is being played is "Lift Every Voice and
Mhm.
Sing,"
Mm,
and as we know,
mm-mm,
y'all didn't catch
Yeah,
that.
of course
I
I
didn't.
did. I did. That was a nice
Okay.
transition.
So the song that's being played is "Lift Every Voice and Sing," and as we know, that is like the Black national anthem. And I thought it was very interesting that they put that song in this particular film because we're talking about the Black national
Hmm.
anthem. And for those of you who know me, you all know I live and love Craig the Writer Stewart. And I love how he always finds some way to find parallelism between the Black
Uh-huh.
experience and the gay
Mm,
experience. And then what it's like to be both
Thank
Black
you.
and gay or Black and queer at the same time,
Okay.
concurrently. And so my
come on.
question was, to ask you all, what do you think the parallelism between being both Black and queer come when it comes to this song? How does this song like make you feel when you think about your experience with every voice and sing?
Um,
That's a great
if I'm
question.
quite literally being honest,
I know
I
I wrote it.
I don't know. I don't know "Lift Every Voice and Sing" by heart. Like I'm one of the people who have to have the
Uh-uh.
lyrics up while it's going down, so I can't really answer that
Uh-uh.
question. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, but you know what? No, thank you. Look, that's a great question. And I think for me, when I hear that song, it resonates with my blackness first. I was black before I was anything else. Um, and so I don't necessarily equate my queerness with that because being black enough already has its own struggle. And so when I hear Lift Every Voice, I'm not thinking about a black queer struggle. I'm thinking about a black American struggle and how far we've come and still how far we have to go. Um, so that's what I think about. But like I said, it's a wonderful question. But like I said, that's what resonates with me. How I'm in my mind, it's not about queer or not. It's about just being black. But
I'm gonna read
Thank
the first
thank
stanza to
you.
you, John, so you have an idea. Lift every voice and sing, till earth and
sing
heaven
it, bitch.
ring with the harmonies of liberty.
Sing it, bitch.
Because it want to come out so bad. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, Let us march on until victory is won. You can't tell me as a queer person you don't
I
feel that song resonate with you.
my whole thing is okay. Dwayne, you brought up that you're black first when you
Hmm.
I am black and gay at the same time. And just coming from a very small town in North Carolina.
Hmm.
Huh?
Sanford,
Yeah, we'll
Sanford.
go with that one. It's 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 very easy for us to be black and stand with the black folks, but it's very difficult for black folks to
Mhm,
stand with us. So that's why when we talk about this
mhm,
whole black pride thing
mhm.
and everything, yes, I'm black. Don't get it twisted, bitch. Don't get it twisted. I'm black. I'm black and I'm proud, but I am black and gay at the same time. So,
Yes.
and T.S. Madison, who I love and adore, who is mother to me, she talks about windmilling the white folks with the black people, but then I got to turn around and windmill the black folks because I'm a sweetie. So, yeah, I
Hmm.
do feel the empowerment that comes from that stanza niece, but I also feel like we not only do we have a long way to go, we have an even longer way to go.
Hmm.
Absolutely. And you're saying we, as in
Black and
those of us
queer,
who are
yes.
both black and queer.
And you know what? And
Hmm.
absolutely. And I agree with everyone's point here. Um, and I remember I had a teacher when I first started reading James Baldwin. It was like finding a unicorn. I didn't know people like me. I knew obviously there were other gay blacks, but James Baldwin was introduced to me in about ninth or 10th grade. And it was by a teacher, a black teacher, a black guy, heterosexual from the island. And he was like a TA. He was a teacher's assistant, and he introduced me to James Baldwin. He saw me. He saw the struggles that I was going through, and he was the one I was like, I need you to start reading this guy. Like, I need you. And so that's why James Baldwin is one of my favorite ancestors, and that's why I want to read everything James Baldwin has written. I have not. We're talking at least over a decade ago, but I'm still in my James Baldwin bag, and because he paved the path for us to be sitting here talking about something like B-boy blues today. And he kind
Hmm.
of his experience with being both gay and African American. Um, I look to what he went through, right? And obviously he went through it at a different time, a radical time where, but I look to him where, like you said, T.S. Madison is mother to you, James Baldwin is mother, to
Mhm.
me, in that sense. So he is whom I look to for that guidance. And like I said, he's just a wonderful ancestor. But um, yeah, like I said, for me, and I get your point. I think that the problem with blacks, it comes from religion. It comes from religion. I'm just going to spit it out. I think that's just what it is. And I've just been my journeys have been so different and so tailored to fit where I'm at now. And I would just love to have that conversation one day. But I got to a point where I got tired of fighting black people. You're not saying that I won't,
Okay.
but my focus is on, especially we're in Trump's America, we're in Trump 2.0, whatever the case may be. My focus is on protecting my blackness first. You understand what I
Hmm.
mean? Uh, because when you see me, you see black. This is before you see gay. This is before you see, and so my focus is there. Um, it is what it is. So Carl says the lyrics still don't ring true for blacks, not gays. It is inspiration, yes. Does it highlight the struggle? Also, yes, and that's true. I mean, obviously, there's still so much to go. There's still so much to go. It almost feels like in a way we're regressing, right? And so that's why my focus is you know that black identity first and foremost. In terms of, like I said, fighting blacks and the whole thing, I do want to get into that. I do want to, not tonight, but
Yes,
I
I
do
understand.
want to talk about that and just the religious trauma,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's where a lot of that fighting blacks come
Mm-hmm.
from that right there. Um, like I said, my journey was different. My spiritual journey, I ended up, leaving the denomination I was raised in, and now kind of navigating spaces to find my spiritual being and my spiritual grounding, and what that means for me. And again, we'll have to talk about that at another time. But I think that's where the foundation of that fight comes from. And I got tired of it. I got tired of it. I'm not gonna lie. I got so tired of it. I have this book here that it's written by a white author, white gay author, and it's I forgot, it's like How to Be Gay and Christian or Being Gay and Christian, something like that. It's an orange cover, and I started reading it because somebody really wanted me to read it, and I have to finish it. I didn't like it because it's well established early on. It's like, oh, okay, he's like this Mormon, not even a Mormon, but he's coming from like Ohio, one of those kind of small towns. Everybody's Christian. Again, this is a white gay
Mm-hmm.
experience, but his whole thing is he's alluding to the fact that being gay and Christian is okay as long as you're not promiscuous, right? As long as you're not having gay sex. And you girl, like, look, we're going on a tangent, and look, girl, I'm about to hop off of here because it's 10:10 on my side of town. But I would love for us to pick up and have this conversation about identities. But I do think it's possible to marry the identities and resonate with whatever side. And I do think some people live in a world where their gay identity is more important to them, and that's fine as well. And I respect that. Uh, but with that, I love you girls so much. Yes,
Okay.
yes, I love you girls so much. And this was super fun. I want to thank all of our commenters and watchers. I'm going to sign off, but these girls are going to stay on and continue to do their thing. And until next
All
time,
right. Thank you so
do you
much,
guys have any
Dwayne.
comments for
Dwayne,
me?
where can everybody find you and follow you?
Oh my God. Well, you know what? If you want to subscribe to my Just for Fans,
Ah,
I have a link tree. It's Tuki, not a headline. No, you know what? You can find me on Instagram. My Instagram is the Wayne, which is DUH, like the underscore Wayne with two E's.
Wayne with
The
two E's or three E's? I
underscore
thought it was three
Wayne.
E's.
Huh?
Isn't it three E's total? Is two E's total?
Girl, is it two? Girl, I think it's two E's. Hold on. Why should
Well, I'm gonna just say it out, girl. I hate that you're getting off because I really want to get through this film because there's a lot more to still unpack. And you're not gonna be here for the rest of the
uh-oh.
discussion, so that does kind
Three
of,
Three
E's.
E's. Okay. I'm
Three
putting
girl.
that
E's.
in the chat. So you all go ahead and follow Dwayne on Instagram.
Yes.
Also, if you this is like a brief intermission, I guess. Go ahead and subscribe. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. That's
Yes.
on Nova for Real and on Joshua Blow and on Tuki's Facebook. Go ahead and thumbs up the live. Thank you all so much. All right.
Yes.
Dwayne, thank you so much for your input. We cannot wait to see you next
Thank
time.
you,
We
gentlemen.
will hit you up on the back end. Have a lovely rest and
Yes.
slumber. And I'm sending you so much light.
Ah, thank you, girls.
Don't
There
dream
you
about
guys.
me too much.
Yeah. Please.
Yes. So Tuki, did you have anything you wanted to add
Yes.
about the lift every voice and sing and how it resonates with you and maybe the identities black? How do you feel about that? The whole.
Yeah, no. So I'm, like I said, maybe I'm in a cult of some sort of Craig's, but I really do feel that my experience, and I hear people that I have to women all the time about, well, no, it's not the same thing. Girl, I get it, it's not the same thing, but there are similarities with my experience being a black man and a gay man. You know what I mean? So it's just like when I heard the song, I personally thought, oh my God, this song like yes, it's talking about continuing the fight, learning where you come from, knowing how much further you have to go. That victory has, there's more still to come. I think that speaks across the board for anyone who is going through some sort of experience, regardless of race, sexual orientation, or whatever. So I see the resignation between the two. Others don't, and that's fine. So the note that I put that it touches on the shared experience with both, with emphasis on voice, endurance, and the collective survival in the face of systemic exclusion. So that's what I feel about the
Okay.
song.
Well, all right. So just a
Hmm.
quick recap for everybody, anybody else who is tuning in, or if you're watching the rerun. Um, so Mitchell has been having sex with the trade Raheem, and he has introduced his friends to Raheem, and now it is time for Raheem to introduce Mitchell to his friends.
Well,
Okay.
before we get there,
All right.
before we get
All
there, I
right.
wanted to touch on this because according to the timeline of the film, we can move the trumpet. According to the timeline of the film, it is about maybe 3 to 6 weeks in. They're laying down, obviously from finishing having sex, and Raheem says something.
What does he say?
He tells
Okay.
Mitch he loves him. This is a turning point. I mean, I thought this is a turning point. This is the first time we're hearing those three magical words. What does it mean when someone tells you that they love you? And especially in the context of laying down, is this considered pillow talk? Are you saying because we're in the mood to,
Yeah.
for you to have said it? And if you really paid attention, Raheem said he loved him, but I did not hear Mitch say it
I don't
back.
remember
I
Mitchell
did not
saying it
hear
back
him say it
either.
back.
I think this is gonna sound horrible, and a lot of people are gonna think I do not like men. And I guess in some instances,
They won't think that.
okay. Have you
They
seen me in the
won't.
bedroom? But
Yeah, no.
but it's I think genuinely men, they will say things in the moment and try to manipulate you and try to, capture you with that love spell, that dick spell, that sex spell, and they will say anything to see how much control they can have over you and your emotions. So I don't
Hmm.
know. I think Mitchell was just hesitant because, like we've mentioned with Gene, he's been through all of this before, and maybe that was like the point. He was like, okay, maybe I need to dial this back a little bit because maybe I am going down, this broken record rabbit hole. I had to use alliteration aura, other
Hmm.
autumn aura,
Girl, I see what you did. I see
autumn
what you did
auras,
there.
girl.
I see what you did. I see. I see what you did. So my question is: have you ever been in a moment where you said those three
Yes,
words?
I have. I remember this.
Where you were on all fours when you said it, or you stood up
After I
straight?
had finished writing him on this very couch, we were hey, you wanted hey. Um we had on a show. I can't remember what show or what movie, YouTube video, whatever it was, and we were just holding one another. And we were just laughing and keying. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I love you. Oh my god." And I said, oh no, no." I said, "I love," that kind of thing. And he was like, "I heard you." He's like, "I love you too." And I was just like, "Okay, well, whatever, we will." But, you know,
And y'all both
I
just
mean,
paid
it was just
it.
that. And that was it. And that's when,
Oh, that's not my
so what's your
story.
story?
That's not my story. My story is actually going to have to come out on a lifetime. It's going to be some trilogy of some sort because I've always told everything I did when I told them I loved them in
Ooh.
different contexts. Most contexts is it's because we were having sex and it's like, oh, I love you, like girl, it's been that. But the one, it's going to sound terrible. The one man that I do love, and I love him down to the ground, 10 pounds no rounds. I love him, and he does not love me back at all. He does it. And I know he does it. It's very clear. Well, let me not say it's very clear because it's not that clear. Because he'll never say it out of his mouth that he loves me, but his actions show that he does. Like there's been plenty of times, and I know this may sound minuscule, that I'll be down and out, girl, and I'll need some money for food or whatever. Girl, he'll send it, or I'll just pick up the phone randomly, like with no intentions of nothing. Just pick up the phone, call him, and he'll answer, and then we'll be on the phone like catching up or whatever. So it's like knowing him and knowing the things that he does. That's his way of showing that he loves. And then I guess it could be interchangeably used to say that's his way of showing that he care, but girl, I see it as love. But we'll never be
Mm,
together. And that's the sad part about it.
damn.
It's really sad. It's really sad. It's really hurtful. And honestly, he's the one that in 2012, he's the person, I'm not gonna call him he's the person that assisted in me affirming who I was to my mom. Because I was gonna be one of the ones that I wasn't gonna say nothing. I was gonna skate through high school and keep it going. But he was in South Carolina. I was in North Carolina. Um, quick story. We never seen each other face to face. We only talked, FaceTime, whatever. We never seen each other face to face. But because of our connection or whatever, I was like, well, let me shout it out to the world. Like, I love this man. And so I came out to my mom
How old
and
were
my
you?
dad, and we'll talk about that because
How old was he?
I was in 10th grade, ninth grade, 10th grade.
Okay.
He was in 11th grade. He was always like a year above me. Yeah. He was like an 11th. I had to be in the ninth grade. I was in ninth grade going to
11.
10th.
Okay.
So he was in 10th going to 11th. That's how that worked. And so, yeah, I was there. And that's the whole thing. So we'll put a pin there
Yes,
because I'm going to actually give
please.
y'all that story. And I would like for my mom to be featured on
Okay.
that
All
podcast.
right. Okay. Coming soon, you all. So, are you, girl? This is so much more I want to get into. I'm so sad Dwayne is out here, but it's okay. I want to
I
know
hate
your
that. That's I'm like, girl,
opinion
what?
about
Come
this
on
because
now.
we have very, like, I love the different viewpoints. I love like the perspective, but I guess
Yeah.
we can talk to him on the back end, or we can ask him about it. Maybe we can record an episode
Yeah.
for you all. Okay, let's get into Mitchell being
This.
introduced to Raheem's friend, the trades friends. So first and
Yes.
foremost, these trades are rummaging through. Oh, now this is hold on. Are rummaging
What
through Mitchell's pristine place. Looking at all his art and like critiquing all the stuff, calling him the P word. For you, those of you who don't know the P word, I'm talking about PONK. Um, yeah, I just don't
a
like fag. I
punk?
don't know why that it just doesn't roll off the tongue like faggot.
It, girl, now that's what don't roll out the. How you gonna
But
say
they
that
are
and
just
not
pulling
say
his place
punk?
apart, calling him all these types of punks and sissies and all this other stuff. And
Oh, it's not rolling off right because you're
yeah,
saying it wrong. That's
yeah,
why you're saying
I
punk.
don't know. I don't
It's
really.
punk.
It's overused now. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
But yeah, especially
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
with the fish. But that's okay with us.
So this is when I really do wish Dwayne was still here because my question was initially. So here we are being introduced to Raheem's friends, DC and Angel.
Uh-huh.
My question was, is this a New York thing to be naming a little light skinned Latina boy named Angel? Because did that not
It
remind you of
does.
Pose?
Hold on. Let me get this together. Okay, now,
That's
this
I'm
is
like, that's I'm like, why do they keep naming these children Angel and they be light skinned? They really be light skinned. So that was my little first, whatever. And then I do love the fact that DC went to the bookshelf. Now let's take a moment here. DC was at the club
okay.
with Raheem, the
Brought
gay
that up.
club. Okay, so DC is definitely DC was one of the girls. So what's interesting to me is that DC shows up to Mitch's place, goes through his catalog of things, and see that he has on the bookshelf Tu Wong Fu. I think he called out another gay staple or whatever. And I'm like, well, girl, aren't aren't you familiar with these
Mhm.
people? Don't you know these people? Like, I wanted to touch on that. What is that about?
Because the trade is around other trade, men really care about what other men think. I don't know. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's the toxic masculinity. It's still
Thank
it's
you.
internalized homophobia. It's all of it.
Yes,
It's just like
I think with
it
all the
because it's
things.
the
Yeah.
cool thing. It's the masculine thing to say, "Oh, this man is a faggot," even though I'm a faggot.
right, right. Even though,
Right, right.
but
But
if you look at me, you
I'm not
can't really
that.
tell.
I'm
But if
not
you look at
that.
me, you can tell.
That's
I'm
what it
not
is.
that gay.
Just proximity to
Right. So
heterosexuality.
the words here that I wanted to touch on that were being used in this scene were
Right,
tranny
but that happened.
and
Wait, wait,
nigga.
wait. Before we get there, so Mitchell
Hmm.
makes it a point to put his best foot forward when he is introduced to Raheem's friends. He cooks for these motherfucking niggas,
Correct.
not knowing that he's
Yes,
talking
he
about him behind his
did.
back. Also, before we get to what you're talking about, as before Mitchell even brings dinner over to or the pie,
Girl, he's over there checking out his man. He's
DC
checking out his man.
DC sits Raheem down and he's like, after Raheem did not hear any of the stuff that him and Angel were going back and forth rummaging through his apartment about. After they do all of that, he pulls Raheem over and says, I see why you ain't been around like that. All that ass back there. After he has
No, what he said was he could pick
af-
a cherry up by the stem with that ass.
after he has dogged this
That's what he
man
said.
out behind his back in Mitchell's.
Hmm.
So, like, I do want to just touch on that. Then, after Mitchell brings the pie over,
Yeah.
that's this. They're talking about how good it is, and he's like, "Oh, I told you my man could cook, y'all." That's when
Hmm.
he's like, "Well, I could throw a movie for I could throw a movie on for y'all if y'all want to." Right,
Would you all like to
right.
watch a
Well, from
movie?
what I seen, I'm good,
Hmm.
bruh. Pretty much. So now we can go ahead and go into Mitchell was like, "So what do you mean by that?" And he was like, "I don't know. You got all these T words all of right. I just don't like
Trannies and
using that
drag
word because
queens.
I'm not
I'll
I'm not
say them. It's
trans,
okay. We're here
so I
now.
don't really care for people who aren't trans. Right.
We're a part of the same
I
community.
understand
I'll
that,
say it.
but
Don't worry
I
about it.
think it comes off as transphobic using that term.
It doesn't. It's the context. But let's keep talking. I think how he used it, because we're quoting the movie, how he used it, yeah, sure it
No,
does,
well,
but
to
we're quoting
each
the
their
movie. It's fine.
own. However, I think I
Hmm.
I can only speak for me, y'all. I am not using the T word.
That's right.
So he uses the T word, and I guess Mitchell's character, or so the character of
Hmm.
Mitchell, I guess shares the same ideal as I do when it comes to it. He's like, I would not prefer you to use that word. Um, and he and DC kind of have this back and forth, and he's like, it's okay, I know they're drag queens or something. And then he was like, something about a nigga doing something booga booga boo. And
He said, damn, this
okay.
nigga can cook.
And
That's what
then
he
that's
said.
when Mitchell says,
Hmm. And I'd appreciate if you don't use that either.
okay.
And so at this point, girl, at this point, I'm just going to collect my things
What
because
do
I
you
can't
mean?
talk. Because I can't talk. If I was DC, I would have collected my things and left
Girl.
out. Because and that's why I thought this was a good thing to talk about. Because even to your point to say that you can't say the word,
It's
I
not
think
that I can't
it's
say it
actually
because
comical to
obviously
me
I choose
that
to.
you
Yeah.
just choose
Because
not to.
it's
Gotcha. You
very
choose not to say the word, which I do find to be comical because both of the people that we talk about that we love, girl, I mean, the words are
it's
they
no
just
no no.
out there,
But
right?
the difference
And I think
is T.S. Madison is trans. Craig doesn't say the T word, he says trainee. Hmm.
I hear what you're saying, but if we're going to quote the movie, the guy said
Right.
tranny. We're quoting a movie. You're not
Right.
saying it just to be saying it. So what I was getting, the point that I was making was, regardless of how they spew it up, we know what they're saying. At the end of the day, they're words. right? There are words. And even when it comes
Right.
to the term nigga, you have
Right.
nigger and nigga. And I hear people try to say, well, there's a difference between da 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 da. Da. And honestly, I think there is a difference. I think contextually there is a difference. I think again in the community we're allowed to say what up nigga or nigga sit your
Or
like
heart E
that's
R
just
R.
how we do
Or
it.
heart E or
But
heart R when we're talking about the past. Yeah.
when we're talking about the
We're
past,
not
but we
saying
not, but we're not saying
yeah,
it to each other
no.
like nigga. We're not saying that
But
because we know
the city girls
contextually
are.
what that word means. Well, I can't speak to
And
the
that
city girls since I
song,
don't listen to
girl,
them.
and that song which is and I'm looking at your neck guard.
Girl, now she's
Girl.
being racist.
But yeah.
So my whole thing to that is like okay, well, I guess to answer the question, but is that one is that a deal breaker if the guy that you're interested in or the guy that you're interested in their friends speak the language of that sort? And then part two of that question is at what point do we no longer give words as much power
Ooh,
as they once
great
had?
questions, girl. To answer your first to answer your
I know, girl, I wrote them.
okay, Tyler Perry. Um the first to your first question, is it how do I handle my man saying because that has happened before, saying this in the N word too, dating a white guy. Not dating a white guy, but just having sex with a white guy. Um, okay. So oh my god, so much to unpack. Okay, start with the T word. So we were just in conversation and he was like, oh yeah, yeah, she was a T word. And I said, I was like, I don't think that's okay for you to use. And he's like, oh, well, they say it. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not trans. So it was a conversation that we had, um, and he chose to not say it anymore after that. Um, Granted, I'm sure around his friends, he probably did say it. I don't know. But had he said it again and I heard him say it again, it would have been a deal breaker for me. I I am not a person
Hmm.
who hangs with, associates with, aligns myself with anybody who is any of the phobics, transphobic, homophobic, whatever phobic. Um, just because
Hmm.
just because I want to, suck your dick, don't mean I'm gonna, deal with, your internalized insecurities. Um, and then
Yeah.
second, after having sex with this one white guy back in North Carolina, he was on the phone with his friend and he said, a nigga is tired. I looked up at this man and I said, okay, you have got to leave immediately.
Let's pause for a moment. What part of
I'm
North
not
Carolina was he
sure.
from?
I met him on Jack Girl.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. I
This was
don't
years ago,
see. I don't
everybody.
know. I guess. I guess that's where I get the backlash then because I would much rather you do say it around me because so then I can hear and I can say, okay, well, friend, don't, I hear what you're saying. It's fine. Just be mindful of the context, right? Versus you're not saying it around me or I'm censoring what you can or can't say around me. And then you go out and use it elsewhere. And then it becomes a problem because you didn't really learn how to contextualize your words. I think that's where the thing comes in. Like if we start censoring everything everyone says, girl, at this point we're gonna be using sign language, and at that point, girl, that's gonna become a thing. So I don't know. I guess I can't. I've never been around anyone or dealt with someone who's used the word. Uh, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Who's used the word to be degrading or phobic? They've never used it in that context. I think that was the word used because that was the word they grew up
Right.
on,
But just
and then
because
so
one
as
person,
time goes
but
on,
I
it's
know
just
what you're
kind of
saying. You're talking
like
about the C word, correct? But but
I'm still stuck on
but
T
say
word. I haven't
if
got
a
to
white
nigga
person
yet.
grew up hearing nigga, that means they should just use it. Oh, I grew up hearing that word.
Did they grow up hearing
Nigga.
nigga or nigger? Context. I think it's context. Because I'm thinking about what's that rapper name? And I don't even think he's white. What's his name? Paul Wall, I think he is. That's Houston, Texas. Or Dallas. He's from Texas, I know that. I'm imagining him having conversation. Like I'm imagining him, and I'm like, I can't imagine him not saying nigga. I'd be
I'm
curious to
sure
know
they
if he
all
has
say
said
it.
it actually. So
I'm
I'm
sure
gonna do
they
some
all
research
say it.
on that. But I think it's context. I do think white people are very aware of the power that the word has. And I think the longer we continue to be like, you can't say that around me, you can't say that around me, that's almost reverse psychology, girl. You're still giving them the power of that word. You're still giving them the power of that word. And so that's why I'm just kind of like, for me,
But
girl,
see,
if
this is the
I
interesting
don't know, I
thing
just
in this movie, y'all. The person who said it is not white adjacent, mixed, none of
he's
that.
not white.
Oh, that's another topic. A lot of people who okay, we'll touch on another time. The person who said it is black. This person right here. And he said it, he didn't even say he
DC
wasn't calling
finance.
anybody a nigga. He was just saying, well, he was like, nigga, you woo woo woo. I guess nigga, this nigga could cook or something.
Yeah, he was
He
like, this
wasn't
nigga
saying you a
can cook, some shit
nigga.
like that.
He was, he was just
Right.
saying nigga. He was just talking like he normally talks. And Mitchell got angry that he used the N word.
hmm So then, what could have been the alternative? This punk can cook. This faggot can cook. This
How
gay
about
boy can cook.
yeah,
Like,
he
what was the
actually can
alternative
cook.
then?
Why I gotta be why does it have to be
And see, and this is why I wish Dwayne was still here because again, they're from fucking
mhm.
Brooklyn. That's New York.
I mean,
Like,
I have no problem.
they're
I have
not
no
talking
problem
like the
with the
girls
N
in
word if it
Ohio.
comes from a black person. Um, no problem whatsoever. I do see what you're saying about the word having power when it comes from somebody white or giving that person power by dictating who can say what and who can say who a e i o u. Um, but yeah, that's not what's happening in this scene at all. So I agree with Mitchell on the T word. I disagree with him on the N word for sure. Um,
hmm Yeah, no, I'm gonna say this, and then we'll move on. I know for me, it wouldn't have been a problem for me. It wouldn't have been a problem for me. Like, I agreed with DC and Raheem. Like,
Ooh, but
girl,
did you
like,
agree?
what? Calm down.
Okay,
Like,
sorry.
calm down. Like,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was gonna say, did you
go ahead.
agree with
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Raheem after DC and Angel left when he didn't take up for Mitchell in the moment or after the moment?
No, and that's why that is why I agree with him. Like I understand what Mitchell is saying, like to not use the words while in his house. That I do agree with. Like he's asked you not to say it, whatever. But then it's like, okay, these rules were not laid up here on the door as I walked in. So you're telling me in mid conversation to not say something, and so I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. So now I do have to be mindful of what I say. So then I'm eating your pie, and I'm like, damn, this nigga can cook. Then you're telling me another word I can't say. At this point, let me just pack
I
my
see what you're
things and go
saying.
because I'm not really sure what I can and can't say because you didn't tell me what I could and could not say before I came over here. So I'm just at this point, no, let me just go ahead and go. And then that's kind of what it led up to. And I wrote this down. Mitchell said something to him, and DC said something, and this almost foreshadowed something that happens later on in the film. DC says, "It is
It is
well with
what?
my soul. It is well with my
Meaning
soul."
what?
So that is what
Mhm,
DC said before he got up. So in that
mhm.
moment, I
Absolutely.
didn't catch it until we'll talk about it. But in that moment, I was going back watching. I'm like, okay. At that point, he was disturbed. His spirit was disturbed. He obviously seen that he has met some sort of roadblock with this person. So in order to keep him sane, he has to tell himself, you know what? Let me just keep my sanity, keep my chi in order. I'm gonna just go ahead and go. So it's okay here. We're good here. I'm gonna be better. I'm gonna do better. So that saying, "It is well with my soul." Taking a pen there, I did the research on that particular song because I'm like, I've heard that somewhere before. It's a song, and the song "It Is Well with My Soul" was written
Mm.
by a white man. How about that? It was written by Horatio Spafford, who was a lawyer and a Presbyterian. The song was inspired by the loss of his four daughters as they were journeying to Europe, and they got into a shipwreck. The ship got wrecked and they died. What's so crazy and fascinating about that story is that their mother was on the ship with them. This is a real story, y'all. Look it up yourself. But their mother was on the ship with them. She lived. She made it to Europe. All of their kids died. That's so sad and depressing. And so the song is frequently used now in black, funerals and stuff. Well, I say black funerals because those are funerals that I go to. But the song is used frequently during funerals, moments of collective grief, altar calls, or any national crisis that serves as a language for sorrow or words may fail. So in that moment when DC said that, it served as a double entendre, I guess, or it served as two things. It served as, you know what? Let me just go
Mhm.
ahead and go. This is obviously not where I need to be. And then it also kind of told me like, oh, something's
Mm.
about to happen. Something's about to happen. That's what I felt. And the fact that DC said it. So I'm like, something's about to happen. So we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I think you obviously know, those who watched it know what I'm insinuating.
So after this argument, or so even in the moment, he's not really defending his man. He's not really. He's pretty much like, okay, his friends. I mean, granted, they were there before him. However, how do you feel about your man not taking up for you in the moment, and then even after it's done? I understand even after it's done, like saying, I didn't really agree with this, or I don't really agree. I'm not saying you have to agree with everything that your partner says or does or whatever, but in the moment it is really embarrassing to not for your partner not to have your back. Like he didn't have to side with one side or the other, but he chose to side with his friends. Like instead of trying to.
How would you have wanted him to
I didn't
defend you?
no no
How would
no.
you
I
have
didn't
wanted
say I
your man
would
to defend
would have
you?
liked him to defend me, but maybe not embarrass me to the fact to where it's not like he was being completely irrational, Mitchell. I'm sorry when I say that. It's not like Mitchell was being completely irrational by saying, "I would prefer you not to say these things in my home." And it is his house, so his rules. It's not like he was being completely irrational. Um, so for Raheem to like very clearly take his friend's side, like by saying, let him say it or whatever, you know.
Well, and so here's the thing, right? I think what would have been really good in the movie, and obviously they probably couldn't do it because of the sake of time. But what we're doing now, we're having a conversation about it, and I think that would have been a great nugget to kind of put into, the programming of, this man is asking you for you not to say this. This is what this man knows to say. That's how he communicates. I guess that's the thing, right? We're missing, how do we learn and grow from this? How do we learn and grow from this? So if DC is saying something, Raheem and Angel being his boys, and they're not seeing a problem with it, that was the time for Mitchell to educate them on what exactly they're saying. I don't think there was. I think there was less education and more about respect of my house.
Yeah.
That's what I think. And so, for me, I don't really see where Raheem could have been defensive for his man
Like, maybe not
towards DC.
defensive,
I'm just
but
kind of like, I don't.
definitely very neutral in the situation. Who just like, how about we just all just, let's just, choose to like if he says don't say these words, let's not say the words, you know, let's just move on. You know what I mean? Instead of
So no, I don't. Because if we would have moved on, DC probably would have said another word that he does not know he can't say.
what other word could he possibly have said? Right.
Again, we
I
don't
think
know. We don't know because he's using the words we use in our community. So
I
that's what I'm
use
like.
the
Well,
T
what
word
what words can he
in
not say?
because I'm not part. Do you understand?
You don't
Exactly.
use
But
it,
I'm
but the
saying I can say
community
the same
uses
thing. We're
it.
saying you use it, not the entire community.
What I said was, it's used in
It's you.
our community. It's used in our community.
Okay. Okay, bro. I agree the word is used in our community, but it's primarily used by trans women trans men. And I believe those are the only people who should be using it, because those are the people who that's
I
what people
disagree.
have called those people, to sort of belittle them or to condemn them or to, hit them where it hurts, quote unquote. Like people have called us faggots. And I know some people will say, oh, well, they use faggot all the time. Well, before they were trans women, most of them,
I knew you was gonna go there. I knew you was
were
gonna go
gay
there.
men.
Which that does not still, but that doesn't give them the license to be the only ones to use
Why
trans.
would you
They're still a part of
not
the
to say
community.
trans? I'm
So
talking
you're
about the
saying
T
that
word.
you're tranny,
I
that tranny. There. So what you're saying is that
why do
there's a
you want to use that word?
hierarchy
Like,
to
okay,
when
I'm
and
just
what we can
asking.
say.
Why would you want to use that word so bad?
When I'm describing someone
Why
who's
not
a
just say
trans,
trans or transgender?
because
Trans
tranny
comes
come
out
out
quicker
quicker.
than the T word. It's one syllable versus two.
Yeah, it's the
I
same
I
difference.
think it's very different, but
Because I think you have been programmed to see the word as one of the words that
I don't think
serves
I'm
as a
programmed.
diss.
I don't think I'm programmed.
Whereas
I'm not programmed.
I, I learned that it was a diss, but I've also learned that a lot of us are taking and when I say us,
Hmm.
I'm speaking for the community, that they're taking the word back. TS uses it. You got the punks on Vigo and TikTok using it. I mean, you got all of these people who are very vocal about it. They use the word in
Just
conversation with their
just
girls.
because they
So
use the
much
word.
so,
Okay, go ahead.
let me finish my thought. So much so, there was a time where Tia said she wasn't going to say fish. She wasn't going to say fish, a word that we use in our community, because of how fish felt about the word and how they felt about the word. Had no like, girl, you felt about it because you thought we was calling you fishy, smelly. No, like, what are you talking about? That's not what the word. There's no. So she wasn't saying the word that was built in our community to go, to communicate when we're trying to talk about the people around us in secrecy. She didn't say the word. So now here she is. She's like, well, girl, I'm going to say the word when I'm talking with my girlfriends because that's how we talk. So if I'm talking with my girlfriends, girl, look at that Trini girl, look at it. Like, I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm not condemning
Okay,
her. I'm
why
not. It's
why
not a
would you say
read.
look at
Like,
that?
it's a trans
Give
girl.
me an instance where you would say, look at that C word.
The same way I said, girl, look at the trade, girl, look at the trade, girl, look at that butch queen, girl, look at the femme queen,
But
girl.
you
We use
you
the word,
you use it
Josh.
in a different way. The way you say, "Oh, look at that trade," is different.
Girl, look. It's not. I'm telling you to look over
Okay,
there. Look at
why
that
are you
tranny. Girl, look
interested
at
in
that
trans
tranny.
trans people or trans women or trans which one? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like you saying look at that trade is different than saying look at that T word. Trade has
It's
never
not.
been
I'm telling you to look
trade
over
has
there
never been used to be
specifically.
something offensive. Trade has
No, it had okay, okay. So you want it, but you're trying to keep the power of offensive to it. I'm not. I'm not using it
I
to be offensive.
understand. And just like I guess relating it back to the N word, when white people say nigga, even if they're not using it to be offensive, it's still different coming from a white person.
Well, it's different because
It's
they're
different.
white. They're not a part of
It's
the black
different because you're
community.
not trans. You're not a part of the trans community. You're a
But
part.
I'm a part of the
You're a part of the
LGBT
LGBT community. You're
community.
not part of the trans community.
I'm a part of the LGBT community. So if that's the case, then we need to be telling trans that they can't use words either.
What
Then how
word would
about
they
that?
not be able to use?
They can't say faggot.
That's
They can't say punk.
I feel
They
like
can't
that
say
is
gay.
completely. I feel like very different. That's very different.
It's not.
They have
It's
lived their
not. But we
lives.
can continue.
Some of them have lived their lives as black or gay men. I'm sorry, gay men in general. And they have been called. These things. They have
But
been
if they're
called.
not that anymore, then well, if they're
Finish
not that
your
anymore, they
question.
shouldn't use it.
They have
They shouldn't use it.
they have been
They
called
shouldn't
those
use it.
things before. People have used these words against them. They can reclaim those words back.
So we're saying the same
No,
thing.
we're not
You're
saying
just
the same
choosing
thing
not
at
to say
all.
the word tranny. Got it.
Mm-mm.
We literally are. What you're saying is before they transition, they were called those things, so they still have the license to say them. And because we never lived the trans experience, we can't
I
say
didn't
them.
say you can't
Girl,
say
no, that's
anything. I'm
bullshit.
saying I'm choosing not to say the T word, and I don't align myself or myself with people who use the T word, like saying, "Hey, look at that T word over there," or "That T word did this, and you're a T word, and this and boo." That's it.
Because of the way you're using it. So if that's the case, well, you're gonna let me know moving forward. Because I'm gonna use the word
And I'm
training if it comes
and I'm
up for
gonna
me to use the
and
word.
I'm
So
going
that's
to
just I'm
address
putting it
it
out
every
there.
time.
Well then,
That's
well we'll be
and
here
that's
every time.
okay. That's the
All
reality of
right.
no, but for real. No, but
No, no, but for
seriously.
real, no,
No,
but
but
honestly,
truthfully.
no, but in all actuality of the film,
Okay, y'all. So let's do a quick recap.
girl, you keep recapping after everything.
Girl,
We they know where we are.
I'm saying we have talked for 30 minutes. I have to continue. So Mitchell has just met Raheem's friends. Sorry, has a back and forth with one of Raheem's friends. Raheem does not have his back. They sort of have an argument. Um, but they eventually make up, obviously, in the next scene because we are just 30 minutes into the film. So, what?
Well, no, 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 no. Before they make up, there's a point here. I don't know if
Mhm.
you got it up
The next thing I
here.
have is the surprise.
Oh no, then you don't have my picture up here then because I have a picture of him walking with Mickey, his coworker. I thought I put that up here, but whatever. Because my question was, what are your thoughts on Mitch, a gay man, pouring his heart out to his good Judy, his coworker, who is the fish, which is a cisgender
I
female.
think that's excuse me. I think whoever he wants to pour
Ugh,
whale,
that was so manly of
whale,
you.
whale. I think that's totally fine. Whoever you want to pour your heart out to or confide in the moment, as long as that person is actively listening and not telling you to do something harmful to yourself or others. I think that's totally fine.
Okay, well, I'm going to
Mhm.
disagree just a smidge. I thought growing up, um, I believe what you believe, right? Growing up, because that was my safety net. Like my aunt, my mother, or my aunts, my mother, the girls that I was friends with in high school, like that was just like the safety net to have these good girlfriends because we both like men. There are similarities or crossovers between how we feel or how we're dealing with our situation. So it's more comfortable to talk to the fish about my problems. But what I've come to learn and this is just my experience, but most times, and I don't want to get this man credit, and I'm not going to give him credit, so I want you to pick up what I'm putting down when I say this. But the man that be reading TS all the time, and TS came clap back in
Mhm.
Spanish that one time
Yes.
with the
Uh-huh.
with the "I love you" song. I feel like most times the fish that be in his comments and stuff, that's really what they're after. They love to hear the shits that we got going on in our lives so they can weasel their way through. What is Tuki dealing with? Who he dealing with? Who's the DL? What's the trade? Like, girl, what's the T? I want to know everything. And it just kind of gives, I don't want to give you the license to know everything that's going on in my life, especially my romantic life when I'm dealing with a man because I almost imagine that you would then try to use that as either ammunition or you'll keep it in your inventory to bring up something. And how do I know you're not talking to your good girlfriends who are also the fish as well, but you're swimming back to the pond to go tell them my business?
I mean, I feel like gay men can do that too. But I do it is very different coming from it is very different coming from women, but I think At that point, if you feel like you can't trust somebody, then don't offer them that information.
I don't think it's trust that I'm talking about. I just think it's the fact that we the lived experiences are, yes, they do have their similarities, but it's not. I can't come to, how can I put it? I'll use my cousin. She's gonna be like, "Girl, you keep bringing me up in this conversation." So my cousin Misha, right? There's some things that I'll share with her, but I'll share with her because I know that she'll give me the real raw and uncut, right? But I will not share with her information that I would share with either you or Dwayne. You know what I mean? Like I feel like because I can say more things to you, to both y'all, that y'all would truly get because you are living the experience. She is not. She is still at the end of the day a cisgender woman. And so it's just like, yeah, she and I both date men. Yeah, she and I both are, in relationships. Yeah, she and I both, all of the things, but the experiences are different. Because at the end of the day, she's going to say something about a man and then have to think, oh, well, bitch, you're still a man too. So what I'm saying, it corresponds with you as well. So I just feel a little bit iffy about the fact that Mitchell. I love that he had a resource. I
Right.
love that
I
he
was
had a
thinking
shoulder to cry
maybe
on. I love
maybe
that
he
he had a
didn't
sounding
want
board
to
to
deal with
speak
the
to.
realism of Gene and like maybe the playfulness of BD. Maybe he was like, okay, I just need somebody who doesn't know much about what's
To
going
stroke his
on
ego.
to just vent to or to rant to. Because Gene is gonna be very much like, girl, I told you this was gonna happen. Like, girl, just like block him, girl. Like, do that, blah, blah, blah. You know.
But then, and I was going to add to that as well. I find it very interesting that we never seen Mickey have a man in the movie at all, and how he always sought her solace when it comes to like figuring out his relationship. When you have two friends, one in a, as we can tell, happy relationship, and then one who been there, done that, and just kind of doing their thing. It's like, why did you not find that comfort or that safety in your friend group? So it almost kind of gave like, I almost felt like maybe he was a bit insecure about the relationship himself to go and talk about somebody and give them
Mm.
half of the story. That's what I feel. That's what I feel.
Okay. Have we exhausted everything about that?
Well, girl, I guess because you ain't say
All
much. Go
right.
ahead.
So, wait. Don't put it up yet. Don't put it up yet. Too late. I already put it up. It's okay. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, good. So after they have this argument, they eventually make up. Like niggas gonna have their way of crawling back into your pants, girl. They're in the bed, obviously, girl, because that's how they. I guess after sex, everything's okay. After they have sex, Raheem tells Mitchell that he has a surprise for him. So Mitchell is getting all giddy and like, oh my god, my nigga got a surprise for me. Um, what do y'all think the surprise was? What did you think the surprise was gonna be?
Well, I think I told you. I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on this one note because you were explaining them getting back together. Raheem was sitting on like the little step stool, and then what Mitch came back to the house. Right, we're there, and at this point, at this point, there's like a neighbor or something sitting on their step stool as well, and Raheem sitting on the step stool. Mitch is walking to his house from work. I'm assuming, and the neighbor's kind of looking like, "Bitch, you better not do it." Like
Hmm.
that's what the neighbor's giving. At this moment, one of my most favorite songs date to date plays. The name of the song is Soul Cry, and then we'll talk about the
Hmm.
song more in depth, when that time comes. But the lyrics to the song, uh, talks about this cycle that Mitch is in. Literally talks about the cycle that Mitch is in. And I spoke with the artist, and he kind of gave me a little bit backstory on how he wrote the song and where he was, and I'm like, wow. So when I hear the song now, and I think about that particular scene, that was a very pinnacle moment for me. It was a very pinnacle moment because it's like, okay, we fought, we're in the process of making up. Well, what comes after making up is some sort of gift,
Mhm.
some sort of something to show you like I love you, I trust you, all of the things. So to answer your question, what do I think the surprise was? I immediately, or he said gift. He said gift. I have a gift to show you. Or no, he did say surprise. He did say surprise. I immediately thought for some reason that it was going to be a ring. I did. I
Some
thought he was
piece
going to
of
try to
jewelry or
marry him.
something saying, "Oh, we gonna this is gonna be us," or maybe
I did
keys or something, or he got a key made. I don't know. Um, but
something.
I
I thought it
definitely
was
did
going to be
not think
this.
it was gonna be
Hmm.
this.
And what is this
Girl,
we're
we
looking
are
at?
looking at. Hold on, let me. Uh, sorry, everything has to be reformatted. We are looking at Raheem Jr. in the back seat, honey. So, wait. Oh, fuck, I forgot.
Raheem Jr.
So, when he says I have a surprise, the next thing, in the next scene, Mitchell is like, "You got me a truck?" Because a truck pulls up. He's like, "No, that's DC's
Hmm.
truck." And he's like,
Hmm.
"Okay, so we finna go somewhere or something?" And he's like, "No." So he gets in the truck and he hears this baby voice in the background. And he's like, So so this is a surprise?
Not who call you so. Who shot did you get that?
So when you're watching it, you're like, I know that's not his son. But of course the movie is gonna confirm that's his son because he says, "My name is Raheem. Do you know anybody else with that name?" And Mitchell said, "Well, I know at least one other person with that name." And so that's how it pretty much confirms that that
Hmm.
is Raheem's son. Uh,
Hmm.
how do you go ahead? No,
My
ask your question.
question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ask your
Go
question.
ahead. No, I feel like my question was going to go after yours. Is
How
what?
do you
Go ahead.
feel about this man never mentioning that he has a baby mama, he has a son, he has a like we've been dating all this time and you never once even considered the fact that you think it's important to tell me that you have a kid, you have a human being, you're responsible for
Hmm.
another human's well-being. How would
So,
you
what's your
feel about
question for
that?
me?
How would you handle that? Would you handle that? Would you leave? Would you block him? Would you I I don't know. I think I would just move on.
I think I would be curious to know. I feel like it's almost, but let me not go that route, girl, because I'm not trans. I feel like it's almost just kind of like let me see how good I can get to know you myself before I tell you the depth of my life. I want to see how strong and how solid are we. That's what I would assume. And if I was Mitchell, I would didn't have to ask him like, well, why did you hold out? Which he'll eventually explain. But I would have to ask him like, well, why didn't you share that, or why wasn't that, whatever, whatever. But I think there
Yes,
was a
that
moment
was
where he was
it.
like, well, you didn't
That was
ask,
it.
or some
It's
shit like
like, what do
that.
you mean I didn't ask? That's like, it's like,
Hmm.
uh-uh. Yeah. I wish my
But
husband
but
trust me
here's the thing
anymore.
though, right? y'all gonna hate me. I kind of agree with Raheem. I do agree with Raheem because I'm in a space now. Let's remember the movie came out in 2021, right? I'm in a space now where part of your preliminary questions have to ask, do you have any kids? Like you have to ask that now because it used to be like if you were gay, you didn't have kids. Like if you were gay, you were not attracted to women. Like you were gay. But now they're gay
Yeah.
and they got 14 kids. So I'm like, you kind of have to
But
ask. That's part of the question. What's your name? How old are you?
why
Do you
not
have
take the
kids?
initiative and say, "Hey, I do have a son. I'm not ready to introduce him to you yet, and I'm sure you're not ready to meet him yet, but I think it's important for me to tell you I do have kids. Is that going to be a deal breaker for you? Yes or no?"
Because telling you off back that I have kids you may already shut me out the door. And how are you to know that off bat, just because of me having kids or whatever, that the situation really isn't a huge situation
I was
that
gonna
I'm
say,
not
well,
really
isn't that
ready
a
to
great
share
thing
yet.
that you dodged a bullet from a person who didn't like, who doesn't want to deal with someone who has kids?
I'm so glad we're here because I think we're about to get to my part. Okay, yeah, yeah. Let's keep going. I wouldn't consider a dodge bullet. No, I would not consider a dodge bullet because oh god, we are so far from that part. I would not consider a dodge bullet only because we all have our we all have our baggage. We all have our baggage. We all have things that come with us. And I think if me just showing you, okay, girl, I got this suitcase, I got this suitcase. If I wanted to show you all my stuff, girl, I'm scaring you away. Like I want you
Right.
to like in a way, am I sending? Am I in a way? Am I sending a representative? I am. I am sending a representative in a way. Yes, I am. But my representative is there. It's almost like a lawyer. If I can't show up to court, because I gotta go to work, I'm sending my representative to show up and be the
And
best
then
version of
and then
me.
not only the way he did it,
So
not only did he say, just I'm letting you know I have a kid, he has the kid in the car. It's like, you didn't even tell me you had a kid. You're literally, oh, by the way, this is my kid. And I'm supposed to and I'm supposed to act
I do
like
not like how he did that.
completely normal, like I'm not thrown off guard, like I'm not. It's like, why would he do it that way? Why do it that way?
Yeah, no, I don't like how he did that. I do not like how he did that. He definitely could have did it another way. I almost imagine him maybe taking him to the park, and then maybe Mitch is trying to figure out like, well, why are we at a park? Or like maybe throwing little hints out leading up
Why
to the
not just
kid or
say
something.
in that
But
moment
just
before he said, "I got a surprise for you. I have a son and I would like for you to meet him. Let's talk about why I didn't tell you the 8 weeks we've been dating." You know what I mean?
mhm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm twofold about it. Like
So after 8 weeks, 8 weeks. So
I don't.
when would be a perfect time for you to be like, I have a son? Or would you even offer that information? You would just wait for someone to ask?
You would either have to ask me first, or you wouldn't meet my children until I know how solid we are. I think that kind of goes back to the family thing. Like, I'm not bringing my man around my
I
family because I'm not hiding anything. I'm particular about things, and I need to know where are we
I
before I
agree
start
with that. I
introducing
agree
things. I
with
just,
where are
mm-mm.
we before you introduce your family or your children or whatever. And that aspect of like, I need to make sure that, you know, we are on the same page.
We're solid.
But I think it's
Yeah,
important to say, hey, I do have a son, and that's where I'm going each time. And that's another thing. He asked him, "Oh, is that where you were going each time? You said you had to go somewhere." Not like, eventually, like at some point, you have to ask, you have to say, where are you going? You can't keep saying I'm going somewhere. Where are you going?
well, then that begs the question too. Then when Raheem was saying he had to go to places, why didn't he ever question him? Like, well, where are you going? Why
Right,
why was
but
that never
I
a
mean, I guess
question?
because he's grown or whatever. Boo, 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 I think it's important. It was important for Raheem to say, "I'm going to go pick up my son," or "I'm going to go see my son," or "I'm going to go," whatever. Boo, boo, boo.
He said he was going to take care of some business.
Why didn't he say, "I'm going to go take care of my son"? And then that would have been a great conversation to be like, "Oh, so you do have a son," and let's.
Girl, no, because had he told me that he said take care of my son, I said you're what? The guy would have like it's so many different things that would have
I
taken place that way. I
I'm
don't know.
saying, what's the difference between doing? I don't know. I guess because Mitchell can still do that. You get what I'm saying? I feel like it's important to, before getting so far along in the relationship, to just say it as soon as
hmm
possible to eliminate any wasted time.
But
Because
I don't think time was wasted because at the end of the day, my son is not who I am. My
Mhm.
son is a product of
Yeah,
me, but my son is not who I.
right.
My child is not who I am.
Right.
I want you to get to know me,
Right.
not parts of me.
I agree. I agree with that. I just think it's
Mhm.
important to, I guess, bring it up within the first first couple of times meeting.
Well, then, so to
Mhm.
follow up with that, so my question was going to be, which is why I wanted your question to come first. My question was, is Mitch playing stepmama too soon?
Damn. Um.
Because
Yeah, they did
because
have
as
a
we
relationship.
see,
Yeah,
they're
they
going to
were,
the park. Mitch is,
but that's
holding
only because
hands,
of
swinging
Raheem.
arms.
So yes, I agree that he is playing stepmama too soon because I think Raheem pushed that on him. He really pushed. He
Hmm.
really pushed that on
But
him. Instead of him saying, "Hey, I have a son," the son is like, "Hey, that's my daddy," and it's like, well, you're not
right.
going to um push a child and be like, "What you mean that's your daddy, bitch?" Boo, 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 boo. You know what I mean? It sort of softens, quote unquote, the blow, and it's a chicken way to do it. It's very a very pussy thing to do.
Well, what was also pussy was to stay in the car. That was also pussy. He didn't get out the
Who?
car.
I mean,
He
I
didn't
don't
get out
think
the
he had an
car.
issue with it. I think
Mitchell.
what I would do in a situation like that, if that was to happen, what would you do? Do you stay in the car and then talk about it later
I,
and say, "I don't think this is something"? What would you do?
I
You
know
just
what I
immediately get out of the car?
I know what I would do. I wouldn't immediately get out of the car, no, because that it almost come across as the child
Right.
was the problem. The child is
Probably
not the problem.
not being
The
honest.
problem is you. So while we're
Yep.
here, if we want to spring surprises, let's have the conversation.
Because now I have a surprise.
Now's the better
Because
time
now
than
I
ever.
have
Now
a
that the child is
surprise for you,
here.
and it's called a disappearing act.
because because now I have a surprise for you. And so that was my question. Do we think Mitch is playing stepmama too soon? Especially with like, okay, you already sprung on me that the child is here. Okay, so I got that part. But then now you're out here swinging and playing in go-karts and getting ice cream and Gatorade and stuff and just all of the things. And then you leave from there and you bring him back to your house. He's throwing popcorn all across the fucking floor and
Scream
blueberries and stuff,
together.
smashing up his white t-shirt. I mean,
No,
we ain't got
it
that
happens
part
right
yet.
after that montage. Yes,
The prayer,
it happens right after that montage.
maybe.
And then that's when he said, "All right, go to bed," and then that's when they talk about it. Mhm.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. You're sorry. Uh, And what I was going to say was
Yes,
what I was saying there because I haven't got it. The song. Did you listen to the song that
I
was
can't
playing while that
remember.
montage was happening? Girl, the name of the song is
Ooh.
called Ugly, but it stands for "You Gotta Love Yourself."
Oh,
You gotta
damn.
love
Okay, cool
yourself.
acronym.
And so I was a little bit torn, a little bit, because I'm like, okay, well, is the song supposed to speak to the fact that Raheem, to your point, is chickening out and he really doesn't love himself fully to have shared this information initially? Or what's his name? Mitchell not loving himself enough to stand up for himself and him really not ready to be stepmama?
I think it's the last
This,
one.
and I
But
and I put down here,
I think
it
he
doesn't make sense to me.
not love him. I don't even think he loves him. I think he wants to be in a relationship so bad that he's going to sort of put his personal beliefs to the side and just sort of deal with the fact that he's
His
just going to deal with the
morals.
fact that
Hmm.
this man lied to me and he has a son and I'm going to do what I have to do to keep my man.
Well, what? Well, where did he lie?
Lies
Where
of
was the
omission
lie?
are still lies, niece.
I disagree, but okay.
Especially when you're saying, "Oh, I
Um,
gotta go somewhere. Oh, I gotta go
like,
somewhere." That's that is
well, he had to
it's
go somewhere.
I'm it's so it's a level it's this deceit it's a layer of deceit attached to it because you know that there's going to be a conversation about you having a child, especially week 4 to week 5, week 6. It's like, do I tell him now? Do I tell him? And like, I know this was going through your head, and each time you chose not to tell me. So that's
Hmm.
a lie. That's deceit.
I think what's interesting for me is to see like cheating is like very, very prevalent in the gay community and relationships period. But I think what's interesting too is that never not once, and maybe I was in a different world, but I never not once seen Mitchell feel that Raheem was cheating on him. I never got that. I never got that. So I think that's probably another thing, like
Oh
to
no!
your
Well,
point,
hold on, hold
maybe
on, hold on.
Mitchell was in a space of like,
Not on this part, but maybe later in the film. Right, right.
later in the film.
Hmm.
Right,
Hmm.
I'm up to here. I don't think he was in a place where Raheem would be deceitful in the sense of cheating on him, or doing anything of the sort because of how he has been showing up for him. Um, and so to your point, they had this
Hmm.
discussion on the couch with Junior
Hmm.
in the bed, whatever, and he says that he has his child at 19. And then so Mitchell asks him and says,
Hmm.
"So you're bisexual?" And Raheem was like, "No." So I gagged too because I'm like, what are you? What are you?" And Raheem was like, "Well, I don't subscribe to labels." Well, he didn't say that, but essentially he was just like
Hmm.
paraphrasing. He doesn't subscribe to labels. What are your
My
thoughts
thoughts
on
on
that?
that is you can have an experience and still be whatever identity you want. I guess we can use you as an example. You've said that you've had 2 girlfriends, and what do you consider yourself? Girl, I'm about to
I'm
say, girl, ain't
bisexual.
nothing bisexual about Suki Tucker, girl. Bifocal,
So,
yes. Bisexual, no. Bipolar,
bipolar.
maybe.
Mm,
Bisexual, never.
mm. So, yes, I did have 2 girlfriends, but like I said on the back end, I thought they probably don't even count for it
Mhm,
because that happened in elementary school. But let's
mhm,
use the modern day example.
mhm.
You have a straight guy. He goes around fucking 10, 14,000, 1,100 girls. Just, just, just throwing away in a circle, just busting through walls.
Girl,
The one time,
yeah.
the one
The
time he
girls
gets
say
his
he
penis
gay.
up,
I know.
I didn't say
The
he
girls be
did
like, he
any
gay, he
penetration or
gay, he
anything.
gay, he gay.
The one time he gets his penis sucked, he is now gay. He
That's
is
what they
now gay.
say.
So then here I go. Well, I've never had sex with a girl. Never had sex with a girl. I mean, I've watched porn. I see the vagina stuff. My little pee do she go up for the girl? No, she go up because she see that man handling her. That you know what I mean? Like
Right.
I'm not even looking at her. So the night I go and have sex with a girl, can I be straight? Am I now straight now? Am I?
Definitely not.
So I just I'm at a space now, to your point, like an experience was had, right? I like to treat it as and this gonna sound so childish to say this, but I like to treat it as broccoli.
Okay.
I like to treat people like broccoli or experiences
Please
as like
explain.
broccoli.
This is hold on. Say this again because you know
Don't
this
worry.
part is gonna get clipped. Say it one more time. How do you treat people?
I treat people in
Now, how
relationships like
on earth are
broccoli.
people like broccoli, Tuki?
People in relationships remind me of broccoli when it comes to, what people like to eat
Okay.
or enjoy to eat. Some people have eaten broccoli all their life, love broccoli. Broccoli can be steamed, it can be boiled, it can be microwaved. They just love broccoli with cheese. They love broccoli, right? You have some people who've never had broccoli a day in their life, never thought about broccoli actually. They come to your house and guess what's for dinner? Broccoli, rice, and whatever. But broccoli's on the menu. So you're telling your friend, like, hey, girl, try this broccoli out, da 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 da. And they're like, well, girl, I don't really like broccoli, but, okay, I'll try it out. This is their first time trying it out. Can that person say that they love broccoli? They can't say that, in my opinion, because this is their first time having broccoli. This is their first time. So they don't really have anything to go off of to say, I do love broccoli. I don't know. I mean, it was good. It was good. Or no, no, no. Let me go the other way. They had the broccoli.
Mhm.
I don't like it. I just, I don't like it. Right? 2 years pass. However, whatever the duration of time you want to use. Broccoli comes up again. Broccoli's on the menu. Same girl that already said she didn't like broccoli the first time. Broccoli's there. So someone's like, girl, try the broccoli, try the broccoli. They're telling you, girl, I had it the time before.
Right.
I did not
All
like
bad.
it. I just did not like it. And you're convincing them, girl, well, this got cheese on it, girl. Yours that has, try it with the cheese, girl. Let's do it with the cheese.
I'm okay. I'm
It's
okay.
good with
Just
the
give me the
cheese.
cheese.
So they eat the broccoli with the cheese. And like, you know what? The broccoli with the cheese is good. I think that's probably what it needed. It needed some cheese on it. Okay. So now you're in a space of I've had broccoli before. I didn't really like how it was before. But I do like broccoli with cheese. But can I say I love broccoli? I can't say that yet. One more experience comes around. Broccoli is on the menu.
Baby, who is eating all
There's
this
no
broccoli?
cheese
I'm
in
sorry. Go
sight
ahead.
though. There's no cheese in sight. So the girl says, well, do y'all have any cheese? Because that's the only way I can eat my broccoli.
Mhm.
That's how she likes it. She already knows she didn't like it without the cheese. She already knows that. The only way she can eat this broccoli is if it has cheese on it. They say, oh, well, we don't have cheese. She does not eat that broccoli, niece. She does not eat that broccoli. Now, say mother did like the broccoli. Mother loved the broccoli without cheese the first go round. Mother loved broccoli so much that next time she see broccoli, it has cheese on it. She's like, "Oh, is that broccoli girl with cheese on it? Oh, bitch, let me try. I know it's good. It's broccoli." Mother eats it. She devours it. Mother lives for broccoli. This is her second experience with broccoli. The third time Mother goes and devours broccoli, Mother got cheese. She got sprinkles. Bitch, she got fondue on the broccoli. Mother's tearing it up. I can now say that Mother is a lover of broccoli. She's a lover of broccoli. So when it comes to relationships, people in relationships, I see it that way. Like I almost see it as a straight guy having an experience for the first time with a gay guy. Is
Mhm.
he gay? I cannot call him gay. I cannot call him gay because he had the experience, be that he was penetrated, be that he did the penetration, whether it was oral. I can't call it gay. I can't, right? From that, and this is probably I'm gonna put a pin here because this is no longer going to be humorous because that same experience could be an experience
Mhm.
dealing with molestation. That same experience could be an experience dealing with being
Mhm.
groomed at a young age. So I think of those types of things like and don't get it twisted. People over 18 can still be
Mhm.
molested and raped. They can. So this is their first time encountering that. So you can't off the rip say that someone is what you think they are because of that first experience. Now, what happens after that experience, if it continues and they continue, what have you, then if we want to subscribe to the labels, then sure, you, my friend, are a
Maybe
broccoli
a broccoli
lover.
lover, but I don't think you're a. I don't think you're one thing or the other. Hey, I think you could have an experience and that be what it is. Say if you want to.
So are you calling it every time? Are you calling your experience every time an
Well, hold
experience?
on, let me finish. Now, because
Go ahead.
if you say, "Oh, I don't like broccoli," but every time I look over, it's on your plate and you finish it every time, it's giving very much. No, you definitely like broccoli because
Because
nobody offered
you
you
love
broccoli, but you still
broccoli.
asking if anybody got broccoli, and nobody said anything about broccoli, baby. We eat macaroni and cheese, girl. Nobody
We eating
said.
cauliflower.
Nobody said anything about broccoli, but you the only one breaking it up. But you say you don't like broccoli. You're like, oh, well, I'm glad nobody
Right,
got
right.
broccoli. And it's like, well, who said anything about broccoli?
Yeah.
I'm glad we don't have broccoli tonight, girl. I
Right,
couldn't
right,
stand
right.
that broccoli last night. Well, who said anything about broccoli? Um, So I feel like that's different.
Right.
But you have a one-off experience, I think, or two, because I mean, who anything can happen. I think it's you are who you are. Even if you back to the broccoli.
But hold on, you didn't answer the question though. It after three
I
experiences of this
I
straight
can't call
man sucking on the
I
game,
can't call somebody
is he
straight. I
still
can't call
straight?
somebody gay unless they say they are. I'm not now. If am I gonna be like, okay, girl, maybe, but I'm not. I'm not about to outright be like, girl, if he said he's straight, girl, he's straight. But but
Well, yeah, that's why I meant
but
with it too, girl. If they say they're a
right.
giraffe and clearly they're an elephant,
But
they're a giraffe.
but if you have this
Yeah.
if you have this with me and you say you straight, okay, girl, you straight. Okay, got it. Okay. You are who you are. We just doing what we doing.
Right, girl. Yeah. And, but
Mhm.
but but to that point though, I think it's a good notation that if that's what you're labeling yourself as, I can never. Let me be very clear that on this day, January the 14th, 2026, I can never be in a relationship with someone who doesn't subscribe to something specifically, but their reason for not subscribing is because they are fluid. I can't be in a relationship with them because, and this may sound a bit insecure, call it what you want, but for me, that means I'm no longer not competing with the gay community, but I'm competing with the trans community. I'm competing with the lesbians. I'm competing with the giraffes. I'm competing with everybody at this point.
Just
And
because someone
so I'm just
is
like,
attracted to more than one gender.
they're attracted to more than one gender and orientation. Yes, I can't be with them. They're attracted to them, and they're not subscribing to something for me to be comfortable enough to know that that's where they
Okay,
are with it. Because
I
I know you
I see
have
what you're
those
saying
that
about
are
people lying to it,
pansexual.
but I'm saying okay, all right, sorry, let me let you finish. I see
No,
what
go
you're saying
ahead.
about people lying about no, I don't like X, Y, and Z, but then you in their phone and you see that they're doing X, Y, and Z. They're doing exactly what they said they're not attracted to. Um, however, I think just because someone is bisexual or pansexual doesn't mean that they're going to be trying to fuck everything that moves.
No, yeah, no,
Right,
no, no. I'm
right.
not
That's
saying
what I
that they're
said.
whores.
Let me
I'm
check.
not saying that. Yeah, no. What I'm saying is because they are bisexual, that means that they do have eyes for more than what's in front of them. That's what I'm saying. And so, as long as you have eyes to see, you have a heart to feel. And I
But
don't want to
why would
compete
you
with that.
have
I
to
don't.
compete if they're in a relationship with you?
I mean, because that's the same difference of why people be in relationships and they
I
cheat.
mean, that's
Like,
the same
I
thing though. I
mean,
mean, a gay man can cheat just like a bisexual man can cheat. It'll be the same.
a gay man, yes, you're right. A gay man can cheat, but they'll be in the same community. Like when it comes to like, oh, okay, girl, you looking at her, okay, cool, whatever. She may got a bigger butt, whatever, whatever. But then you start talking about, oh, you may want kids, but girl, I can't give you kids, and no one else in the gay community can give you kids either. So what else is gonna give you kids is
Maybe
outside
he
of
not.
this community.
Maybe
So
he
it's
would
just like
want to
at
have kids
that
with
point,
you. Maybe not. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be just because he wants
mm,
kids. Doesn't mean he'll be like, okay, well now the relationship has to end because now I need to get with a woman.
but don't forget the point that I made. They also don't subscribe to anything. So if you subscribe to being gay and you want to have kids, then I already know. Okay, that's a conversation because neither one of us is going to fuck a girl to get it. So that's a conversation to be had. You're telling me off rip what you're subscribed to because that's my same channel. So we already know. Okay, we're talking about kids. Neither one of us is going out outside of our relationship to have kids. So I already know. Okay, we're going to have to save up a few dollars to go make this happen. But if you're coming to me saying that you don't subscribe to the gay label or none of that, and you want to have kids, I'm a bit weary about that because how do you plan on going to that? Because I'm not going to stick my penis in nothing.
What
How
if
are you
he
going to do
wants
it?
to have kids with you? And it'll be the same experience you would have with the person who subscribes to being gay. Just because he doesn't subscribe to a certain
I'll
sexuality or sexual orientation or saying, I'm just me. Some people do that. That's what they do now. I'm just me.
Oh no. Oh no. I never liked those people. I'm just me.
I'm just saying he could
I don't
still
like those.
have a feeling with
Ow.
you if he wants to have a feeling. It doesn't mean he's gonna be like, I'm gonna cheat
Mm-mm.
on you and I'm gonna cheat on you with a bitch and I'm gonna come back with a baby.
To say that you are just you means you really don't even know who you are for real. Because you're still giving your chance the opportunity to find who you really are. So that's why I mean it's a safety net to say, oh, I'm just me. I'm
I
just
get
living
what
my
you're
life.
saying, but
Okay, then
I get
well,
exactly
as,
what you're saying. I know how
eh,
people say I'm just me just to avoid saying that they're gay. But I also understand people who genuinely are like, oh, I'm just I'm just me. Like I'm literally I love who I want to love. I fuck who I want to fuck, and that's that.
and I say to them, well, all right, just make sure
But
you
I'll
wrap
say
it
that to
up.
everybody.
Take care. I'll
Okay.
say take
Oh, not take
care.
care. Okay. Where we at in this movie?
Take
Okay, so
care.
he tells his friend. I think that's why I put that here so we can stay on track. Oh God, sorry. All this stuff is still. I still have to do. I still have to do my show. But
So while you're
what am I?
fixing what show?
Yeah, girl.
Sit up.
But it's quite all right. We may as well just
Why you girl, why you can't go ahead and just load up the TikTok girl while
because
you
I
live
have
with
to.
us?
It's one. It's something else. I have to be in the kitchen.
Oh,
Um.
okay, got
Yeah.
your
I'm gonna
food.
finish up.
So right here I wanted to ask a question. Did I miss the backstory on how Mitch and BD became friends?
I don't think. I don't think they touched on it.
Because I did see, and that would have been interesting for me to know. Because like, okay, we've seen how him and Gene met, but where did BD come in the picture? Like, was BD a friend of Gene's first? Like, that would have helped me get more clarity on
Maybe if they
their
did, we
relationship.
missed it, and like I would have to rewatch the film and actually just focus on that part, like where how he came into the mix, how they met, or like
But girl, but
how,
literally how we met BD was when they
right,
when they were trying to call
right,
him. He was on the couch. So it's like I don't think they ever touched on it, but that would have been really, really good context because we could have understood their dynamics a bit.
mhm,
Well, for me, I could have understood their dynamics a bit better. So I just put that
yeah.
little note there. But
So
go
he
ahead.
tells them, they have their opinions about it. Um, then this after that scene is when we get the oh god, sorry, these the scene where he's drawing and painting. I chose this picture to talk about the drawings and the paintings because that's yet again something else he did not share with someone he's been dating, a passion that he has. Go
So
ahead.
you still going? So I wrote here a little. I love how we're going chronologically because I wrote notes literally for these things. I put So here we learned that Raheem is an artist, and that you know that this will be a great moment for me to talk about someone particular in my life. Um,
Mhm.
but let's talk about the film really quickly. So here we see that Raheem is drawing. It opens up with a drawing of what's the boy name of Mitchell, and then so it shows that Raheem is the actual artist behind the drawing, so on and so forth, and how Mitchell comes to learn more about Raheem. Like he's more than just this bangy man, this thugger man. Like he can draw. He's an artist. Um, and Mitchell says something like it's more than just doing it. Like you really have to just like put yourself out there, so on and so forth. It reminded me of this guy. Um, it reminds me of a few guys actually that I found and find myself supporting, knowing
Mhm.
I'm struggling myself financially, but I found myself showing these dudes that I love them by trying to support and encourage them in their dreams, in their, be that in their art practice, their business, or what have you. And I thought this was a very touching moment for me specifically because that is how I show that I love you and that I care for you. And we've talked about this. That is how I can show someone that I love them and I care for them is when I'm able to do for them. So, Josh, if we were dating or in the process of dating and I learned something about you, like cooking, for instance, I learned that you enjoy cooking. I'm going to try to find ways for you to perhaps get on a cooking show or cooking competition, or like I'm going to try to find those little things that I know this is something you love to do. How can we make it an opportunity for you to grow in it? That is how I show that I love people. Like there's this one guy in particular that I'm talking
Uh-huh.
to, girl, we'll talk about him in the back end. Um,
Mhm.
I'm not talking to him currently, but this was in the past. And he's an actor. He's an aspiring actor. And so it's me like, go do it. Like, okay, like let's make it happen. So I'm constantly sending them,
Roles.
like
Yeah.
recommendations from actors and
Audition.
actresses.
Mhm.
I'm sending them roles, auditions, like and then like there was one time something came up in Atlanta and I wasn't even paying attention, I just been acting. And so I shared it with him. And he was like, well, no, I can't, I won't be able to do it because I have to go work. Here I go, dumb. Now don't y'all judge me because I didn't do it, okay? But here I go. I was like, well, I said, how many hours do you have to work? And then he was just like, full shift. And I was like, well, how much you get paid? So he said, how much you get paid? I said, go chase your dream down here. I'll pay you for the day. Call out sick. I was willing to do that. I was willing to do that. The only reason why I didn't do it was because he didn't respond back. Had he responded back and said, okay, yes, I'll do it, or so on and so forth, I would have gullibly done that for him because that was my way of showing him that one, I believe in you. I'm behind you. I
Why do you
support
think
you.
he
All
did?
of the
Oh, I
things.
don't know if you
So
want to talk. I don't know if you want to talk about this on the back end. You know,
great. I'm
why do
here.
you
We can
think he
talk.
didn't respond back to that text message?
Um, I don't know. I can't speak to that because I really don't know. He just didn't respond back. I don't want to say he didn't respond back because I was willing to do it because there have been things he's
Right.
asked me for and I've
Do you think
done it
maybe
for
he
him.
feels
I'm
guilty
just gonna chop it up to.
or
I wouldn't say guilty because there has been times where he's asked for money in the past and I've given it to him. So I don't think he feels any guilt at all. I actually think he knows how I feel for him and
and
he
that's what
knows
I'm
that he can
saying.
take
You think he
advantage
would have
of me.
felt guilty if would have taken that from you, knowing that he knows he can take advantage of you? Damn.
No, girl, and
Okay.
that's where we'll pick it up off on the back
Okay.
end because when I tell you who it is, girl,
Now
you're
I'm gonna
gonna you're
gag,
gonna gag. You're gonna
girl.
gag. And I low-key wish Dwayne
Really
was here
wish
because
Dwayne
Dwayne
was
knows
here because
exactly who
we've
it is.
had. Oh my gosh, we touched on so.
Yeah, I wish Dwayne because Dwayne knows exactly what it is because there was a time like no shade. Dwayne has supported me financially. God, that man has come through for me. And there was a time where I knew Dwayne would help me, and I don't think Dwayne knew this until I told him after the fact. But Dwayne, I reached out to Dwayne because I didn't have all the money to help said person. So I reached out to Dwayne and
Mhm.
asked Dwayne for a few change. Dwayne gave it to me, and then I gave it to him.
Wow.
So dude doesn't even know that I'm asking Peter,
For
Paul, and
him. Wow.
and Paxson
Wow.
for him.
Wow. Baby, I have to take a quick
Girl,
bathroom break.
I got
1 second. So when it'll take maybe a minute, 30 seconds to a minute. That's gonna be the next.
well they said it should take at least a minute to wash your hands.
Ah!
So
So it's just
yeah,
gonna take exactly a minute. So we're gonna touch on this when I get back. Hold on, let me reformat it. When I get back, but in the meantime, in between time, we're going to put up this one button until I get
girl, please get into this one button. Please get into this one button. While Josh is away, if you all could just take the liberty to subscribe, to like, leave a comment, share your thoughts. Do you enjoy Um, this type of content. So the whole idea behind this, while we're here, the whole idea was to just have a conversation with my Judies about, film. We're going to talk about movies. We're going to talk about music. Obviously, men. We're just going to have conversations. So the whole thing is supposed to feel like, I'm on a FaceTime call with my girls and we're just chatting it up about something we've seen, something we've heard, something we've experienced. So you all are getting um, the behind the scenes, if you will, of our FaceTime conversation. Um, so yeah, that is that. So let us know, like, are you enjoying this? Is anyone else out there doing this type of content? If so, is it better than ours? And if so, how do we make ours better? Just let us know. Just let us know. And I'm also going to take this opportunity to share with you all my calendar. So I do have a calendar, 2026 calendar that you all can go get from my website, tukitucker.com. Um, Let me bring myself up. Hold on. Guys, bring me up so I can show these people my calendar really quickly, and I'm
Hold on,
gonna go
girl.
to
I
the ladies'
just
room
came back. Hold on one second.
myself.
Hold on. I got you. I got you. Okay. Ooh,
hmm So yeah, so you all can go to
yes.
tukitucker.com, get Nasty Evil 2026 calendar. All of the pictures in here are some of my designs that I've made over the years. Each month is, special to that design. So yeah, just head on over, get you a Suki Tucker calendar from tukitucker.com. Josh, drop me and I'm gonna run to the
Period.
ladies' room
All right, you
myself.
all. So hold on. Let me maximize me. While my good Judy is going to the restroom, you all, I'm gonna take this opportunity to promote my endeavors. So yes, we already discussed No But For Real was literally this beautiful vision that Tuki Tucker brought to Dwayne and I. This is really a project that he had a vision for and shared his vision. And we all three of us shared a similar vision. And we all came together and made this thing happen within 2 weeks. We had branding. We got a logo together. We got all of the social media accounts together. Um, and we made it happen. We said we wanted to do something, and we made it happen. So I implore you all to do the same thing. Um, Saying that, make sure you follow me at Joshua Bloke on everything. That is JOSHUABLOKE. Be sure to grab some merch on my Printify, my Fuck Them Folks merch mistake. That is FWK, Dem Folks. Also, be sure to tune into my original podcast. It's a storytelling podcast with a comedic twist. It's called Story of My Black Gay Life. And there I discuss so many experiences I've had here in Atlanta, Georgia, with men, with friends, with jobs, and all of the things. Um, yeah, so that's all that I have coming up. We are waiting for Tuki to come back, girl. Make sure y'all watch B Boy Blues, honey. It is a very good film by Jussie Smollett and written and directed by. Oh, are you still? Oh, you back? You back?
Yeah, no, I'm ready.
Okay, all right. Well, good, 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 good.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So now we're about to get into the scene. So I have to recap. We have met Raheem's son. They've talked about it. The friends have talked about it. Raheem has shared his passion of painting. Oh, I mean of drawing. um, and now we're getting to the scene where how do they go about going out? I can't remember.
Wait, this is way too soon. This is way too soon. Because what I have here is the family.
Oh, you are so right. I don't have any images of that. Okay. Yes, you're so right. His bro I wanna
Yeah. Which was the basketball scene. Use the
got it.
basketball
I wanna
scene.
talk about his fine ass brother.
Yep. Let's
His
get
fine ass
into it.
brother being
So yeah,
so
that was when
because do you have siblings?
I
Do
do.
they do y'all talk about like certain things or like your certain romances you've had and all of that? Or like is it very like surface level high and by?
Um, I'll be transparent because this is my space and opportunity to.
Oh, that's this. That's this. Oh, where'd you go? Uh-oh. Hold on. Hello?
Girl, what had happened?
I don't know what happened, bruh.
Can you see and hear me? Am I here? Are we
I
all
can
here?
I can see and hear you.
Okay. Girl, the moment I said I was gonna be transparent, girl, it cleared me. It cleared me. So I'll be transparent, right? So I grew up in my mom's house with my sister. My sister and I, we share the same mother. We have different fathers. Growing up in the household with her, um, I've always seen it as my sister. Like, she's not my sister. She's my sister. But I've always looked at it as, because I am the brother, I'm supposed to be the protector and the all of that, right? I think the only difference, and at the time I didn't really see it, but the difference was I wasn't a straight brother. I wasn't a straight brother. I was always smart. I was very much an AB student. My sister and I, we were probably like a year or two apart, so I'm always, putting her up on game when it comes to school, the teachers to take, because I've already been there, done that. Um, there was a time where it became apparent that she didn't like the fact that I've already preceded her, so people are referring to her as the gay boy sister, or just anything remotely close to being gay. She didn't like that because for her, she was like, "Well, why are you not standing up for yourself, or why are you not da da da?" But what she didn't understand was like, "Girl, I was like,
I'm the gay
I was
boy. Yeah, it's
never."
not a bad thing.
It wasn't a bad thing because they didn't really know me. Like, girl, the
Right.
ones who are coming to you are the ones in your grade level. So I don't know those children.
Hmm.
Um, so it was part of that. And then another part was the fact that, I'm like, well, girl, we're siblings. So, and we like the same thing. So if you're talking to a nigga, let me know who you talking to so I can put you up on game but I may have already talked to them. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
and how weird would that be that you talking to somebody I already done this with, and you know what I mean? So
Hmm.
it's those little things. So she never really liked the fact that I was in her business to know these certain things about her life or whatever because it felt almost like in her business. Um, so there came a time where she just stopped talking to me and stopped telling me stuff, and I didn't want to push it any further to be in her business and stuff. So I kind of paid it. Like I'm like, okay, girl, well you just gonna figure it out on the flip side, I guess. And the rest is history. I do have step siblings, but we don't use the word step. Like they're my siblings as
Right.
well. So it's my if we were to use the word step, I have a stepsister and I have two step brothers, but we're one big ass happy family. And then on my biological father's side, I have four sisters, whom I did not know existed, all except for one initially, and she's older than me. And then she's the one who shared with me that I had a sister who's literally 5 months behind me. So we're the same age. Take a moment to gag. She and I are the same age. We graduated the same year from high school. Like all of the things. Like like we lived an hour and 30 minutes from each other. And so what bothers me the most about that, just thinking about that really, really quickly, is the fact that had I never met her, because we ended up meeting each other, had I never met her, we would have never known that we were siblings. And as bad as I was getting into it with the girls, I probably would have crossed her tracks and probably would have gotten into her and not known that that was my sibling. But
Right.
girl, it was a whole mess. So when I tell you I got a story to tell, I really do. Please believe me.
Girl.
Please believe me.
So the reason I asked that is because his brother is so like in the film, Mitchell's brother is so like I mean, what other word do I use? It's so normal around him. It's so like it's not like he's not like, "Oh, is that your little friend?" It's like, "Oh, this is your man's," whatever, boo boo boo. It's very normal. It's very normalized. It's very free and open and I
Yeah.
think that's amazing. Like,
But
that's
and I think to
beautiful.
that though, if you listen, that was his little brother, by the way. That was his younger brother.
Right.
Um, and so what I found interesting about that dynamic was he was just like, "What's up, little brother?" He was like, "Actually, you're the little brother." He was like, "Well, the size says different, whatever." Um, I think
And then mama
Adam
said,
is
"Well, let's really see. Put your pants down."
let me see. Adam is the name of the brother in the film, played by Broderick Hunter, he's a beautiful human being.
Mhm.
Um, Adam. Adam is the younger brother in the film, but I think due to his size, it does come across as I did have to be the protector in the sense of our brother, our sibling dynamic. Um, and so much so, even when it came to the part where he met him in Raheem and they went to go play sports, it almost felt like, to me, to your point, it did feel normal. Like I never looked at my brother outside of his sexuality. That's my brother. Like, you know what I mean? That's how I'm sure Adam would have perceived it, and I'm sure Adam respected him in the sense of like the straights do. That, oh, he gets bitches. He be having the fine girls around him. So I think it's one of those things that he keeps it around. And can I be selfish for a moment and add this there and say I don't want to move too fast, but when they go to the basketball courts, that moment, that entire moment, reminded me a lot of high school for me because I played sports in high school, basketball in particular. Everyone in high school knew that I was gay, right? Um, and I'm sure some folks was like, "Girl, you played basketball openly gay?" Yeah, I did, and it was actually a really really beautiful dynamic because when I tell you the dudes on the team, there was no disrespect from them. There was no disrespect from them. Like I, I was never bullied, and I think it had a lot to do because of my stature or whatever. But I was never bullied. Was I talked about? Yeah, sure, but not from the niggas. Here I am calling niggas, not from the dudes on the team. And I'll never forget. Like those were really my brothers. I'll never forget whenever we play basketball. I'm the only one out there, swishing a little bit, girl, because that's just what it gave. And you would hear the other parents or the other school or the other team talk about me. Do you know it never got back to me because them dudes protected me?
I'm glad.
They protected me, and I like to this day I'm thankful for them. We listen. Southern Lee High School, 2012 through 2014, that basketball team, no one, and I mean no one, can come close to them. Those were my legit brothers.
They were secure. That's
Very dead,
that's that's
very dead.
that's what it gave. They were secure.
Hmm. Yeah,
That's what it gave. Okay.
you
So
got
he
you
meets
got
his
the
brother,
picture.
but huh?
Oh, you about to pull up the picture?
I'm trying to. I'm looking through the movie. Honestly, I have the movie pulled up because I'm trying to see what happened next. Then I went,
Well, I'm telling you, it was the thing of the basketball team. They went to the basketball
right,
court. I
right.
put a
Yeah,
picture of them.
after that, I'm trying to see. They said he sits down on the baby. I'm not even gonna hold you. This is probably where y'all. Okay, this I think this is a good time to tell you all my first three attempts, and I do use that word attempts. Watching this movie, your girl fell asleep. And when I say attempts, I'm not saying that I started the movie over from 00001. I started the movie from the point I left off, and I fell asleep 3 times attempting to watch this film. Not because it was boring, ladies and gentlemen, but because and everyone, sorry,
Oh God, here we go.
baby, I gotta include my non-binary rigorous. Not because it was boring, but because I fell asleep from being overworked and exhausted. I have been working every single day since the third week in November. And I think that's why I kept falling asleep. But I have no idea what is going on when they're sitting down and they're on this um Zoom call. Is that what that is? A FaceTime or something? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What is going on there? And if you don't know either, I'm about to play the film and see myself.
Oh, you're asking me now. You about to show us?
No, I'm asking.
Well, I guess I am a bit lost on where you are because I was still stuck on the fact that we were introduced to Adam and that Adam was being introduced to Raheem and then that they went to the basketball court. They went to the basketball court because I was still stuck on that a little bit where I do wish Dwayne was still here because I wanted to talk about real briefly about how 9 out of 10 of the men out there on that court was part of the community. That's that's what I wanted to discuss, and then how you brought
Oh, I
up.
see. Okay, that the thing that I'm talking about happened before that, so we're past that. Okay, okay. Are you talking about the actors playing the girls on the court?
Yeah, yes.
I mean, the girls like to play sports too. They like to play
And so
ball.
but that's what I wanted to talk about. Like, I wanted to talk about how I love this side of the gay culture or the gay experience where there weren't any ballroom references, there weren't any drag race. You know what I mean? Like how dynamic it is to see like gays can play sports too. You know what I mean? Like that's what I really, really loved about it. To see that and to see how it didn't matter about sexuality, it was about talent and skill. And so, you know what I mean? So the fact that the brother was like, well, shit, you ball? And then he was like, yeah, sexuality was out the window. Like, girl, we're on the court now. You know what I mean? So that's the moment that I really really liked, and I wanted to ask you: have
Mhm.
you ever been in a room or on a court, on the field, or participated in anything where you didn't think your sexuality could reach the level of your talent or your skill,
Damn, I gotta think, cause I didn't grow up playing sports. Um.
but you were
Oh,
in the
but you know what I do?
military?
I was just about to make that parallel, girl. Of course, every day in the military, I felt in trainings particularly, I felt inadequate or not enough because of my sexuality. Um, and it's unfortunate that people, you hear the whispers when you're marching, or you hear the whispers when you're literally just doing what um, everyone else is doing, or you get the looks and whatever. But you also get the people who care and ask how you're
Hmm.
doing and treat you like you're human, and they
Yeah.
don't you're you being gay is not like the thing that's on their mind.
Hmm.
um yeah, wow, that is a very touchy subject for me personally, but
Yeah.
I'm glad that it's brought up. And you see how you asked me that question, and I sort of had to dig for it because it's something that maybe I have suppressed from my memory.
Hmm.
But yes, I do recall times where it's like, oh, here go oh, I'm about to say my last name, girl. Here go bloke. Here go blow. It's his turn to do the push-ups.
Hmm.
You kind of get that vibe where it's like, let's see if he can do all of them, and then I end up surpassing all of the boys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or I end
Hmm.
up running a faster time than most of the class.
That's so crazy
So
because I know for me, I was very athletic. Initially, I didn't want to be the athletic one, but I almost felt like my mama made me because she already knew that I was a sweetie.
okay.
But I did grow to love the athleticism about it. Um, and I almost used my gayness as okay. This they already know this about me, so they already think less about me. So I'm about to prove them wrong. So I always had to show up
Yep.
better than. I always had to
Exactly.
show, you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
so it was always just surprising to just do that. And I had fun. When people talk about what are the best 4 years of their high school and they say college, I mean, they say the best 4 years of your life, they say college. The best 4 years of my life was high school. Like,
Wow.
high school for me was it truly did prepare me for life. And speaking of high school, it's 2026 and our high school reunion is coming up. I'm so excited. But high school for me really prepared me for life. It showed me a lot of things about people, about relationships, about just life in and of itself. Life in and of itself. So, very much, I use my gayness as a way of, okay, this is what you think I think. Okay, got it. Keep thinking, and then I'm
Okay.
gonna have to show you.
Okay.
That's what that
Yep.
was.
I kind of share that experience as well with it. Like when it was time for me to do my push-ups and run and do my sit-ups and all of that other stuff, or
Hmm.
the combat. Yeah, I
And this is how you know I'm segueing, by the way. This is how you know that Adam was very accepting and loving of his brother because so much so we finally get the chance to meet the family. And Adam has already shared with his mom and his auntie Ruth the life of Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think Adam did it in a way to like be messy. I think he did it like just to update
Just to
his
update them.
his
Yeah.
mom,
Yeah.
and that's what it was. Um, have you or would you ever introduce your man to your family? And I know we touched on it a little bit before,
We
but
can touch, yeah, I'm gonna retell that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't share every partner I have with my mother, but that's not because I'm scared to. It's just because I want to make sure that me and that person are on the same page before I introduce
hmm
somebody very important in my life to that person. And then, like, I don't
hmm
want to introduce that person to my mother, and then we stop dating, or we stop talking, or we stop dealing with each other 2 weeks after the fact. I need to make sure that it's something that's sticking before I introduce something to my introduce a piece of thing to, to my mother. um but yes, there have been times where I've introduced people to my mother. I meet their mother. We exchange phone numbers. We check in with each other. Boo boo boo. However, there is and was and has been a time where I wanted to introduce someone to my mother. No, sorry, to my nephews, and to the just my family. I'm coming down there with my partner, and
hmm
my mother sort of pushed back on that, and she was just like, "Uh, me who?" But she was just very much like, that's just something I'm not ready to do. And at the time, I sort of I wanted to go in, but I just sort of just had to go a little light and just be like, you do understand that I'm not going to pretend to be straight,
hmm
just for the sake of time. I'm not going to pretend to be straight around my nephews and now my niece. Oh my gosh. I cannot
right,
believe my brother has 3 kids. Um and like my brothers don't behave that way either.
right,
Like they're not like, hey, deepen your voice around my son, and whatever. Woo, woo.
right,
It's very much, oh, that's Uncle Josh. It's
hmm
very much, I do the whole happy birthday songs. I do the whole, you know, wow, that's so cool. Oh, you like that? Okay, cool.
hmm
I talk to them. I don't pretend like I'm straight. Like I don't try to deepen my voice and like all that other stuff. Like I'm very much who I am. Who you see here is
yeah,
who I am when they see me, and there's no
yeah.
question about it. I mean, maybe there are, but I don't know about it. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, no, we definitely talked about this before, especially like with my nephew. Love that little boy to pieces. And I never, like, he's never asked me anything. Like, why do you talk like that? He just never. I have a picture, like, or I have videos of when he was like younger. I don't know if he, I don't know if he knew the difference between me being a human being or if he thought I was some jungle gym because he enjoyed like crawling over me. I don't know what that was about, but like being on top of my head and just all this other stuff. I was just that for him. You know what I mean? So. And like now he still doesn't like, okay, now wait a minute, you get a little too heavy, you get a little too
Right.
heavy. We can do all that crawling and stuff now. But like he's never came out and just asked me the question. Like he may have asked my mom or he may have asked my sister, but and they've never said anything. Um but children are just so fascinating and sometimes I really do wish adults woke the hell up and pay attention because you can learn a lot from how children interact. Like, why are you feeling the way you feel about who and what I'm laying down with, and this child don't really give a damn.
Because all of the shit is taught. All the shit is
Correct.
learned. I know I don't want to go too far, but there's a video where they they bring the parents in and their babies in, and they separate the parents and the babies, and they bring in a bucket load of snakes, and they place them in the center of the room, and they crawling all over the babies, and the babies are playing with them. Separated, the parents are like, "Oh my god, oh my god, it's a snake next to my baby." But the babies are just playing with the snakes. They're not seeing anything wrong with it, whatever, woo boo. It's a learned
Yeah.
behavior. However, when the parents were put in the room and they saw the reactions of the parents, that's when the baby started to get scared.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it's very much they're looking at it's a learned behavior. It really is a I really think and I don't think I know that
Mm-hmm.
these racism and homophobia, transphobia is taught. Like we're taught boys are not supposed to do this, girls are not supposed to do this, but this is how it's supposed to be, and boo boo, and that da, da,
Yeah.
da.
So what's his name? What's his name? Not Roderick. God, what's the name? Raheem shows up to the event, the cookout is what I'll call it. He shows up to the cookout. You know what I love the most about this? I love the fact that what's his name? What's his name? I can't remember. I thought his name was Adam as well, but um the mother's boyfriend. What was his name?
Girl, I couldn't tell
Okay,
you, but I know he was
whatever.
very much like get away from my woman.
Right. He was like, get away from my woman because he thought it was a friend of Adam's.
Right.
He did not think he was gay. And I thought that was just very interesting because mind you, he was fine, but him being who he was, and I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, right?
Hmm.
Mitchell did not bring him over to be like, all right, y'all, listen up, everyone quiet down. This is my
My
man. You know
man,
what I mean?
yeah.
It gave very much like if I was to show up to a function, I would show up literally exactly how he. Well, not exactly because Mitchell showed up before he did. I would have came with him. That's first. Then you had Ruth out there being loud and get up with her bands. You self. Girl,
Everybody,
that they.
no, she did that. She said, everybody, simmer down. I want to introduce you to that's and see,
That pissed me off a little bit. That
it's
pissed me
like,
off.
girl, I don't really think that's your place to
That was not
do
your place
that.
to do that. Mm-mm. But I
You
have
don't
an
even know this
appreciation.
man. You don't even know this
Correct.
man.
And then my another cousin said she said and he didn't come empty handed and go sit there and grope him. I was like, girl. But I definitely I loved how the man was just like, oh, I thought that was a friend of da. I didn't know he was like I didn't know. Like that's kind of how I would show up, no shade. So was there more that you wanted to flesh out with that scene?
No.
Okay, let's move on.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
at this point, I think I can't really recall the details of it all, but I know that they had a conversation to pretty much to show up at some party and what's the
Wait.
name?
What is DC? I was gonna say, hold on. DC did something right here. Did he call
DC's
DC? He got.
I was
That's what
bringing that
happened. You
up.
make up.
I
Raheem
was bringing that up.
did Raheem tell? Yeah, Raheem told Mitchell to call DC from his phone,
Hmm.
and
Correct.
that's they were talking about this party. He was like, "Okay, then we're gonna invite him, whatever, or to the club or whatever the fuck it was." And they said,
Well, so that's what it was. So Raheem was going to a party and he was telling Mitchell that DC and them were going to be there. So Mitchell felt away. He was like, "Well, I do want to, I want to take another opportunity to get to know them." And then he was like, "How about I invite them to come over again before we go to the party?" And then so he was like, he called Angel. Angel loved the idea. I love the fact that Angel was doing something with his sister here. I thought that was so cute. Um, but that was that. And
"I
then he
also
was like,
think Angel want. I think he wanted a piece of Mitchell."
"You think Angel wanted a piece of Mitchell?"
In these scenes, it seems like Angel wanted a piece of Mitchell.
I didn't get that. I got because I got Angel was trying to be the connector. Like Angel to me gives the opposite of what Gene was for Mitchell. Like Angel was to Raheem what Gene was to Mitchell, if that makes sense. Like that was their kind of their person who we seen the most alongside with them.
Mhm.
That was kind of like their fairy godparent.
Okay, I can
And
see.
because if you pay attention, well, we ain't got that far yet
Mhm.
because even before the scene when DC was going back and forth about the word tranny and nigga, Angel wasn't really saying nothing. Like Angel was just like, you know what, that's they having that discussion. Angel's really one of the ones like he's the one who wants to keep it neutral, honestly. Like he's just very that.
But I don't know. I feel like it was at one point they were in the kitchen or something, and it was just the way they were
But that's okay. So if we're going back there, then that's what Mitchell was saying to Raheem. Like you got upset because they were space partners, so they were just like, ah, shit, we won, we won. They hugged it up, and so Raheem took it out like you all lovey dovey, hugging up on him, and he was like, it was a game. What are you talking about? Which then led to them. Well, this was the game. That's where DC and what's his name made up. Yeah, that's what DC and them made up. And then the quote here was, um, "What you?" He said, "What you know about do or die?" Or something about do or die. And I'm like, "Well, what's do or
No,
die?"
no, no, that
It's
happened
a,
at the party. No, that happened before.
no, it didn't. It happened at the space game. It was a space game.
Yeah, yeah. So that's when before this is before they're going out.
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. That's what I'm touching. Okay, good. I'm just making sure. Okay.
Yeah,
But I don't know. I didn't say Mitchell wanted Angel. I said it's sort of
you said Angel wanted Mitchell, and
it's
I
sort of he wanted
disagree.
a piece, just a little piece, just to see what it was
I
about.
didn't. I didn't get that from him. I did not get that at all. I did not get that at all. Um, but hold on, because I'm saying this. DC made the statement about, damn, I didn't know you was from Do or Die, or I would have never known you was from Do or Die. And then Mitch was just like, well, there's a lot of things you say, something, from Bed-Stuy. So I'm like, well, what the hell is Bed-Stuy? Which I wish Dwayne was here. But Bed-Stuy is like a place in New York, and I'm like, oh, Bed-Stuy is actually short for it. It's a long name. And I looked up some notable people who's from Bed-Stuy. Would you care to know?
Girl, who from Bed-Stuy?
Girl, you sleeping?
Girl, who from Bed-Stuy, girl?
Girl, you tired?
Girl, who from Bed-Stuy?
Jay-Z.
Because I know who's about to get in the bed, but who's from Bed-Stuy?
Not you about to get in the
Jay-Z.
bed with the star. Jay-Z is
Jay-Z.
from Bed-Stuy. The Notorious B.I.G., Spike Lee, Most Def, and Shirley Chisholm. They're all from Bed-Stuy. And I thought that was like really, really, I don't know. I just thought it was really dope because the point that Mitch was trying to make was just because I'm from Bed-Stuy doesn't mean I have to be like hooga booga. Because these were notable people who came from Bed-Stuy and made things of themselves. So I thought that was something like really, really cute. That was a connecting point for both DC and Mitchell. And we see that, okay, they're in a good space now. You know what I mean? Like they're in a better space. So then they go to this party. They go to this party.
Um, his ex. Sorry. So Raheem's ex is at this party. He saw him before he walked in. His friends are like, "Ain't that old boy?" Right? Am I? Is that correct?
Angel said that. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And he's pretty much just like, "Oh, it's not a big deal. Whatever. Boo, boo, boo." Sorry, I have the
Hmm.
film on while I'm doing this, so I don't miss. So I do not miss a beat. 1 second.
Oh, you're watching the film?
No, no, no. I'm just scrubbing through it. Um. So it's not a big deal. Whatever. Boo, boo, boo. Some way or another, they the ex Raheem's ex lures him over and they start dancing. But not only do they start dancing, it is a siren song, honey.
Hmm.
Um Mitchell takes wind of it. Raheem does not notice that Mitchell sees this. But this is yet another thing where it's like, yeah, I didn't ask, but you didn't tell me, hey, just so you know. And I guess you don't want to make it a big deal, but don't
Be
then.
fair. You got to
But
be fair. You have to be fair.
what?
Mitchell didn't take wind of it. He did not. He didn't know that was his ex until Angel revealed that information. Because I
Okay,
think that's
right, right,
kind
right.
of.
I forgot about
I
that.
think that's kind of important to know. What because that was my question. What would the difference have been if it was a stranger and y'all didn't have a past?
Yeah, I feel like that would have been okay.
So that was one of my questions.
Yeah.
Like, is it off limits to dance with the next out of function? Because Angel kind of was like, oh, he said something about I can't remember what he said specifically, but Angel kind of alley oop the idea that, oh, that's his ex. And then so Mitchell was like, "Well, what you mean before?" Some shit like that. And Aiden was like, "Oh shit, he didn't tell you." So that's when Mitchell kind of was like, "Oh, okay then." And at that very moment was when some dude, his fine ass, came up behind Mitchell
Bryant. That's
and was all
Bryant.
in his
I love
ear. You
Bryant.
know him?
Well, I know him because of his music.
Okay, okay.
Hmm.
His fine ass. He comes up to him all in his ear, blew out the bam. Mitchell's just kind of like, "Oh no, I got him with someone." Da da da. He was
See,
like, "Well,
my
where
whole thing,
he
he's
at?"
doing all of that, watching this man dance with somebody else. That pissed me off. That
His
pissed
loyalty pissed you off?
No, it pissed me off that you clearly see this nigga dancing with his ex,
Mm-hmm.
and you're still rejecting somebody who is clearly interested in you. Not even just dance with him. Like
Mm-hmm.
like, why are you being so loyal to this man who is not being loyal to you?
Well, hold on. Where was he disloyal?
You're dancing with your ex. Not only are you dancing with
Was
your ex, like y'all are essentially dry humping, kissing, making out,
they was not doing all that?
whispering in each other's ears, and all this. I'm just putting in the context of being in a dark club where you genuinely would not see all of this stuff going down. But if I'm looking at it going down and you don't see me looking at it going down, I'm gonna get mine.
Okay,
What did
that's
Candy?
fair.
What did Candy say? If you're out in the club, don't think I'm not. When you're out in love, don't think I'm not.
You sound just like her.
Just don't think I'm not, cause I'm out getting mine, girl.
You sound just like her, actually.
Perfect.
Girl, Kenny, is that you?
Girl. So
So my whole thing was
I would have immediately,
WW, huh?
I would have immediately been over if Bryant was behind me.
Of course you would have. I wouldn't have. I think for me, I would have. I probably would have went up to them. I probably would have. Brian would have had the opportunity to come up in my ear because I would have been headed to them. Actually,
What would you have done though?
I'm telling you, Brian would not have the opportunity to be in my ear because as soon as I seen it, as soon as Angel told me
What
where they
would
was,
what would you have said to them when you went up there? Is what I'm saying. When you went up to them too.
I I would have said, Barbara, this is Shirley. This is my man.
And then what if we were like, okay, clearly this is my man.
Well, see, girl, that's a different story, girl. You want me to rewrite the story? That's not the
He
story
said,
we're
well,
talking about.
he said, actually, I had him first. You would have been like Brandy and Monica over there, girl.
Well, and see, and then, but so to your question, I think it does kind of get answered with Brian and Mitchell actually dancing with each other. Mitchell's like, you know what? Yeah, let's dance. Like, let's
Yeah.
dance.
Because
So they
I'm not
dance.
bringing over no nigga. I'm sorry.
Correct. Raheem catches wind of that because no one told him about that. Raheem looked, he moved Miss Mama out the way, like, girl, move out the way.
And that's really what I know. It's so much just pissing me off in the scene. How are you going to get mad that I'm dancing with a stranger that you do not know? I don't have history with this person, and I'm clearly, and oh my god, I clearly am trying to tell this person that I'm here with someone else. It's not even like I'm doing all of that like you were doing, but you're mad that somebody's giving me attention when you were just dancing with your ex.
Toxic masculinity.
No, I call that niggalinity. Like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. That would have been the end. I feel like that
The
would have
way
been the end.
the way he approached it it was just too much. Raheem did not have to do all of that,
Right.
the back and forth, and then
Yeah.
punching that man in his face. That was too much. That was very immature. And I wrote down here in capital letters, Raheem's immaturity killed DC.
Oh, damn. Well, no. I think if we're doing that, Bryant's character's immaturity killed DC because why are you shooting somebody because y'all got because what?
Again, Raheem's immaturity killed DC.
But
Had you handled that a lot differently, the killer that they never really found either, but the killer, he said, "Ain't that those niggas that was at the party that was fighting?" He was like, "Hell yeah, that's them." Raheem's
why would he
immaturity
shoot
killed him.
them? Why not just ask for round two?
And that's the part that I'm a little bit. weary about because DC tried to break the fight up. DC had nothing to do with it.
Exactly. But I think he was trying to shoot Raheem, not
How
DC.
could he? No, he couldn't have because he said pow pow. This whole thing he kept saying he said pow pow 3 different times. The first pow pow, they were standing with each other. At that point, Raheem walked away from DC. DC just sitting there on his phone. I don't know what he was doing, but he was just standing there. The dude said pow pow. He said it again. And then the next time we see it, Raheem was at this point under some sort of something was over his head. And then the next time you hear the guy say he said pow, and then you hear the gun actually go off, that's when what's name turn around like, oh shit, and runs
Right.
back.
Hmm.
You
Well,
can't
I
say he was
don't
trying to
know.
kill Raheem.
I don't know. Maybe he. I don't know. I don't know.
That right there, that really did me in. I didn't really take much notes on that aside from the fact of, like I said before, um, it foreshadows from the it as well part.
Hmm.
Because the funeral comes, I'm speeding a little bit through here because I
It's
was taking the notes. But it foreshadows the part that DC was going to die for me, and then it's the same song that is sung at his funeral. How do you feel about finally meeting the baby mother at the funeral?
um. Girl, I don't really remember that part. But I'm just talking about
Because
that. I'm just talking about that in general. Um. But yes, I will. I would. I'm okay with someone having kids. It's we live in a very different time. Not saying that having kids is bad. It's not bad, y'all. Obviously, it's not bad. Y'all know that. Um, it's just something about I don't know. That's very that's very interesting. Like the dynamic between the relationship of baby mama and ex boyfriend's boyfriend.
right, I think the guy in the middle has to be a secure person. Like you, and see again,
Extremely
you have to be
in both
extremely secure.
in both parties.
You have to be,
In both
and that's
parties.
I'm just like
Because it's always gonna be in the back of your mind if you're not secure, it's always gonna be in the back of your mind that he's still hitting that.
that won't be in the back of my mind.
You're secure. I'm just saying, if you're not secure, that's gonna be in the back of your mind.
Well, and I guess it wouldn't be in the back of my mind because he's already made it clear that he's not. So as you know, anyone who knows Tuki, he loves a baby daddy. He loves a baby daddy. He loves a baby daddy. And I just got out of this relationship, if you want to call it that, with this guy who had a baby mama, and I knew everything about her, where she worked, where she lived, her birthday. I knew everything about this girl. She didn't know anything about me, nothing about me, and so I knew that he was still hitting it. I mean, he was living with her, so I knew that they were having sex or whatever. Um, there was no competition when it came to that. But I'll never forget. I used to ask him questions because he did something to me that has never been done to me before by any man. Any man,
He bottomed you?
girl. Yeah, no, girl. He gave me fellatio. I've
Ooh,
never had that happen to me.
girl.
And then so I was like, wait, what? So he did it. I mean, he just did it. And I was like, oh God. Um, but that made me feel away only because I'm like, well, wait a minute, because if you're doing this to me, you did it so naturally. I'm curious to know if you've done this before or if you're doing this with someone else. So that was a very pinnacle moment in our relationship because
What would be wrong with
I started
that?
to, huh?
What would be wrong with that if he's done that before?
Because the agreement that he and I had was it was just me, him, and his baby mama. Your baby mama don't have a penis.
Well, maybe
So
maybe somebody else does.
and so to that point, we could no longer mess with each other because I knew what we were doing and I knew what y'all were doing because you were telling me. But now I'm coming to learn that if you're lying to her about me, I know you're lying to me about the other people you out there fucking on. I already know. So, girl, it became a whole thing, girl, and we stopped talking. There's more to that story, but we stopped talking essentially, and I absolutely think it's for the best because, yeah. So I say all that to say, how do we met under different circumstances? Me and the baby mama. Um,
You talking
I
about the
think we could have
funeral?
been
You
cool.
talking about the funeral? Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Well,
wouldn't have liked to
I
have
wanted to
met her
make
at the
sure
funeral.
people. I'm just making sure that people know that you're not talking about your personal life. You're talking
Oh
about
yeah, no, no, no. Fuck
the.
him. I don't care about them. I don't care about them. I was talking about if I was
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Right.
If I was Mitchell,
Yeah.
had I met the baby mama, I would have preferred it was not at the funeral because
Right.
that
Right.
just kind of felt again. It just felt forced. It felt forced. Like that. Why does they keep popping up on me at inconvenient times?
That's what I'm saying. And then,
It did feel forced.
and this also happened after all of this stuff has happened. Yes, it's very sad that your friend. Sorry, I don't want to go to. I don't want to jump. Go ahead.
No, no, no. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I'm going to say it's very sad that your friend. You're going. You're dealing with this. You're grieving your friend. I
Hmm.
understand that, but I don't think it's my job to nurse you back to health, especially after we've had this argument and this fight.
Hmm.
And I understand some things are bigger than that, but it doesn't excuse like you've these are so many lies you told me. Like I understand, like I'm not a heartless bitch. Like I understand, like checking in and talking with you and having you rant and grieve. I understand, but at the end of the day, we need to, you know, we I don't think this we need to talk about the nature of this relationship and where we're going and
Right.
things are going because I don't want you to use this as ew, that sounds so bad. I don't want you to use this as an excuse to for me to forget about everything that has happened.
Hmm. Josh, I do want to say this because I realized that I kind of went a little bit
Okay.
too fast
Okay.
because after the party, they did get into an argument. They got
Yeah.
into an argument and they left Mitch for dead, literally. Left him
Yeah, they left
outside
him
and
there. Yeah.
he had to walk home or however he got home.
Yes.
And so the scene cuts to now Mitch is at his house, Beatty's there, Courtney's there, Gene is there. This was the most important part to me of this entire film, and I wish Dwayne was here. Okay, you ready for this?
Hmm.
My earphone. That's why I see me. My earphone. Here. Gene says there is only one kind of man, a dog. We will all have one, or we will be one. That's what Gene says. Beatty says there are three types of men. You have
Uh-huh.
Mr. Right,
Yep.
you have Mr. All Right,
Right
and
for
you
me.
also have Mr. Right for you.
Hmm.
So, for those of you that are wondering, Mr. Right, according to the film, Mr. Right is the perfect one you dream about, but he doesn't exist.
Never. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
Mr. All Right is the guy that you usually fall for. He's a dog that knows exactly what and how to get what he wants. And then Mr. Right for you, he may not be cultured nor conscious, but he is a good man. He's a really good man. And then so what BD says is Mr. Right is the person that you would bypass for Mr. All Right looking for Mr. Right. I was like, wow, wow.
So do you agree with that idea?
I do. I completely wholeheartedly agree.
Because I was gonna
Because
say I
this
agree with Gene.
T.S. Madison was like the same thing. There's only one kind of man, he's a dog. But no, I agree, and I'm gonna tell you why, which is why I felt the way I did when Raheem did not like disclose him having a child up front. Like we all have our baggage. Like everyone has their baggage.
That's something Gene
And I
don't know.
but I mean it's not. I mean it's I don't know. I don't know.
That's like
But
saying,
for me,
how am I trying? What baggage could I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. Oh, I've been to jail. You know what I mean? That's different than I have a son. Now, if you've been to jail before, where's the like? I feel like 8 weeks, 3 months down the line, that's not that much of a. It's like, oh, okay. Got it.
Okay. Well,
But
you
if you
said
get,
jail. My question is it jail or prison? Because those are two different things.
well, I said jail.
Okay. So I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, I said jail, but well, some people go to prison for like fraudulent stuff. I don't think it's that jail. Let's just leave it at
I
jail.
would never send nobody. I would never send nobody with the jail. I wouldn't send nobody there. Now, prison, I would put that in the same category as being considered as baggage because again, that's just like yes, it's public information now, but I don't feel comfortable disclosing that at this moment, and I don't know how solid we are, especially for you to go out and then use that as
Right. That's what I'm
ammunition.
saying. That's different than I have a son.
Oh no, I didn't say it was different. I'm putting them in the same category, but go ahead.
Oh, you're putting them in the same category. I'm
I'm
okay.
putting that I'm putting that in the same category with I have a son, I have an STD, I'm trans, and I'm talking to a straight guy. Like I'm putting them all in the same
I
category.
think I think those are all different instances
Okay, well,
because
and that's okay.
you don't wait 3 months to say, "Oh, I have a son," or you don't wait 3 months to say, "I have an STD," or I mean,
Hmm.
who I don't know. Who am I to say? I don't know. Who am I to say? I don't have a child, and I don't have an
Yeah,
STD. You know what I mean? So
yeah. And I think that's why I love this so much is because let me just say it again. Mr. Right for you is the person that people will bypass for Mr. All Right on a search, on a never ending search for Mr. Right. And I think that is just so poetically
yeah.
sound
Hmm.
because it's like, I mean, it resonates deeply with me. Like, here I am, like, I don't want to talk to you because you got this, or I don't want to talk because you got that. And so it's like, I much rather deal with the dog that I know is a dog, but I know he treats me right. I know he's a dog, but I know he treats me right. But then here you are with the son, although you got a child. Mm-mm. It's just kind of like, well, girl, all he got is a child. Like,
Right.
girl, you have to get past that, girl. That child is here. You know what I mean? He's not cheating on you. He ain't doing nothing wrong. He had a child before you got here. It's a different story if he had a child on you. That child was here before you got here. I can't none of that. Or an STD, girl, you got that before I got here. Is it cured? Is it curable? Can you give it to me? Okay, girl. We're here
Or
now. We're here
or
now.
is it something that is manageable or whatever? I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, like I mean, we're here now, so that's I'm like we all have our baggage, and some people just don't feel comfortable just telling you all that. Hi, my name is Tuki Tucker, and I have this STD. Hi, my name is Tuki Tucker, and I have three kids. Because off real, I mean,
I
we
think
got
it's
to be
important
honest.
before you have sex though to disclose that
I
information.
do, I do agree, and that is when it should come up. You're absolutely right. I think those particular times when we're about to be
And I'm
intimate,
not
that
and
is.
I'm not talking about um before before you insert. Like,
Oh,
by the way, it's like
Josh, not ripping the condom. By the way,
right. Oh, just so you know, before I put this on, this and this. Uh-uh. This you needed to tell me that.
Josh, not by the way.
Or no, or actually, after you finish doing this, and you get ready to put it in, and they say, "Oh, by the way," it's like
No, no, we're not
you,
talking.
you don't
We're
think that
not,
was important to tell us before we got in the bedroom,
right.
so that
No, I,
we
I,
can
I
both
do
have
think
a conversation about it and talk about if this is something that we can both move forward with.
correct. Yes, I do agree with that. Which is why, if that is the case, again, if I feel the direction of we're moving in this direction to have sex and so on and so forth, I think that is a time that I need to start figuring out like how do I say this? How do I get to this
I
point?
also think
Because I
this is a very long show, but it's okay. I think it's also very important to while we're talking about this to note that um we understand HIV is not a death sentence. We understand that um most people who are HIV positive are undetectable, and we know that that means transmittable.
right.
We also understand people with herpes. Um, they oftentimes just have one flare up, and that's the first one. And we understand that if they're not currently experiencing a flare up, that they cannot pass it to someone else. We
Mhm.
understand, and we're not shaming people for having those things because oftentimes it is
Mhm.
not their fault.
Correct. Correct. And so, yeah, so that's that. I absolutely love everything BD said there. And I'm that's sticking with me. And it's allowing me the space and opportunity to truly get to know people, men, beyond their sexual position, beyond their sexual orientation. Like
Mhm.
I'm in a space now where it's like, okay, I'm attracted to a man, which is why I'm a little weary about the whole I don't subscribe to anything because
Mhm.
if I'm going that route of let me get to know you, the person, then that is going to be, again, a baggage in my eyes that I have to just accept. I just have to, I mean, they're coming to me with this already. It's up to me to want to remain here and get to know you, the person. So that's where I'm at with it. I just, that's just where I'm at with it.
Okay.
Yeah. So we kind of went back and forth a little bit because after that part was when, DC dies, the funeral happens throughout the band. Um, the It Is Well part was sung at the funeral. Um, and I put a note here. Mitch finds himself not being able to make it to a shoot, which is the project that he's been working on for Chloe and Halle, due
Because
to
he's taking care
Raheem
of
not
his man. Yes.
be, due to Raheem dropping his son off and never returning. But I want to talk a little bit about the project with Chloe and Haley. Girl, did you see Chloe and Haley?
No. Wait. I guess I didn't pay attention. Hold on. I'm girl. I'm gonna look at it right now.
Girl, that right there sent me to another world because I'm like,
Oh, that's supposed to be them, girl.
yeah. I was saying now they could have just left it at the fact of just showing their hair or something. Because you see the one girl, she turned her face a little bit to the side, and I'm like, who is she supposed to be? When I tell you I keyed, that thing was so funny to me. But
I think. ugh, I don't. How is Mitchell putting up with? You know what's funny? I'm glad they did this because I'll say that, and I have put up with a lot of red flags.
oh yes,
So
me.
you know what? I'm glad they put this because it really. I'm just going like this. And the reason I'm
Hmm.
going like this is because I'm not living through it because I don't know what I would have done. I can say what I would
Hmm.
have done because I know how niggas are and I know what red flags look for, whatever. Boo, boo. When you actually in the moment, you don't really know what you would have done because you don't know how you feel in that moment.
That's real, and it's me. I'm colorblind. I will see and know that it's a red flag, and it feels like a red flag, and I'm like, oh, it's purple. Let's keep it going. And that is so terrible.
I
That's it's
girl, I'm making a
that's
point
called
not to do
accountability.
that ever again. I'm making a point to
Oh
never
yeah.
ignore a red flag again. And I'm not saying that like I can't like learn and understand things or
Give
like
me one red flag for you.
you said what?
Give me one red flag for you. What's one red flag?
Uh damn. Um shit, girl.
Uh,
Somebody somebody if we have talked about being exclusive and we're exclusive and every time you come over or you're around me and you're on your phone and you do this. You take your phone down like this every time.
really?
Every time. Or if it's like this, you go like this. Your phone face down like this, that's a red motherfucking flag for me. And I already know what it is.
That's interesting. 'Cause how do I don't know how to sit my phone down. I just be sitting there. I don't know. One red flag for me
I'm
is
talking
that
about every single now the first time I'm gonna pay attention to it, but the second time, if I see you're on your phone and you intentionally, because most people when they're on their phone and you ain't got nothing to hide, you're gonna set it down, you're gonna set it down like this. But if you're
I'm
afraid that a message is gonna come through, you're going to remember to turn your phone like this. You're gonna remember. I don't care what is going on. If I see that, and we have talked about being exclusive, baby, red flag. You don't got to tell me nothing. I already know what's going on. I already know the deal.
I imagine it has probably became habitual for them to do so. This is me playing devil's advocate here. I imagine that they've had a phone before that had a case that probably didn't allow them to lay it on the back, so they just always naturally put it on their phone, their face. I imagine that maybe something has happened to the cracked screen or something, so they just kind of keep it down so
You just
that
gonna make,
way people
so
don't
you
see
just
the
gonna make
screen is
excuses.
cracked.
So you just gonna make excuses for it.
Girl, I'm telling you what I imagine. I'm telling you what I imagine. Okay,
And I imagine I'm getting cheated when I see that. So I'm so I'm gonna do one or two things. I'm either going to play the game and I'm going to understand the nature of our relationship now, or I'm going to let you know, hey, that makes me feel uncomfortable because it makes me think that you're hiding something. So are we exclusive? Or, whatever, woo, like I'll have the conversation. But if I don't feel like doing all that, which at this point in my life is giving very
can
much
I ask a
yeah,
question? What's the difference between them maybe leaving the phone in the car or in their pocket?
that when you're laying down lounging with someone, that's the difference. We're watching a movie, you ain't got no pants on all the time. You got your underwear on or your pajamas or whatever the fuck. We in the house chilling. And you set your phone down on the ottoman like this every single time. And then you pick it up and then you set it back down like that again. And then you pick it up. Yeah, yeah, that's cool, babe. And you set it back down like that.
I don't know. I think that's looking for a reason.
Okay,
Me
okay,
personally. Me
okay.
personally. And I say that too because I mean I think about people's jobs. Um
Well, what you gotta have for me? You think I'm a You
well
think I'm
no,
gonna tell
I have
Regina that
something
you didn't send an email?
I had to follow up to that. I think about I think about people's jobs, and I know with Amazon in particular, they have them little damn devices. So there's a certain way that you have to place them down, and those who work at
Your
Amazon,
cellular device,
um,
girl.
huh?
Your cellular device, your personal cell phone.
So that's the thing. It's still a device that you hold and do. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying like
Yeah,
we have to
yeah,
try and
yeah.
see
I
it from all
understand. Yeah, yeah.
sides. We have to just
I got
try.
you. I got you. I
But
got
that's
you.
your red flag. That's your
Okay,
red
what's
flag. And
your
so
red
that's
flag? Tell me your red
I
flag.
think that's very interesting. Mine is inconsistency.
Okay, that's
Mine
another one of mine. Okay, got it.
mine mine is, and if we stay with your example, mine is if you do lay it down and all of a sudden it slipped forward. Let's continue to do that.
What? See,
I don't
if
like
that
it.
now that's why I don't. If it's the first time, what? I'm gonna take note of it. I'm not. I'm gonna take note of everything.
Mhm,
And then I see it like this. I'm like, oh, okay, he was just tossing his phone around. Because if you have nothing to hide, you're not really paying attention. You're gonna act normal. But if it's
mhm.
every every single time you pick up your phone and you do, it's still, it's gotta be,
It's instinct. It,
or because I've seen them do this before too. It's facing up, and then when you come around,
oh yeah. I mean, I
and
can
it's
see that,
thing.
but I just imagine it being instinct for that. But it's almost like for me, I was talking to somebody. I was like, "What do you put on?" I don't know how we got on. I said, "Do you put on your pants first or your socks first?" And it was like, "I don't even know." Like I just put my clothes on, and it's like it was literally me. I felt I was doing something this morning, and I think I was paying closer attention to it. Girl, why did I forget to put on one of my socks? Because I'm so used to putting them on a certain way, and it's weird, but sometimes I want it's just instinctual to do something that you just do. I don't know. I don't know.
I get what
My
you're
red
saying.
flag is inconsistency.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I
I
can't
like
stand
that.
no inconsistent and that's inconsistency across the board, particularly communication. But
No, no,
don't
that. Ooh, when you're not communicating.
well let's hold on. Let's hold on because you know the great guru Craig said something before. Communication is a partner, clarity is our friend, but he said
Okay.
something else. What I heard him say most recently is that it's beyond just communicating. Matter of fact, no. He said this with the gay people. What's the thing called? Telling our story.
Yeah.
He said it's beyond just communicating. He said, I think now it's more about sharing. Because we can communicate all day long, but you're not sharing things with me.
Mm.
And I was like, damn, Craig is so good. Because communicating, yes, communication is key. But what are we communicating about? What are we talking about when we're communicating? What are you sharing with me that you really want me to know? And I think that's
So someone who I'm gonna get you right here, bitch. So someone who
get
is
me,
not
bitch.
sharing, so someone who is not sharing something is a red flag.
No, I said inconsistency was my red flag.
Girl, I was trying
Bitch,
to.
you thought you,
Girl, I was trying to.
bitch,
I
you,
was trying to. I was trying to rope
girl, you
you
thought you
in.
did.
I'm like,
What
so
I,
they're not
what,
sharing that
no,
they
no,
have.
no, 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 no. But you try inconsistency is the red flag that I see. No, 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 no.
Sharing that they have a son 8 weeks into dating. That's
No,
a
no,
red
no, no,
flag.
no. Mm-mm.
That would be a red
Incons-
flag for me.
Inconsistency. That's my red flag. And so like for me, like again, and I use communication as being an example of your inconsistency. If you are showing up and you calling, you texting, hey babe, whatever, 4 weeks down the line,
Love bombing.
where's the hey baby or where's the you know what I mean
Love
or
bombing.
or the first month we're dating and you taking me to Ruth Chris, you don't took me to Gibson's, you don't took me to these 5-star restaurants. Now we're sitting in the drive through down into the Wendy's. Girl, what happened? I would have much I would have much rather we started off down there to the 5 for 5 at Wendy's and we worked our way up. Don't
Right.
present
He
don't
ain't got to
present a
do it no
life to me
more. He ain't got to
that
do
you
it no more.
can't
He done
keep
got
up
what he
with.
wanted.
No, and see, that's part of the problem too. That's red flag number two, actually, is when you feel content. I never want to be in a relationship with someone where it's just
Or
content, like we're
they
content.
took you for granted, like you're always gonna be there.
Oh, that ain't it.
Oh, honey,
That ain't the truth.
I've been taken for granted a time too many.
So, yeah.
And
So, anyway,
last time I checked, I'm not a rock.
not Granny. not, not Granny. Those who pass science class gets it. So yeah. So he tells Mickey that he can't show up to the project because he's at the birthday thing with
Right.
Junior or whatever.
Yeah.
So the scene skips and then it goes towards, Raheem showing up to Mitch's house, drunk than a skunk,
Mm.
and they get into a fight. I can care less about the fight because couples fight, but this is where it got interesting for me. It's one pot calling the kettle black for me. What are your thoughts on us being in a relationship and you call me a punk?
Wait, so I know it was probably what Raheem called Mitchell a punk.
Yes.
Well, we're arguing. I don't know. I don't feel so because I'm gonna try to jab you too.
So okay, that's good to hear because that's very interesting to hear from you though. Because now I'm just curious to know when I'm arguing with somebody, when I'm arguing, bitch, I'm trying to stab you in the jugular. I'm going to try to hurt you,
Hmm.
right? But when I'm arguing with you, that means no shade. I've been sitting on some stuff that I never really said for real, or I've been waiting to use this insult against you because I know it's going to hurt you and to be offensive
Damn.
to you.
And I guess
I
it's just
just
I okay. I see what you're saying. When you're, it depends on what you're saying to your partner when you're in an argument. Because if you are using things that you know are very harmful and hurtful,
mhm.
um, then that's where it's like, well, damn, how long you been holding that in?
Right, right.
And it's like, is this real or is this just something that you do when you're bored?
Hmm.
So I guess it just depends on what is said. Because okay, we're here. When couples get in an argument, usually the feminine person or the woman is like, "You a broke ass nigga," boo 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 boo, and that's mainly because the nigga is not helping with the bills, or the nigga, done lost the third job in a row, boo 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 boo, or and what
Oh,
they,
that's why your dick is little anyway.
girl, no damn well,
And see, and that's why I never really like arguments when between people who are in relationships. And that could be friendships too. I never really understood arguments like that because that almost makes me feel like, oh well, girl, you never really loved me then.
Right, because
You
if
never
we
really
call
loved
it,
me.
I don't do the name calling is like,
You
I
never
don't
really loved
know.
me. You've been waiting to say this. You've been waiting to use this. So what I'm hearing you saying is, if I'm being called a broke ass nigga now, what I'm hearing you saying is, had I continued to buy you those Birkins or those Louboutins or what have you, it wasn't a problem, regardless of me going
And,
from job A to job Z, as long as you got what you needed financially.
and then men always call, the feminine person or the woman or whatever,
Girl, that's why your pussy stank. Like, well, was
dumb.
it
You're
thinking when you
dumb.
was
You're
eating it?
stupid. You're dumb. You're stupid. Boo boo boo. And it's just like, damn, dumb nigga. Like, I didn't call you anything, but I'm dumb. But you're really the dumb one because I know you've been doing X, Y, and Z.
Right. Yeah,
And
I didn't like that at all.
yeah.
I don't like that at all, actually. And I
Mm-mm.
just thought it was very, very interesting again that wow, here you are. And so he kind of said it. He was just like, what? He was like, well, if I'm a punk, then you can get out because we've been laying together.
I
So
would
if
have
I'm a punk, what
I
does
would
that
have
make
said, if I'm
you?
a punk, then you're a super fag.
I would have said, I would have said, I know I'm a punk, but I said, I would have said, how we used to say it? How we used to say it, John? I know I'm a punk. I know you were a punk, but what am I? Something like
I know
that.
you are, but what am I? Because if I'm a
Cause
punk,
that's what I
you're
would have
a
did. Cause you
faggot.
know, I would have said, and bitch, and you're a punk.
Hard F, hard G, hard T.
Ooh. Oh God. So I thought that was interesting. And then that leads to Raheem laying his fist down on that man's face. Um,
Yes.
this now becomes domestic violence. And this is something that is not actually taken seriously um, in the black or in the gay community. Let me be very specific. In the black gay men loving man relationship community. Let me be very clear. Um, why do you think that is?
I just think it's so hard for some people to express emotion, and they feel like the only way they can do that is to unfortunately go forth in violence.
Hmm.
Um, or they can't think of something else to say. So okay, now I'm gonna see if I can hit you. Let me see if I can
Yeah,
let me see if I can knock you out since I can't say, you know,
I can't
and
hurt your feelings with my words.
right. So let me see if I can physically harm you. Let me see if I can hurt
Yeah.
you since you hurt me. Um, and I'm not gonna go too deep, like I said, but I have experienced a situation where my partner, unfortunately, was handsy.
Hmm.
I'm gonna save that story for another day. I'm
Yeah.
not afraid to talk about it. I mean, I think it's important and I think it does help others. But it did
Yeah.
end with my mother calling the police on the phone all the way from North Carolina. Um, and me leaving that situation.
Hmm.
Um, you know, quick little PSA, Miss Thing, since we're talking about it. Um, those of you who may be experiencing that type of thing, understand that I know it's not easy to just walk away from somebody that you love, and you would never want to fight back because this is somebody that you love. Um, but understand that you will end up, and I have to say it this way because it's not going to resonate if I don't. You
Girl,
will
say
end
it
up
straight.
you will end up dead
Hmm.
if you stay with someone who constantly promises to never do it again.
Hmm.
Because that last time that they hit you may be the last time
Yeah.
because they did it too hard or because they picked up the wrong thing or because they accidentally pulled the trigger. Um yeah. So I very thankful to one of my really, really, really good friends who helped me through that situation, who had to put that realization inside of me. So I'm hoping that helps someone.
Absolutely. Does your friend, would you say your friend was the gene in the situation? Because we seen that gene came through, and we're just kind of like, girl, are you going to press charges? Like, what's next? What are we going to do?
Yeah, I think my mother was the gene because she had no idea. Obviously, I think my friend was just sort of just knocking some for the y'all know we got to make jokes here too, knocking some sense into me for the lack of a better word. um, as if I had, as if I ain't got knocked enough. I think my friend was just knocking some sense into me, like, girl, you're going to end up dead if you stay with this man. And I understand that he loves you and you love him, but he can't keep saying he's gonna stop doing something and he's continuing to do it. So and then when I'm gonna talk about it. When you talk about it, you talk about it like, oh well, it wasn't like he pushed me out of the car. He just slammed my head on the steering wheel, or he just took control of the wheel and tried to ram us into another car. It's not like he pushed me out of the car. It's not like you start making excuses in your head like it's not that bad. Where it's just like, girl, this was happening to somebody else. This was happening to your mother outside looking in. Oh, and again, we'll touch on these things when it's time. You would think it's that bad. So, like, while it's happened to you, you make all these excuses to yourself. So I understand those situations where, like, oh, where it's only been 3 times,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, you know what I mean. So I understand all of that, but yeah,
And to your point, I like what you said there. You shouldn't stay in something because you love the person. And love really does make us do some very, very
honestly, I think you
crazy,
should leave if you
stupid
love the
things.
person. You should especially leave if you love the person. I don't think you love.
No,
I
no,
don't. You can't love somebody when you don't love yourself. It's just that's just the truth.
correct, correct, correct. And so from that scene, we seen that Jean, was there comforting, all of the things and what have you, and then to bring us to the light of day. There wasn't really a lot of context around it. It was more or less like, I guess you call it a montage where the guy is like dancing, showing liberation of some sort. And then it's cut to BD and um, Mitchell standing outside of some building. I'm assuming it's BD trying to open up maybe a dance studio or something. I don't really know. Um, but they talked, they talked, they talked, and BD said he quoted Toni Morrison and said, "You didn't fall in love, you rose in it." And I thought that was a very interesting quote because I'm like, well, help me understand. And so I did some digging, and the nuance there is to rise in love instead of falling in love. You rise in love. I did some digging, and it's talking about the love that you think you fell in. It's not you falling. You should almost feel that the love that you fell in was the type of love to enlarge your capacity to be yourself, not make it smaller. It should bring clarity, it should bring strength, and it should also bring some sense of responsibility, not confusion, not dependency. And lastly, to rise into love is to show an ethical act that is rooted in mutual recognition rather than domination. And I thought that was very, very clever for them to put that in there, and say that because that whole fight scene, that domestic scene, that felt very much like I'm Benji, I'm the thug, I'm the man in this man on man
Mhm.
relationship. I'm
They're just
showing
fighting for
dominance by
dominance. Yeah.
hitting you. And so that's when, like, good job to the writers, good job to the people who did their research on that, because again, to your point, some people do some very crazy things because they love someone, but I think to really love someone, you gotta love yourself a little bit. I mean,
You have to love yourself
a lot of it.
completely.
Yeah. Or to even know what type of love, where you are in love, in the space of love with yourself is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, how you treat yourself is really going to be like I really think people should focus on how we show up for ourselves. Because
Hmm.
if you're constantly chasing that. I mean, the perfect example is that scene where Mitchell pretty much let his house go. His house go. He stopped talking,
Yes.
communicating with his friends and family. If you if you stop doing what you normally do when you are interested in pursuing a person or whatever, you're dating someone new, you that's not the person for you. Because you're using them for something that you need to look within for.
Hmm. Absolutely. And so we get to this space where once again he weaseled his way back. Raheem
Like
pops
a nigga
back up
does.
at Mitch's house to apologize, but he does so with the assistance of his sidekick,
Right, of his son.
which is his son's.
And see, at this point,
I
I would have had no remorse. I would have slammed the door on both of them.
the end.
Right.
The
They was like, wait a
end.
minute, that's not in the script. This is how Mitch feels.
This is what Mitch wanted to do.
I'm gonna say,
And
get your little ass out of here.
that to me is red flag. It's a red flag because at this point, you used JR what, three different times now? This is the third time. Ah,
Now you're
so
showing me
you're
what type
saying
of father you are.
you're showing me what type of father you are. So at this point, your son is not your son. Your son is your weapon. Your son is your weapon, and your son was the weapon to get me. Your son was the weapon to keep me, and your son is the weapon to get me back.
To manipulate, it's manipulation.
It's very manipulative,
Because
and so I'm like,
now you're like, oh, I can't leave you because oh,
mm-hmm,
what about Junior? I can't do him like
mm-hmm,
that.
mm-hmm,
Mm-mm,
mm-hmm.
mm-mm.
Which is why I'm in a space of again. Children are very impressionable, very impressionable. I don't want to be introduced to your child until I know where we stand. I don't because I don't know what type of impression I will leave on your child. You know what I mean? Like I don't. And then so to bring your child around me, now let me be clear. You can bring your child around me, they can stay around me for 10,000 years. I will never grow attached to them because that's not my child. They can go back home.
Exactly.
But I don't know how that would affect the child.
But
You know
that
what I
doesn't mean I'm
mean?
gonna be mean to them or whatever boo boo. Like
And that's not being mean. Before I slam the door in their face, I will explain to them
right.
because since you had JR to come to me and apologize to me on your behalf, I'm gonna tell JR, you let your daddy know I don't forgive him. So I'm gonna close the door. Y'all have a good night, okay?
Right. And I feel like that would have been perfect.
I know. I wrote
See,
it.
I wouldn't have even done that. I would have just said, "Go away." Like I wouldn't even answer the door. I would have said, "You may as well
Girl,
just,"
girl, not you little Pete hoe.
or I would have told her, "You may as well just go ahead and call the police."
Okay.
Because if I open this
So
door up, it's not gonna be pretty.
if I open the door, I might as well go ahead and go down to the county jail myself. But he comes in, he apologizes, and Mitchell lets him know, like, I'm a man. Like, I'm a man. And I think that was kind of a point where Mitchell, again, this is what I was trying to say earlier, like, girl, that man just sitting there called you a sissy, girl. What you gonna do about it? And so this was his way of of reclaiming who he is and what he is. Just because you're the soft one in the relationship, just because you're the submissive one, or you're playing the heteronormative act of being the girl with the skirt on while he wear the pants, does not make you less than a man. And I think that needed to be very, very clear and transparent that girl, you may go to the gym 7 times a week and I go once a year, but that does not make me less than a man. Like, that's not how this works. That's not how this works. And so I'm hoping and praying. I didn't see much communication, but I'm hoping and praying, but I'm over here talking like it's a real thing, but that they actually talked through that and worked through that. Because this cannot
And
happen
not just
again.
banged and said, "Okay, that's it."
So, girl, I love how we skip it to the end because at this point, girl, we both a little tired. But
It's
at
okay.
this point, they finished doing what they was doing, and it wakes up with Gene because Gene is telling me, "Bitch, you did what? Like what?"
Right.
So Gene is on the phone as what's his name? As Mitchell is telling him the story, like, girl, he when he apologized, he had Junior, girl, da 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 da. Da. And so Gene says something. If the best prediction of future behavior is past behavior, then you're in for a lot more headache and heartache.
Exactly. In black eyes.
And someone said to me, when someone shows you who they are,
Okay.
believe them.
Come on, Maya.
Believe them. They showed you. And I never really liked that quote a lot because why does someone have to be angry to show me who they are? Why can't they just, you know what I mean? But I think that kind of coincides with, girl, they've shown you their pattern. Because
Like you don't
that's the
have to
thing about a
second guess
pattern.
it in your head. You don't have to wonder where he is and all this stuff. You know that
You
already.
already know. You already know. And that's the thing about a pattern. A pattern never switches up, which is why it's called a pattern. It's going to continue to do what it's intended to do. And if he's showing, and I'm not, let me be very clear, just because he's this way with you does not mean he's going to be this way with someone else. He
Exactly.
has shown he has shown you time and time again how he feels about you
You.
based on how he treated you. Girl, wake up. Like wake up. And if you didn't have anything to say about that, I was going to segue that wake up
And I
into
I think people I don't know, we're waiting for that. I think people are afraid to start over in the black gay
Oh
community.
yes.
I think people
Yeah.
are afraid to be like, "Oh my, well, girl, we've been together for 6 months." Like, "Oh my god, like we got to make it to a year and boo boo." And it's just like,
Yeah.
why? Why put up with
Yeah.
so much stress? Yeah, girl, you're gonna cry. You're gonna grieve the relationship. It happens. It happens. People break up. People get back together. People break up again. People find, lose interest. People gain interest. It's part of who we are. When you notice something is not right and it don't feel right to you, don't keep going just for the sake of you want to be in a relationship with somebody or you're
Hmm.
lonely. If you're lonely, girl, it's time for you to look within. It's time for you to figure out why. Okay, why am I lonely? Why am I
Hmm.
so goddamn lonely?
Yeah.
Like I say this all the time. You cannot worry about if a man or a nigga or whoever is thinking about you and you got shit stains in your toilet and you got stains on your mirror. Clean up. You got laundry
Right.
all around. Stop worried about if somebody's worried about you because you're not worried about you. So why the fuck are they
About
worried
yourself.
about? Why the fuck would they be worried about you and you not worried about you? You're not worthy of being worried about, bitch. Clearly
Correct.
because you not worried about you. You got dishes in your
Yeah.
sink and you worried about if a nigga is thinking about you. No, he is fucking somebody else right now. He may be thinking about your whole while he's inside of the person because he's doing his own grieving, but he is fucking it away and you're sitting down crying and letting yourself go and all this other stuff. That nigga is not giving a fuck about you. Because if he gave a fuck
Yeah.
about you, he would have done the fucked up shit he did to hurt you, bitch. Wake up.
Well, girl, do you want to talk about it?
I'm just saying, just to if there's a sweetie watching this who is going through something, worried about if a man is thinking about them, they asking the oracles on TikTok if a man is thinking about them. Baby, think about yourself. Clean that toilet up. Wash them dishes. Cook dinner for yourself. Go to
Girl, make
work.
that bed up.
Right. Go to work. Clock in because these girls will call out of work just to see a nigga. And
Hmm.
another thing, they will
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, girl. You stepping on my toes.
they will have a nigga drive them to work in their car and have that
Hmm.
nigga use their car while I've done it. Have
Yeah.
use that car while they're at work and use that very car to go do some fucked up shit.
That Nissan Altima.
God damn. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I feel really passionate about those topics.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I've never done that because I've always been scared that somebody's gonna wreck my car. I've never done that. But
And
no,
while
I
we're on
totally
that,
agree.
why can't the happily ever after be um self 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 fulfillment? Why can't it be we had a great time while we were together?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
girl,
We had a great time while we were together. I
it was
appreciate
nice while it lasted.
I appreciate you for apologizing, but
You said
we have to
something.
move on.
You said something. Have you seen Insecure by Issa
Oh
Rae?
yes. Oh yes.
Girl, to this day, I wrote them in a nasty email. I wrote them a nasty because I hated the way that whole series ended. I
Remind me
hated
how
it.
it ended. Who did she end up
She
with?
she with Lance, back with
Oh
Lance.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Girl, gotta be something good for us to go back and review.
I would love to do
Like,
that. That would
gotta
actually.
be.
We should do that, and Dwayne would love that because there's a lot of things to talk about in that.
There's a lot of things, and we could do it episode by episode. It probably won't be as long.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, hold on. Let's finish this really quickly. But that'll be really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what were we saying? Girl, yeah. So we're still at Jean. So Jean is laying down the law, telling a friend, like, "Girl, get your shit
And he
together."
doing it. He's laying it on thick too.
Laying it real thick.
Okay.
But if it ain't one thing, it's another that we know about that Jean. And I wish Dwayne was here to see it. Friend, I was gonna let you give us the surprise.
So after Jean hangs up that phone, Angel turns around in the bed and be like, "Babe, you coming back to bed?"
That is not that.
Hey, what is
Girl,
all
that
that
is.
noise? I did not like the way that I didn't
I hated that
because
ending.
what's the why they didn't give any notion that that was even a thing that was about to happen. Now,
I but here's the thing though, right? You see how you said Angel was coming on to Mitchell, whatever, whatever, and
right,
I was saying that Angel was to
yeah,
Raheem what Gene was to
right.
Mitchell. I guess if you really take a step back and see that they both had their things going on, so I mean I guess you could have foreseen it coming, but at the same time, like to your point, I didn't even see nothing to where they were even in the same building. Like when did y'all
No,
even meet
I'm
each other?
like, why does everybody have to be? Why does everybody have to have a like?
A happy ending.
Why does everybody have to have a partner to be fulfilled? It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't have to be that
Mm-hmm.
way in a film. Like when I create my series or movie, film, whatever, it it is literally the happy ending will. So if you're watching this, girl, it is what it is. The happy ending is going to be self fulfillment. I promise you, because we need
Mm-hmm.
more representation of that in Black queer. Everybody, we don't have to have a man to be happy. I'm living proof, and
Absolutely.
it's
Absolutely.
it's okay. It's okay.
What I almost wish would have happened, like if I could be honest, I love how the title B-Boy Blues doesn't really just settle on Mitchell. Like I think it kind of touches
Mhm.
on Mitchell. I think it touches on what's his name?
Right.
Gene a little bit.
Oh, Gene.
And not on
I think
does it
that
touch on him for me?
it definitely touches on Raheem.
Let me speak to the reason why I think it's Mitchell and what's his name?
Mhm.
Gene. Because Gene, like we've learned, is that Gene did not just get out of a relationship, his partner died. I almost kind of wish that there was some sort of not grievance. What's the word I'm looking for? Relief of some sort, where he was able to give himself permission
Like a
to be
resolution.
happy and to
Yeah.
love again.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think he was doing it wrong by sleeping with everything or whatever. So I almost wish the ending would have wrapped up with maybe him visiting the grave or something like that.
I
I
was
don't
gonna say
know.
maybe that was what. Let's remember it had been 10 years, so I think his that
Co-
was I think that was his resolution. Like he gave himself permission to not only feel pleasure again, but to maybe potentially entertain the idea of dating again and like getting back out there. I mean, with all of these guys,
But
now
I didn't.
who
But I
knows,
didn't get that with Angel in your bed.
right? But I'm saying who knows that I don't know who knows how long had been going on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
So
who knows?
right.
So now that we're at the
Maybe
ending,
that was
and
happening before they even met. You know what I mean? Who
right.
knows? But I just thought it
So
was weird how they did it.
I'm curious to know because we're at the end, y'all. That's the ending of the movie. So with that, I'm curious to know, Josh, what are your thoughts? What would be your next scene if you were to create a scene? Would Raheem and Mitchell be together? Would they be friends? Like, what's your scenario?
My
How would
next
they end up?
scene would fast forward to a year later, and it would be Mitchell um taking more initiative for his own personal endeavors. Um and Raheem would be nowhere to be found. He would be in his career. He would be talking with his friends, Jean and everything. Maybe Jean is still with Angel. Um, he would be in his career, elevating, maybe doing a cover for Beyonce. Um, and Raheem is not in the picture because he has done something to yet again, kind of, he would have broken the cycle. And I think that
Mm.
will be my next scene.
Interesting. I went the other way. And I think I went the other way because my favorite, I have two favorite movies, but one of the favorite ones that I'm going to talk about here is Love Jones. And
Mhm.
I love, have you ever seen Love Jones?
I've heard of it. I know I need to watch films. I know.
Girl, no, I need to watch films, but Love Jones, I love the ending of it. Darius and Nina, both were artists, and I'm not going to give away too much because we're not talking about that. But the ending of it shows them in their career fields, and throughout the entire film, their relationship was hard to be in a relationship because they both were trying to get their careers off the ground as artists, and they realized that once they separated, they were able to truly, you know, get their career off the ground. And
I've heard
so
about
I
it.
would have.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said, yeah, I guess I would showcase a little snippet
Yeah,
of the scene. Yeah.
I would have loved to see like just a snippet of maybe his artwork being somewhere, whatever. To your point, I would have loved to have seen, although we didn't get to see the Chloe and Howie project come to fruition, but he did kind of like mention, something about the bee and salon something. That would have been nice to kind of see like a reference to that. Um, I would have loved to have seen, Gene in what's his name? Angel. Maybe they're just both friends. Maybe they're literally just friends, which is they're
Right.
not dating. And then obviously BD and Courtney, maybe they've adopted a child or something.
Right.
Like I would have loved to have seen that, but yeah, that would have been dope. I would have
Just
really loved
just
that.
to showcase that maybe what they were trying to continue to hold on to was holding them back from doing
Was
what they
holding him back.
wanted to do.
Absolutely.
It was very distracting for that self-fulfillment aspect.
Absolutely.
And who knows, maybe a year down the line they meet back up. They're different people. Who knows? We don't know what can happen.
Yeah.
But it's okay to let go too.
Well, girl, and that was the review or recap of B Boys Blues, where it has been nothing but serious. That was your turn.
Girl, oh no, it's been nothing but truthful, girl.
No, girl, it's been nothing but honesty.
No, girl, it's been nothing but ah! I was about to say reality.
You should have pointed at me and said, "For real," and I could have came in with you.
Girl, you tripped me up, girl. Like I tried to trip you up.
Girl, you tried it. All right, y'all. I will see you all later. I will talk with you on the back end, Josh. This has been lovely. Dwayne, next time you're ready to ask me to make sure you stay up here all these hours with us, okay?
Tookie, where can we find you?
Girl, in my bed. Nah, get it. You can go to my Instagram, Tuki Tucker. That is Tukii Tucker. Or my website at tukitucker.com. That is Tukii Tucker.com.
With two eyes, everybody.
Yes, ma'am. That's how many I see out of.
TookieTucker.com. All right, and you all can follow me at
Girl, and it's you spelling Tuki Tucker wrong
where?
on my website.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you girl, how you gonna say that's not my name?
Oh my God, not Tucky. Y'all, not that. Not that, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, that's
Girl.
and you can follow me everywhere at Joshua Bloke. That is JoshuaBloke. Anything else you want to say? All
Mm-mm, you're
right.
done.